I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751, The Eve of the War. In the northern part of Zhangzhou, a battle line stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles was set up, and tens of millions of monks gathered and formed thousands of camps. Each camp was either located in front of an important pass, or several camps echoed each other and relied on each other. The camps of the Five Continents Alliance and the Immortal Alliance were basically about 300 miles apart. Before the war began, the brutal Scout War began. Both sides sent out elite troops to serve as a warning for the army, either to shield the other side's spies or to spy on the other side's situation and find weaknesses for the army to attack. In the Scout War, the individual combat effectiveness of the monks was more important than coordination. Often only 3 to 5 people, or at most a dozen people, were needed to form a team. The team mode was more suitable for the combat style of the monks in Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou had not seen a major war for tens of thousands of years, and a decisive battle involving tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people was even more inappropriate. Boom, kill, charge forward. Don't let them form a battle formation in the Immortal Alliance territory. A patrol team of 50 people was attacked by a dozen scouts. The dozen people divided into 5 or 6 directions and rushed into the patrol team to prevent them from forming a battle formation. After a fight, the scouts killed several people, captured 2 prisoners, and quickly retreated. The captain of the patrol team was extremely angry and chased them. But not long after, the scouts stopped, and the patrol team retreated quickly. They were also afraid of being trapped, so the scouts returned to the camp with the prisoners. Similar battles took place every day on the extended front. There were attacks on the Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance. Both sides were evenly matched, and thousands of monks died every day. The casualties on both sides were extremely heavy, but no one was willing to give up the fight. Once their own scouts fell behind, they would fall behind in the battlefield report, and maybe something big would happen. So even if the battle was tragic, it had to continue. Tiansheng City. Tiansheng Sect is the location of the front line of both sides. Tiansheng City has become the closest big city to the front line. The Five Continents Alliance has stationed more than 100,000 troops here and stockpiled combat supplies to support the needs of the battle line of more than 10,000 miles. At this time, Yunanyu was personally in charge here. Yunanyu had just broken through the Golden Body a few years ago, and there was no time to temper the membrane. The war was about to break out, so Yunanyu had to go out. Yunanyu established a battlefield intelligence center in Tiansheng City. The confessions of prisoners captured on each front and the intelligence gathered by the sentry tower would be gathered here, and then intelligence analysis would be carried out by special staff. Night Owl has a complete and systematic intelligence analysis course, and has trained a large number of talents for this purpose. Although each sect also has such talents, they are scattered. After Lin Xiao and Lin suggested, they gathered all the relevant people and gathered in Tiansheng City to establish this battlefield intelligence center. There are more than 500 people in total, of which more than 200 backbones are Night Owl's people. The number of troops in the number 1 Jaya camp is not right. It is impossible that there are only 50,000 people. There must be at least 80,000 to 100,000 people. Impossible. This is the news from the spy. The spy may also be misled. Look, this is the news from the scout. A team of carriages appeared outside the number 1 Jaya camp 7 days ago. The ruts of the carriages are 3 feet deep. According to our research on the load of the carriages, the 3-foot ruts should be loaded with 10,000 kilograms of weight. In this case, the number 1 Jaya camp really has about 100,000 people. Not good. The corresponding camp of our side has only 30,000 people. Not enough. Report. In the intelligence center, more than 500 monks analyzed the huge amount of intelligence. There were countless arguments every day, and then the analyzed intelligence was reported one by one for the top leaders to dispatch troops and respond. As one of the support points on the front line, Tiansheng Sect also had the top leaders of the alliance in Tiansheng City. Lin was personally in charge here. On this day, Lin Xiao accompanied Lin to inspect. Tiansheng Sect has so many new methods. We have never thought of such methods before. Lin Xiao, what else do you have? Use them all. Grandmaster Lu, these things are accumulated over time, but they are really gone. You, forget it. What do you want to talk to me about this time? This time I came to Grandmaster Lu to ask you to sign a dispatch order. Lin Xiao took out an unstamped dispatch order, which was about the dispatch order of Lan Linggaiu. Tiansheng Sect could only cooperate with the Five Continents Alliance at this time, and there was no possibility of turning against it, so Tiansheng Sect had to send troops to fight. Lan Linggaiu, as a monk in the Golden Body period, was an urgently needed high-level combat force. According to the rules, he had to be transferred to the front line to participate in the war. But the front line was too dangerous, so Lin Xiao decided to use his power for personal gain and transfer Lan Linggaiu to the rear, to a safe place. Lan Linggaiu, it is said that she has a close relationship with you. It seems to be true. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lin Xiao, you are also in charge of a sect. It is not easy to give such an order. I know, but this is not against the rules. Lan Linggaiu is a 6th grade alchemist and a scarce talent. One more golden body cultivator on the battlefield cannot change the situation, but a 6th grade alchemist can play a stronger role, right? That being said, there are too many alchemists in Tiansheng Sect. It is not easy to make this opening. Lu Liuan said with a smile. This matter was easy for him and would not leave any handle. However, Lu Liuan still hoped to get some benefits from Lin Xiao. I know it is difficult for Lu Liuzu, but the Nansao army is about to set off. If I don't solve the worries, I will feel uneasy. Lin Xiao replied. He knew exactly what Lu Liuan wanted, but Lin Xiao would not promise easily, but moved the Nansao army. Upon hearing this, Lu Liuan was at a loss. He readily signed his name and stamped his seal. Compared with the army of Nansao, the Blue Spirit Jade was nothing. Lin Xiao, tell me, can we win this war? Of course we can. Why are you so confident? More than 10 million cultivators have blocked our way south. Now we are competing to see who can defeat the other side first. If the Immortal Alliance defeats the southern part of Zhongzhou first, we will have no chance of winning. Why did Ancestor Lu help me? Aren't Kunlun and Penglai the biggest trump cards of the Five Continents Alliance? You don't know. Kunlun and Penglai are not omnipotent. The most important thing is people and the general trend. Once the general trend is lost, there is nothing. Wasn't that what happened to the Qingdi family back then? Maybe. Anyway, Lin remains optimistic. Lin Xiao didn't want to say more. The 3 sects of Penglai, Kunlun and Wengsun have a bad habit, that is, they like to hide some things and are unwilling to show them to others easily. This is a very bad habit. If Lin Xiao were to lead, he would definitely show his strength at the beginning of the war and directly sweep the opponent. The war that affects the entire world of immortal cultivation is about to begin. This is a challenge that our human race has never encountered before. It is hard to say whether we will become the sinners of the human race. Ancestor Lu is too serious. This is just a reshuffle of the internal forces of the human race. Maybe I'm too serious. Lu Liuan shook his head. Kunlun was never worried about the Immortal Alliance, but the demon race. The war has not started yet. The conflict has lasted for less than a month. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from both sides have been killed. It is really hard to say how many people will die by then. Will the demon race take advantage of the situation, and will the human race be unable to recover? Just as Lin Xiao and Lu Liuan were talking, 50 flying boats landed outside Wanghei City in Dongzhou. 3 8th level ancestors flew over Wanghei City and suppressed hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the city. The people on the flying boats landed one after another and set up camp outside Wanghei City. Penglai sent 100,000 troops to Dongzhou this time. Their appearance immediately shocked the 5 major colleges. The 5 major colleges received the notice from the Immortal Alliance this time. Knowing that the opportunity to unify Dongzhou has come, they mobilized 7 or 8 million cultivators in more than half a month and prepared to sweep across Tiansheng Sect. But Penglai made a move, and the 5 major colleges were stunned. Then they divided 1 million troops to the north to confront the 100,000 troops. The 5 major colleges sent envoys to the Penglai camp to find out Penglai's bottom line. Penglai directly replied to them to stop attacking Tiansheng Sect, otherwise Penglai Supreme would come in person to kill the deans of the 5 major colleges, which made the 5 major colleges shocked and angry. Dong Zhao did not have the courage to resist Penglai. If they were determined to destroy Haoyang Sect, Penglai Supreme might really attack the 5 people. This has nothing to do with the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. The 5 major colleges in Dongzhou can mobilize at least 10 million cultivators to participate in the war in Dongzhou. Penglai will never allow them to do so, so Penglai must protect Haoyang Sect and contain the power of the 5 major colleges, so that he has no time to distract himself to support the Immortal Alliance. At the front of Haoyang Sect, Yi Mi had no way to stop the mobilization of the 5 academies, and could only fight. The 300,000 troops of Haoyang Sect had already assembled, and the 700,000 troops of the allied vassal were being mobilized. It was extremely stressful to fight against an enemy 7 or 8 times as many as the 1 million troops. Master, the Penglai envoys are here. Please let them in. Yes. In the front camp, a Penglai golden body cultivator walked into the camp. A long time ago, a war almost broke out in Dongzhou. Kunlun and Penglai each left 10,000 troops here, and they were also preparing for war. Fellow Daoist Yu from Penglai, what are you doing here this time? Yu is here on the orders of the sect to tell you that Penglai has sent 100,000 troops to the northern part of Dongzhou to contain the 5 major academies. Before the decisive battle breaks out, the 5 major academies dare not act rashly, but after the decisive battle, it is hard to say. Penglai hopes that you can be prepared. What preparations? Preparations to contain the Dongzhou army. Okay, but I have conditions. Ymir agreed without hesitation. Their relationship with the 5 major academies is irreconcilable. Sooner or later, they will have to fight. It doesn't matter if she agrees, but he can take advantage of the situation to ask for some benefits. The monk from Penglai nodded. The Haoyang Sect is much weaker than the 5 major academies as a whole. If they rely on them to contain them, the casualties will definitely be heavy. It is impossible not to give enough benefits. Chapter 752, All-Out War. In the southern part of Dongzhou, Feixianling, the scout battles here were even more brutal than those in the north. Wengsunmen had its own pride. As a super sect with a history of hundreds of thousands of years, and striving to be among the top 3 in the world of immortal cultivation, how could they not be angry when they were attacked? The senior leaders of Wengsunmen knew that Wengsunmen needed to take a defensive stance during large-scale battles, but during scout battles, their offensive was extremely sharp. 50,000 elite monks from Wengsunmen headquarters took on the main force of the scout battles, killing the other side and causing rivers of blood. The scout battles were more about personal combat power, but what were the determining factors of personal combat power? It was the complete inheritance, advanced martial arts, sophisticated weapons and equipment, and rich experience in fighting. These factors made Wengsunmen surpass Xianguan and Shenmuzong in every aspect, so the results of the scout battles were extremely rich. At the foot of Feixen Ridge, there were many camps. Teams of scouts flew in from afar and were stopped by the monks guarding the camp. After checking their identities, they were put into the camp. The scouts immediately went to the War Merit Hall set up in the General Affairs Hall to register their war merits, and handed in the photo stones they wore, which recorded their previous battle processes, mainly the number of enemies killed. Jingyu, good job. 3 more victories today are much less than before. Those grandsons on the opposite side have learned, and the patrols are all large groups of people, which are not easy to kill. It doesn't matter, bring a few more people next time. Just kill a patrol team. You can get enough to exchange for a 5th level top grade magic weapon. Haha, senior brother is right. I'm going to rest first. Go. Have a good rest, and kill more enemies next time. Jingyu laughed and left. As soon as he went out, he saw Jing Shizong, the 8th level ancestor of Wengsunmen, and saluted quickly. Jing Shizong also stopped and said a few words to Jingyu in a friendly manner before walking into the War Merit Hall. Ancestor, how are the results of today's battle? More than 60 people have registered, 276 enemies have been killed, and 110 of our own troops have been lost. Jingyu has just come to register as well, right? Yes, Ancestor taught well. Jingyu has made great contributions this time. In the past half month, he has killed 86 enemies and captured 4. He ranks 8th in the Lingguang period's battle merit list. The monk in charge of guarding the battle merit hall replied. He also knew that Jing Yu was the nephew of Jing Shizeng, so he specifically mentioned Jing Yu's name. Very good. Send more troops to weaken the enemy's strength. Before the war breaks out, at least 100,000 troops of the enemy must be lost. Yes, ancestor. Before the war, the strategy set by the top leaders of Wengsunmen was to resolve the enemy's 100,000 troops through scouting battles. After more than half a month of fighting, Wengsunmen resolved more than 30,000 enemies at the cost of more than 100,000 of its own troops, with a loss of less than 1/3. The advantage was huge, and this strategy was not difficult to achieve. Afterwards, Jingxi sect went to the intelligence center of Fixianling. The three sects shared resources and intelligence. Wengsun sect also followed Lin Xiao's example and established a battlefield intelligence center, but the strength here was relatively weak, with less than 200 people. Various jade slips could be seen everywhere in the intelligence center. More than 100 people were immersed in these jade slips, searching for information, analyzing intelligence, and then summarizing and reporting to the top leaders. Ancestors obey. Did you find anything new today? Nothing. Everything is in the opponent's plan. The reinforcement of Shenmu sect have increased to 800,000 troops. The remaining troops will arrive in a month at most. By then, Xi'an Temple will be in the southwest of Fixianling, and Shenmu sect will be in the northeast of Fixianling, launching a pincer attack on us. Are you still following the plan you discussed before, about whether you can concentrate your main forces to break through one of the armies? Yes, according to our estimation, it will be difficult, unless our Supreme can take action and defeat the opponent's army. Is there no other way besides this? Yes, what way? Send elite masters, at least above the golden body stage, to bypass the army, enter the heart of Shenmu sect, burn, kill and loot, make Shenmu sect's nest unstable, and they will definitely retreat. I understand. Jing Shizhen nodded silently, but he would not agree to this method. It would take at least a dozen cultivators above the golden body stage to go deep into the enemy's rear to destroy. These people are basically certain to never come back. Who dares to issue such an order? It is extremely difficult to cultivate a cultivator in the golden body stage. They are all seeds of the 8th realm or even the supreme realm. At the same time, 300 miles west of Fixianling, the ancestors of Xi'an Temple were furious. More than half a month of scout battles caused them to lose tens of thousands of people, half of whom were elite troops from Xi'an Temple headquarters. This loss was something Xi'an Temple could not afford, but they had to admit that in terms of foundation, Xi'an Temple and Wengsunmen really had no hope of comparison. Some geniuses might be able to keep up with the geniuses of Wengsunmen, but in terms of overall quality, Xi'an Temple was still far behind. Listen to my orders. From now on, the purpose of scouting will not be to spy on the military. Instead, we will shield the surrounding area and prevent the other party from spying. The patrol team will increase its manpower. We don't need to compete with the other party for intelligence. As long as we wait for the Shenmu sect's army to arrive, we can just sweep it away. The ancestors of Xi'an Temple had to give up the fight for the report. They could not afford such consumption. Their purpose was very clear, that is, to wait for the Shenmu sect's army to arrive, form a big trend, and crush it with the big trend. In Nansao, among the Alliance army, Lin Xiao and a group of senior officials have arrived. A huge sand table with a radius of 5 meters was placed in front of everyone. On the sand table was a map of the entire Xiuxin world. Lin Xiao had people spend half a month to build it. The current situation in Zhongshan is all here. The cyan flag represents the strength of our 5 continents alliance, and the red flag represents the strength of the Immortal Alliance. From Shenzhen City to the east of the battle line of hundreds of thousands of miles, troops from both sides are constantly gathering. The Immortal Alliance has taken a defensive stance, and is building a line of defense. Dangsha Sect, Seven Swords Sect, and Bei'an Sect have assembled nearly 10 million troops of our side. This is the focus of the 5 Continents Alliance's attack, and we will push forward in 3 directions. According to the Alliance's strategy, Dangsha Sect will go directly south, and Seven Sword Sect will turn to the southwest, after breaking through the opponent's army, and join forces with the Dangsha Sect army to attack Suayu Sect. The Bei'an Sect army will serve as a barrier, to resist the Jade Immortal Sect's troops. Lin Xiao held a long stick and talked about the situation in Zhangzhou and the Immortal Alliance's strategy one by one, and also included the possible responses that the opponent might take. Alliance leader Lin, according to this strategy, our Immortal Alliance has no chance of winning. They are on the defensive and have fortifications, city walls, and formations for cover. We can't break the enemy's army if we don't have more than twice the force of the enemy. Once the situation becomes tense, it will be dangerous for the Immortal Sect. Yes, I know that, and so does the Alliance. If it's according to my plan, the Alliance will directly gather all its forces, more than 20 million troops, and ignore everything. We won't need a retreat or flanks, and we'll just push forward without thinking. If we have to fight, we'll just beat them thoroughly. It all depends on who is ruthless. But if they don't agree, what can I do? Lin Xiao waved his hand. He also felt that this strategy was really not going to work. If it continued like this, the 5 continents alliance might be in danger of being defeated one by one. Lin Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. Lu Liuan was obviously not a stupid person. Alliance Master Lin, if we don't even want the old nest, Kunlun and Penglai will definitely not agree. Alliance Master Lin, is there any way to improve it? Yes. Alliance Master Lin, please tell me. The variables of everything are us. South Continent Alliance? That's right. Even though we only have a few hundred people and our overall strength is weak, we can be the key to the outcome of the war. Lin Xiao said. With the same 6 million troops, the overall strength of the central continent is actually much stronger. They have a much larger ratio of Daogang and Lingguan cultivators, and the same is true for higher level cultivators. On the South Continent side, the cultivators below the Purple Mansion have reached about 80%. What does Sect Leader Lin want to do? According to the strategy given to us by the Alliance, we must become the main force to rescue the Xianmen Sect. The Nansha army will set out from Zuanayu City in Qin State and head towards Shenzhen City. Then, in Shenzhen City, we will gather the Alliance's high-level cultivators to reinforce us. We will push forward along the way and defeat the 2 second-rate sects, Beibao Sect and Wulian Sect. We will go all the way south along the western part of Zhangzhou and advance to the vicinity of Shenmu Sect. We will force Shenmu Sect to withdraw and reduce the pressure on the Xianmen Sect. We can't break through the Xianmen Sect relying on Xian Temple alone. We will go all the way south. First, we have to defeat Beibao Sect and Wulian Sect. Their vassals have a total of more than 1 million troops, but we can't wipe them out. When the Shenmu Sect comes to help, we will have to face an army of 4 to 5 million. If we don't have Lingshan to defend, we will be in danger. I know, but this is what we have to do. The world of cultivation is a chess game. If we don't take this risk, once the Xianmen Sect is finished, we will be completely finished. What do you think, fellow Daoistan? I think there is nothing wrong with the Alliance's strategy. What Lin Xiao said is also right. The world of immortal cultivation is a chess game. Now that Zhangzhou in the middle can't break through, we have to break through from the corners. The Nansha army will go out of Shenzhen City, and the Qin army will go out from the border, and they will attack from both sides. As long as the Beibao Sect is defeated, only 100,000 of the 500,000 Qin troops will be left, and the remaining 400,000 can go out. In that case, there is no problem with other countries. Okay, as the saying goes, food and grass must be sent before the 3 armies move. When an army goes to war, resources are inevitable. The requisition order has been issued. I hope that within 3 days, all countries will hand in the requisitioned resources. We here are all high-level officials of the Alliance. I hope you can take the lead and supervise the countries to pay. Whoever fails to pay will be a traitor to the Alliance and will be attacked by all. The previous alliance was not a joke, Lin Xiao said coldly. The Nansha Alliance had obtained tens of billions of resources before, but most of them have been spent on training in the past 6 months. Lin Xiao requisitioned resources according to the strength of each country, and the countries in Nansha would share the burden. However, the situation of surrender in recent years is not satisfactory. Many countries and sects bargained with the reason of insufficient confidence and weak foundation, which made Lin Xiao very annoyed. Did they really think that the original alliance was a joke? 3 million troops are dispatched, and we still have enough troops. Leader Lin, I suggest that the remaining troops continue to gather to deter the sects that do not cooperate. Do you really think that the alliance is just for fun? I agree. We also think we should do this. Qin was the first to respond. Qin and Kunlun have a deep connection. If the Five Continents Alliance is defeated, the other countries in Nansao may be fine, but Qin, headed by Xianyu Sect, will definitely be liquidated. Then they must go all the way to the end, even if it offends people. Chapter 753, Dispatching Troops to Central Continent. In the entire South Continent, the hatred between Qin, Wu and the Immortal Alliance is the deepest and irreconcilable. Naturally, they are also die-hard supporters of the Five Continents Alliance. However, these two countries are the two strongest countries in South Continent, so their will is enough to represent all the countries in South Continent. Even after the two countries have withdrawn their troops, they still have important forces left, one in the south, and one in the north, to control the entire South Continent, so that other countries will not easily rebel. Take Wu as an example. The total number of cultivators in various sects in Wu now exceeds 2 million, but only 200,000 troops have been recruited, which is only 1/10 of the strength. The remaining 80% of the strength is still enough to deter all countries. After the meeting, Lin Xiao met the top leaders of Tiansheng Sect in Xianyang City. Most of the cultivators above the Shengsu period have arrived, and even Nangxuan has secretly left Wu and came to Xianyang City. According to the plan, the army will go out in 7 days. I have made arrangements for the high-level monks of our sect. Yunanyu is now in the Dangsha sect of Zhongsao. After we send out the troops, he will return to Nansao and sit in the rear to coordinate. Bazixi will be Yunanyu's deputy. In addition to raising resources for the army, Bazixi will assist Yunanyu in handling the affairs of Nansao. Yu Xiangxiang will be transferred back from Kunlun to sit in Gangming City. Baizai will sit in Kaiao Tao Mountain to monitor the wilderness, and Zhang Qingxuan will continue to sit in the Nether Cave. At the same time, he will do something about the surrounding countries such as Wusun. I will give him authorization. Once there is any movement in the wilderness, the troops of the countries in the southwest of Nansao must be mobilized quickly and cooperate with each other. They must not face the monsters alone. This time the monsters will move, and they will definitely come out in full force. Tixi and Huangshan will sit in the big factory to supervise the various sects of Wuguo and also monitor Xian Shiguo. And you two are the reserve team. After we leave, you must use the big factory to assemble the army again. Baizichan, Jiamengren, Arking, Siki, Ziyunfei and others will follow me to fight. 10 more spiritual light level cultivators will be left in Tiansheng Sect. Together with Lengning and others, Wu Kingdom will have 20 more people, which is enough to handle normal matters. Li Muxu is already on the way to Qingyang Sect. If the war is delayed, Yu Xiangxiang will have to take on the sect's alchemy task. Dao Jiden and Ling Mingdan can be handed over to him. I have left 3 Kiputan. If you and Royan and others break through, let them take over the tasks of Tixi and Huangshan and let them get rid of them. The rest will gather in Kaiao Tao Mountain. Master, what about me? Nangxuan's mission is of utmost importance. Wu Kingdom is our base, and at the same time we are facing the wilderness. I'm very worried that the demons will attack. So after I leave, Nangxuan must unite the various sects in Wu Kingdom, stockpile resources, and leave Wu Kingdom with the power to protect itself. I know what to do. Nangxuan, I'll leave you an arrow of Zuxan and 2 6th grade top grade combat puppets. You must keep these things secret, and not use them easily. Use them as a precaution. Master, I understand. After I go back, I will arrange for my disciples to test the mortals. Within 3 years, I will ensure that the number of disciples in the sect exceeds 400,000. Haha, Nanzuan still understands me. Lin Xiao laughed and said. Lin Xiao had a lot of points at this time, especially for the matter of seizing the super battleship. The system estimated that the points for the super battleship reached 1.5 million. After so many years of accumulation, Lin Xiao's points balance will exceed 10 million. This time when the Tiansheng Sect went to war, Lin Xiao also did a lot of things. For example, Lin Xiao did not mobilize any of the cultivators from the Purple Mansion, Dao Gang, and the 12th level of Lingguang. They all stayed in the sect and let them continue to break through. Lin Xiao did not squeeze out the financial resources of the Wu Kingdom just to prevent any accidents. Even if the 200,000 troops of the Wu Kingdom were really defeated in Zhongzhou, they would not pose a fatal threat to the Wu Kingdom. One last word, Qiao Mountain is the most important part of Wu State, and we must do our best to protect it. Once there is an alarm, Wu State will mobilize for the first time, and the army will gather at Qiao Mountain. Understand? Yes, master. Okay, it's okay. Everyone can make their own arrangements. Nangxuan will stay. Master, I'll take my leave. Everyone left, leaving Nangxuan alone sitting opposite Lin Xiao. Nangxuan, after I leave, the sect, no, the fate of Wu State, will be decided by you alone. I have already ordered Xiangxiang, and Yuan Royan has also said that whoever dares to disobey, you can act first and report later. I trust you unconditionally for any decision. There are urgent matters. If there is a major decision, you don't need to report, just do it first. Yes, thank you for your trust, master, Nangxuan replied. Lin Xiao's words touched him deeply. After Yinanyu and Jia Mengren left, he was the only one in charge of Tiansheng Sect, but Lin Xiao not only did not let Yu Xiangxiang limit his power, but he had to listen to him. This kind of trust is unparalleled. I'll tell you another secret. The chief think tank of the Purple-Eyed Demon King, the Elk Demon, is my man. I cast their enslavement spell on him a long time ago. Yi Xiao will tell you the contact information when the time comes. Yu Jialang has broken through the 8th level. Once she comes in person, you must stay in the mountain gate. The most solid place of the Tiansheng Sect at the mountain gate is enough to protect you. Lin Xiao continued. Lin Xiao has used the system to upgrade the mountain gate's mountain protection formation, the Sutra Pavilion and other places to the 7th level upper level. The level is no worse than the Xianyu Sect's mountain gate. It can be said to be the most solid place in Nanzhou. Okanan Zuan nodded. He was not surprised that Lin Xiao had many backups. He had experienced a lot of such things. Lin Xiao always had unexpected things. Nothing else. Just wait for me to return safely. Congratulations to the head of the sect. In advance. Haha. Lin Xiao laughed, and then Nanzuan left silently and left Xianyang City with Yu Xiangxiang first and returned to Wuguo to take charge. 3 days later, more than half of the resources mobilized by the countries in Nanzhou had arrived, and the remaining resources were on the way. Lin Xiao decided not to wait any longer, but to send troops first. The dispatch of 3 million troops was an extremely large and complex matter, and it was very difficult to control. Lin Xiao could only mobilize them 1 battalion at a time. Lin Xiao assembled 500 flying boats in Nanzhou, first carrying 1 million troops, flew to Zuanyu City, and then took the teleportation array of Zuanyu City to Shenzhen City. There were 3 teleportation arrays in Zuanyu City. The smallest one could carry 10 people at a time, the medium one could carry 100 people at a time, and the largest one could carry 500 people. Regardless of the cost, it could be operated 20 times in an hour. It would take more than 8 days to transport 1 million troops, and there were countless supplies that were not counted. 8 days was enough for the next 2 million troops to reach Qin State, and it would take too long to continue to transport them. Lin Xiao decided to only transport 1 million troops first and attack Qin State first. After dropping off troops in Qin, the 500 flying boats were transferred back to bring over 1 million people and then assembled in Qin. After the assembly, they joined forces with the 500,000 troops of Qin to cross the river and enter the territory of Zhongzhou. On the other side of the river, there were 500,000 troops of Beibao Sect and Wuliangmen stationed, but the river bank was tens of thousands of miles long, and this number of troops could not be fully stationed. They could only guard important passes and set up spies along the way. The army of the Xiuxin world had flying boats to assist, and no ferry was needed. The big rivers could not become natural barriers, so Lin Xiao did not have to worry about crossing the river. 500 flying boats can only carry a maximum of 1 million troops. The various supplies needed by the army still need to continue to operate, and our storage bags are not enough, so I need a vanguard to scout the way for the army. Fellow Daoist Tan, I wonder if the Qin cultivators can take on this important task. Don't worry, Alliance Leader Lin, the Qin cultivators will fight to the death. Okay, then fellow Daoist Tan will select 100,000 elite troops and use 10 large flying boats, carrying tents and other resources. First, we will seize the Fengling Ferry and Fengkao Ferry, set up camps, and prepare for the army. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin. The army has come a long way, and after arriving in Zhangzhou, it will need 3 days to adjust, and the camps must be built solidly. No problem. Tan Minghua nodded. As a staunch supporter of the Five Continents Alliance, it is of great significance for the Qin state to fire the first shot. On the evening of the second day, the Qin army secretly assembled 100,000 troops. 10 flying boats stopped in the square. 2 long ladders were lowered from each flying boat. Teams of monks silently boarded the flying boats. The leaders of each 1,000 people carried more than a dozen storage bags. All the needs of the 100,000 people were in these storage bags. 4 warships and 50 monks above the Shengsu stage had already set out, crossed the river, and ambushed above the 2 ferry crossings, preparing to seize the ferry crossings. Ancestor Tan, the army has already taken off. It won't be long before they are discovered by the enemy. The noise that Lin Xiao made by sending the army on the teleportation array has attracted the attention of the Beibao sect, causing them to misjudge that the army will attack from the north to the south, creating an opportunity for us. Everyone, this is the first battle for the South Continent. I hope that all Taoists can fight bravely and explore the way for the army. Yes, Ancestor Tan. Then let's get started. Tan Minghua nodded, and then his spiritual consciousness rolled up, and 4 warships appeared beside everyone. 2,000 low-level and middle-level disciples quickly boarded the warships, while 50 high-level monks rushed directly to the Immortal Alliance camp outside the 2 ferry crossings. As soon as the warships appeared, the concealment formation failed, and the Immortal Alliance monks immediately discovered the enemy and immediately sounded the alarm. Some monks shouted loudly, and countless monks hurried out of the camp, and the protective formation quickly closed. Kill Tan Minglan brought 24 men to Fengling Ferry, and bombarded the protective shield. The 7th level protective array burst into a ball of light under the control of the high level array master, but it did not break. However, there was no 7th level spiritual vein here, and it was all supported by the black crystal. The speed of the black crystal melting could not keep up with the speed of the battle array digesting the black energy. High level monks go to fight, the enemy is coming. Kill them. 5 monks flew out of Fengling Ferry and fought with Tan Minglan and others. Although they were outnumbered, they did not need to fight, they only needed to contain them. When the army in the rear responded, high level monks would naturally come to support them. Chapter 754, Attacking China. Beibao sect only had 5 cultivators above the Shengsu stage, and they were no match for the cultivators from Nanzhou. Tan Minglan sent 5 people to contain them, and the rest of the troops continued to attack the protective shield. Soon, 2 warships arrived, and hundreds of black crystal cannons on the warships fired at the same time. The black crystal cannons and high-level cultivators took turns to attack, like flowing water, bombarding the protective shield. Puff, puff. The high-intensity attack caused the formation masters in the ferry camp to be backfired by the formation, and they vomited blood and fainted. Without the formation masters, the formation immediately became shaky and was broken in less than a quarter of an hour. At this time, 10 large flying boats also arrived, and 5 flying boats flew over the Finglingdu camp. Countless cultivators swooped down and fought with the cultivators in the camp. Kill them. Quickly search for a chance to intercept them. A desperate fight broke out between the 2 sides. The Nanzhou side wanted to fight for a landing place for the army, while the Zhangzhou Beibao sect wanted to fight for the arrival of reinforcement. However, the balance of victory still tilted towards Nanzhou. The more than 23 monks above the Shengsu period continued to kill the opponent's Lingguang and Daogang monks, causing the opponent's morale to collapse quickly. Tens of thousands of troops were frightened and scattered in all directions. Don't chase. Don't chase. Formation master, quickly set up the formation. The monks of the 1st Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion quickly assemble. Quickly line up to meet the enemy. The people of the 4th Battalion, follow me to repair the camp. The people of the 5th Battalion, quickly go to guide the army. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the high-level monks of the Beibao sect also ran away. Tan Minghua quickly commanded the monks to repair the camp, and 30,000 monks lined up outside the camp to prevent the Beibao sect army from counterattacking. At the border of Qin, flying boats crossed the river one after another, and countless monks were waiting for transportation. When a flying boat was full of people, it would fly away. The river, which was dozens of miles wide, was not difficult for the flying boats, and they were extremely fast. One after another, the flying boats landed at the ferry, and many monks lined up under the command of the officers, and then moved horizontally to the surroundings of the camp. The enemy is coming. Get ready, the battle formation is pressing forward. Attack, 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 attack. Not long after, the Beibao sect's army also arrived. The first batch of people who appeared had more than 100,000 troops, and they all formed battle formations, densely packed and overwhelming. Attack 1 to 5 formations, attack 6 formations, 7 formations, defense. The commander quickly arrived, and after seeing the enemy's battle formation, he chose the appropriate tactics. The 5 battle formations of 10,000 people began to transform into offensive weapons such as swords, while the remaining 2 battle formations transformed into shields to resist the attack for the battle formation. Boom, boom, the battle formation began to attack. Both sides transformed their weapons and fought each other. After several exchanges, people in both battle formations began to suffer casualties and were shocked to death. Alliance Master Lin. As soon as the battle formation started to fight, Lin Xiao on the Nansao side sensed it. Lin Xiao flew directly to the edge of the battlefield. Tan Minghua and others flew in front of Lin Xiao. How long will it take for the Beibao sect's army to arrive? They have already started to assemble. This is just the vanguard. Can you defeat the vanguard? Yes. Tan Minghua took a look at the new battle formation that had been assembled. Their speed was faster than that of the Beibao sect. Several new battle formations were about to be formed, which could crush the opponent at one time. Okay, send a message back to the other side and ask them to transport the dragon horses over, all at once. Yes, Alliance Master Lin Xiao nodded, and then sent a message back to the other side. On the other side, dozens of beastmasters drove tens of thousands of dragon horses onto the flying boat, and then transported them to the Zhongzhou side. Alliance Master Lin, will the cavalry be useful? Don't worry, I have my own magic. Give the order, let the battle formation overwhelm the opponent. Yes, woo woo woo. As the attack horn sounded, the dozen or so battle formations that had been formed began to change their formations and attacked with all their strength. By bearing huge pressure, they first defeated one of the opponent's large formations. Then the high-level monks came out and killed the high-level monks among them and drove the low-level disciples to attack the opponent's large formation. In a panic, many low-level monks fled for their lives by any means necessary and ran into their own battle formations. Some were killed by their own battle formations, and some took advantage of the chaos to rush into their own battle formations, completely disrupting the battle formations. As time went on, the commander of the Beibao sect's vanguard saw that the situation was hopeless, so he had to cut off his arm and ordered the battle formation to retreat, slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. Most of the scattered monks were killed by the monks of Nansao. Alliance Master Lin, let's go help Feng Cao Ferry. You go, Xiang. Tell the flying boats behind to speed up. Yes, Alliance Master Lin. Tan Minghua led high-level cultivators to help Feng Cao Ferry. The fight at Feng Cao Ferry had reached a critical moment. As soon as Tan Minghua and his men appeared, the other side immediately collapsed. They had too few high-level cultivators. There were 5 or 6 people fighting one on the Nansao side. Not many people had the ability to resist, so they had to flee. As the high-level cultivators left, the morale of the low-level cultivators collapsed, and the battle formation collapsed. As more and more people from Nansao came, the battle formation was slowly moving forward, and in the back, a large number of cultivators began to build camps. Fengling Ferry and Feng Cao Ferry were 30 miles apart. The cultivators of both sides built camps face to face. When hundreds of camps were built, the 2 ferry crossings were also connected together. Alliance Master Lin, the army of Beibao sect has gathered 300,000 troops, but they did not attack, and are still gathering troops. I know, where are our troops? We have more troops than them. 600,000 have already assembled. What are we waiting for? Attack and drive them away. Let's knock down their morale first. Yes, Alliance leader Lin Xiao came prepared and was faster than Beibao Sect. They were mainly confused by Lin Xiao's actions before. They thought that Lin Xiao's main attack direction was to start from Tiansheng City and go from north to south. But they didn't expect Lin Xiao to choose to cross the river to attack. They were unintentional and were beaten by a time difference. The 60 armies spread out to form a battle formation of 50 miles long and 3 miles wide, pressing eastward. The battle formations on the left and right ends were 3 times faster, with a tendency to surround the opponent's 300,000 troops. The high-ranking officials of Beibao Sect did not dare to be careless, nor did they dare to fight with the Lin Xiao monks. If they were entangled, they would really be surrounded and eaten. They could only retreat all the way, and were driven hundreds of miles by the Lin Xiao monks. They only stopped when they retreated to a 6th level sacred mountain of Beibao Sect. The Lin Xiao army also stopped when they saw that they were ahead. In the field, fighting and attacking sacred mountains are 2 different things. The monks from Lin Xiao retreated, and Beibao Sect stepped up to gather troops. On the Lin Xiao side, the million-strong army had already crossed the river and was speeding up the construction of the camp and defending the camp. Beibao Sect and Wu Liangmen only had more than 1 million troops. Facing the Lin Xiao monks who crossed the river, they could not directly win and could only ask for help from the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance quickly dispatched troops to support Beibao Sect and Wu Liangmen. Facing the support of the Immortal Alliance, Lin Xiao was indifferent. The troops from Qin State who crossed the river were originally a small army, and the more troops they attracted, the better. If they could attract 5 or 6 million, they would achieve their strategic goals. In Tiansheng City, the 5 Continents Alliance supported a group of high-level monks, including 3 8th level ancestors. When the time came, with Lin Xiao, there would be 4 people, which would be enough to rush to the gate of Tiansheng Sect. In Tiansheng City, the troops from Lin Xiao continued to gather, with more than 100,000 troops arriving every day. There were so many that Tiansheng City could not accommodate them, and could only camp outside. Since they had set up camp outside the city, the news could no longer be concealed. The Immortal Alliance was extremely troubled by this. The 5 Continents Alliance had more troops than the Immortal Alliance. Lin Xiao's large-scale deployment of troops was obviously intended to fight a decisive battle with them, but their troops were not enough. If they mobilized the rest of the troops, they would not be able to defend against the main forces of Kunlun and Penglai. Therefore, the Immortal Alliance's response could only be to order the Beibao Sect and the Wu Liang Sect to resist step by step and take a defensive stance, just like the situation in the northern part of Zhangzhou. At the same time, they increased the war potential of the Immortal Alliance, mobilized more monks to support the Beibao Sect and the Wu Liang Sect, intercepted the monks of Lin Xiao from going south, and threatened the core area of Tiansheng Sect. Boom, boom, boom in Zhangzhou and Lin Xiao, dozens of warships and hundreds of flying boats of both sides fought in the sky. Underground, millions of monks were frantically attacking Feixianling. The Immortal Alliance took action. The strategy of Lin Xiao sending troops to move southward along the western part of Zhangzhou and approaching Tiansheng Sect was already known to the Immortal Alliance. Moreover, Wu Liang Sect and Beibao Sect were not opponents of Lin Xiao, so the Immortal Alliance could only attack first, trying to break through Wengsun Sect in one fell swoop. At this time, the troops of Tiansheng Sect had not been fully assembled. There were only more than 1 million people, and together with Xi'an Temple, there were more than 3 million people, besieging more than 2 million troops of Wengsun Sect. It's your turn to play. Don't worry, your family members, relatives and sects will be responsible to the end. Behind the army of Xi'an Temple, thousands of monks stood there like wooden sticks. Several high-level monks walked around them, saying comforting words. These people were all monks who had just awakened from suspended animation. Now it was time for them to play a role. After appeasing them before the battle, thousands of people, led by a monk at the peak of the golden body stage, entered the flying boat, and then the flying boat took off and mixed into the countless flying boat armies in the melee. However, their target was not these flying boat armies, but the monk army on Feixin Ridge. On the breaking formation beads, boom, 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 the leading monk quietly left the flying boat army, and then more than a dozen 6th level breaking formation beads smashed into the defensive formation of Xianling. Xianling is a 6th level upper grade spiritual vein, and a 7th level protective formation is forcibly set up on it. When the 6th level breaking formation bead exploded, the protective formation was immediately opened, and it would take at least an hour to recover. The protective formation is based on the spiritual veins, which are connected to the earth veins, and the breaking formation beads are used to shake the earth veins and destroy the cornerstone of the protective formation. In the world of immortal cultivation, breaking formation beads are also strategic weapons. The protective shield lost its function, and thousands of monks flew out of the flying boat. These monks, who were at least Daogang monks, were fake dead monks, and they looked extremely cruel. They rushed into hundreds of thousands of monks. Once they were besieged, they would brazenly expose themselves, and one person could shock and kill a circle of people. Living dead, they are not the only ones who have them. Go. Jing Shizhen looked at the frantic killing of the fake dead monks, sneered, and waved his hand. Thousands of fake dead monks also flew out from the Wengsunman side. There were even more high-level monks from the Wengsunman side, and they rushed into the attacking Xianmen army, killing the enemy and self-destructing. The entire Xianmen offensive vanguard was slaughtered, and at this time, the fake dead monks of the Xianmen were also killed. Retreat. The enemy retreat. The attack of the Xianmen was completely curbed, and the monks retreated like a tide. Wengsunmen once again held the front line. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Heading South. The Immortal Alliance continued to attack. Although the Tiansheng Sect was temporarily safe, the Five Continents Alliance was still extremely anxious. They used Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect, and Bei'an Sect as forward bases, and began to try to attack the Immortal Alliance. These three places gathered more than 10 million cultivators from the Five Continents Alliance, and the Immortal Alliance also deployed a large army to intercept. The Immortal Alliance took a defensive position, and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it used cities, sacred mountains, and fortifications to consume the troops of the Five Continents Alliance. The Five Continents Alliance seemed extremely passive. In desperation, the Five Continents Alliance could only order Lin Xiao to rush south and approach Shenmue Sect to rescue the Tiansheng Sect by the method of besieging Wenyi to save Xiao. At the urging of the Five Continents Alliance, Lin Xiao ordered the Shenzhen City army to go south. Shenzhen City had gathered 1.5 million troops at this time, led by Ma Langfei, an 8th level cultivator of the Qin state. Ma Langfei was eager to rescue the Five Continents Alliance, and personally led the army to attack fiercely. In one day, he broke through the three blocking lines of Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect, and marched thousands of miles. The main forces of Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect were confronting Lin Xiao. There were only a few troops in the north, hoping to contain the Lin Xiao army. However, under Ma Langfei's fierce attack, these containment measures were dispensable, and could not stop the army at all. 5 days later, Ma Langfei pushed south for more than 10,000 miles. There was an important base that Beibao Sect had painstakingly built for tens of thousands of years, and there were 500,000 troops blocking the way. Ma Langfei could only stop. Alliance leader Lin, our current situation is as follows. The 1.5 million Lin Xiao army led by Patriarch Ma has reached Lingbao Mountain. Lingbao Mountain is a 7th level spiritual mountain. It is the most important spiritual mountain of Beibao Sect besides the mountain gate and the cities under its jurisdiction. It was originally guarded by 50,000 cultivators. Now the Immortal Alliance has supported more than 400,000 cultivators and stationed them in the Lingbao Mountain area. They have managed the more than 300 miles of the core of Lingbao Mountain like an iron barrel. Patriarch Ma's first wave of attack was defeated, and more than 30,000 soldiers were lost. On the other side of the ferry, our more than 1 million troops control the territory of more than 100 miles in radius. Opposite us are the main forces of Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect, with about 800,000 troops, which is at least a little more than us. They used a Pengshan, Xiao Pengshan, and Liuhua Mountain as their bases, supporting each other and blocking our way south. If we bypass them, they will definitely follow us, which is extremely dangerous. In the ferry camp, the high-level monks of the Alliance analyze the current situation. With the support of the Immortal Alliance, the Beibao Sect and the Wuliang Sect only have 1.5 million troops, which is much less than that of Lin Xiao. But they have the advantage of terrain, and will not fight a decisive battle with you. The advantage of the Lin Xiao Alliance is not that great. According to this, the war has reached a stalemate again. You can say that. What's the situation on the Wengsunman side? Xianling has been fighting for 7 days, and Wengsunman has lost more than 100,000 troops. The Xianming has about 200,000 troops, because of the main attack. However, Xianling is not defensible, and Wengsunman will definitely not be able to stop them. They are thinking of retreating. The road after Xianling is flat, which is suitable for a decisive battle. However, Wengsunman will never fight a decisive battle with them. The next step should be to retreat to Wengsun City. Yes, Wengsun City is the old nest of Wengsunman for hundreds of thousands of years. The city wall is more than 30 meters high and 20 meters wide. It is all made of extremely hard Fishan Gangsha in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if the protective formation is not counted, it is equivalent to the defense of the 5th or 6th level. Relying on Wengsun City, Wengsunman will have no problem holding on for half a year. But it seems that the 5 Continents Alliance is urging very hard. Yes, the Alliance is also afraid of variables. Lin Xiao nodded after listening to this. All the analysis was based on the current situation. However, the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, and it was hard to say whether the Immortal Alliance had any other trump cards. Therefore, the 5 Continents Alliance hoped that Lin Xiao could lead the Southern Continent Army to break the current deadlock and support the Immortal Sect. The next step is a hard bone. There is no chance of trickery. We can only bite it raw. Alliance leader Lin, we have no problem fighting a hard battle, but the war damage and compensation. Don't worry, everyone, you know that there are still many unowned lands, and there are spoils of war. The Alliance has approved it. After the war, a batch of high-level resources will be taken out for award, and the grade will not be lower than the 7th grade. Lin Xiao replied quickly. In every major war in the world of immortal cultivation, whether it is a civil war among the human race or a war between 2 races, basically a large number of major forces will perish, and a large number of small and medium-sized forces will rise, including the 3 Kunlun sects. Now this is the opportunity for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao has been developing for decades. Low-level disciples have no shortage of low-level resources. It is not weaker than Zhang Xiao. What they lack is high-level resources. If they can survive until after the war and make great contributions, they will have the hope of getting a lot of high-level resources as rewards for their military exploits. This is also the best opportunity for them to grow and develop. In fact, the various sects in Lin Xiao followed Lin Xiao to fight for this reason. Everyone is jealous of the foundation of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance. If they can seize some, they can break through the current bottleneck and cultivate a large number of high-level cultivators. In this case, then listen to Master Lin. Master Lin, tell me, how should we fight? Regarding the war, I already have a certain plan. Do you remember the dragon horses I collected? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Before the war, Lin Xiao gathered all the beast-controlling disciples in Lin Xiao and collected 50,000 dragon horses, most of which were 2nd-level dragon horses. The consumption of these 50,000 dragon horses was extremely large, and many people did not understand Lin Xiao's idea. Alliance Master Lin, the dragon horses seem incapable of attacking the mountains, right? Of course it is. The dragon horses are not used to attack the mountains, but to force Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect to fight a decisive battle with us. Now the Immortal Alliance has little war potential, and most of it has already surfaced. Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect, together with their vassals, have only over 1 million troops, but they have now used all their strength to stop us. How much strength do they have in their hinterland? Extremely empty. according to intelligence, except for a certain amount of strength in their important locations. The rest of the places are empty. Does Sect Master Lin want to organize cavalry to bypass the opponent's defense line and enter the hinterland to harass? That's right, 50,000 cavalrymen come and go like the wind. It's no problem for them to travel 1,000 miles a day. They don't have to attack the enemy's heavily guarded sacred mountains and cities. As for the 3rd and 4th level places, they can fight, kill, and burn them. Even the mortal relatives of the cultivators will be cleared. The remaining mortals will all be driven to the vicinity of Pengshan Mountain to see if they will accept them or not. If they don't, our flying boats are idle and can be used to transport them back to Nanzhao. They can also be regarded as the first batch of spoils, to be divided up by everyone. The mortals in Zhangzhou, wow, the probability of them becoming cultivators is very high. Lin Xiao replied. Mortals are also a great wealth for cultivators, especially for the forces. The better the mortals' bloodline, the greater their role to them. They are not afraid that these mortals will remember the hatred. It only takes a few decades, 1 or 2 generations, to digest it. In this case, then Alliance Leader Lin, give the order. The troops and horses have been selected. Who of you is willing to take on this important task? Aye. There were many responses at once. Many higher level cultivators were willing to lead their troops to plunder. This was a lucrative job. What they plundered was their own. Who wouldn't want to go? Beizichen, Tan Minglan, you two each lead 25,000 cavalry. I will give you 7 days to integrate. After 7 days, you each lead your team to bypass the defense line and enter the heart of Beibao Sect. Remember, don't fight to the death. The advantage of cavalry is that they come and go like the wind. Even if the other side sends out a large army, it is difficult to surround you. If someone can't help but fight, you can lead a superior force to encircle and annihilate them, but you must remember that you have no reinforcement. Everything depends on you. Yes, leader. Thank you, leader. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Then Lin Xiao left Beizichen and Tan Minglan to explain the cavalry's tactics in detail to them. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is no systematic cavalry tactics. Because with the assistance of flying boats, cavalry is actually very weak, and no one has ever thought of using cavalry to fight. However, in Lin Xiao's mind, if the cavalry is used well, it will be a surprise force, which can play an extremely powerful role. The cavalry's combat style of coming and going like the wind can make the opponent overwhelmed. The two of them understood, and then took over 50,000 cavalry. The first thing they did was to promote their own people to serve as middle and lower level officers among the cavalry, so that they could better command this army. After 7 days of running in, the cavalry was initially formed. The two led 25,000 people each, and continued to go south, bypassing the big and small Pengshan and Liahuishan, finding the weak points and advancing. Lin Xiao also led his troops to make a feint attack, to contain the opponent's main force and win opportunities for the two. After 5 days of detours, the two finally bypassed the defense line and killed into the hinterland of Beibao Sect. The two were extremely cruel, burning, killing, and looting all the way. They never attacked spiritual mountains above the 5th level and cities with a population of more than 100,000. They specialized in looting those small markets and small spiritual mountains, and expelled mortals, causing chaos in the hinterland of Beibao Sect. On Dapan Mountain, the ancestor of Beibao Sect received emergency letters like snowflakes, and his face was as gloomy as water. The hinterland of Beibao Sect was their old nest, and every day Beizichen and others harassed there. Their foundation would be weakened. If they were allowed to wreak havoc, even if Beibao Sect won the war, it would quickly go into decline, and even be in danger of being wiped out. Ancestor, what should we do? Now our territory is about to be slaughtered. Xiaodafang City and Xiaoling Mountain can't withstand their attack at all. If they gather their forces together, even a city with more than 100,000 immortal cultivators will be threatened. Lin Xiao's attack has been gradually increasing these days. Obviously, he doesn't want us to divide our troops to rescue. These people ride on dragon horses and come and go like the wind. It is estimated that without 5 or 6 times the number of troops, we can't stop them at all. If we have 300,000 less, we will be in danger. The troops from the Qin state in Nanzhou are still gathering. Lin Xiao has almost 1.5 million in his hands. 500,000 against 1.5 million. Even if we have the Lingshan behind us, we can't stop them. Oh my god, are we at a dead end? Many cultivators began to show looks of despair. The Immortal Alliance could no longer mobilize many troops. What should they do? Chapter 756, The Invincible Conspiracy. Lin Xiao's cavalry strategy was not a conspiracy at all, but an open conspiracy. No matter whether Beibao Sect and Wu Liangmen rescued the low-level monks in the hinterland or not, it would be a disastrous defeat, forcing them into a desperate situation. While the monks of Beibao Sect were discussing fiercely, Bai Zichen was leading more than 20,000 monks to attack a large market town. After the looting by Bai Zichen and others, the large and small market towns in the hinterland of Beibao Sect also took countermeasures. Some were incorporated into large cities or Lingshan, while others chose to unite several market towns. However, this measure was not something that everyone could take. Abandoning the territory that had been managed for a long time and fleeing to someone else's place would result in a huge loss, and even the people and horses would be in danger of being annexed. Unless it was a last resort, they would not resort to this last resort, so most monks chose to unite themselves and resist the enemy together. Bai Zichen was currently facing such a market town. Originally, it was a medium-sized market town with only 3,000 or 4,000 people, but after several small families and market towns were incorporated into it, the number of people and horses skyrocketed to nearly 20,000. At this time, there were almost no small families in the small market, so Bai Zichen could only bite the bullet. More than 20,000 monks dismounted and fought on foot. Bai Zichen personally participated in the attack. The 5 spiritual monks with the highest cultivation in the market were the 5 spiritual monks. The 5 of them personally took action to contain Bai Zichen, but the results were still unsatisfactory. The mountain protection formation in the market was shaky and was about to be broken. Woo woo. At this moment, a call sounded in the distance. The monks in the market were overjoyed at first, but then the smoke and dust and fierce fluctuations of the mysterious energy in the distance made them feel dead. Ancestor Bai, Ancestor Tan has taken action. Don't delay any longer, okay? Speed up and break through the protective shield. Yes, Bai Zichen laughed and said they could have broken through the market a long time ago, and the reason why they had been holding back was that they wanted to surround and attack the reinforcement. As expected, the person in charge of this market could not bear the pressure and sent a letter for help to a large market nearby, making a solemn promise to ask them to send troops to rescue. But they didn't expect that Tan Minglan had already ambushed on the road. When the enemy's reinforcement arrived, thousands of horses rushed into the battle formation, breaking the enemy's battle formation in an instant, and they entered a scattered fight. Bai Zichen stepped back, took out a bow and arrow magic weapon, and shot a Lingguan period monk with one arrow. The 6th level magic weapon plus the full strength attack of the Shengsu period monk was simply not something that the Lingguan monk could resist. A Lingguan monk was killed, and the other 4 were immediately desperate. They knew they couldn't resist, and shouted angrily, "Run for your life," and then turned around and ran. Bang! Bai Zichen shot and killed another person, and then he looked at the bow and arrow magic weapon in his hand with satisfaction. This bow and arrow magic weapon was given to him by Lin Xiao, and it was also used by Lin Xiao himself back then. Bai Zichen changed the name and named it Duoming in a very domineering way. The shield is broken. Run for your life. Run. His army also broke through the defensive formation of the market town at this time. The remaining walls could not stop the highly skilled cultivators, and the crowd immediately collapsed. The enemy became a mob, but Bai Zichen's men seemed well trained. The 25,000 people were divided into 3 waves. The main force of 20,000 people attacked the market town and dispersed most of the people and horses, while 5,000 people quickly retreated, rode on dragon horses, and chased from both sides. The cultivators relied on their physical skills. Only the Dao Gang period could be faster than the dragon horse. There were also a small number of purple mansion cultivators who were good at physical skills and could escape the pursuit of the dragon horse. As for those below the purple mansion, they were no match for the dragon horse. Tens of thousands of desperate people handed their backs to the enemy, and what awaited them was a wave of harvest. A moment later, Bai Zichen rode into the market on his dragon horse. His monks were systematically looting. Some of them were besieging and killing the remaining people and horses, while others were opening shops and warehouses and looting everything inside. Others were collecting the spoils from the corpses. Blow the horn, Bayezichin said an hour later. A monk took out a conch shell and blew it. The cavalry chasing the remaining enemies in the distance began to return. In less than half an hour, the people and horses gathered again. Let's go and meet Patriarch Tan, Bayezichin nodded, and then a large group of people and horses walked out of the market and headed for Tan Minglan. When Bayezichin arrived, Tan Minglan had already killed the reinforcement and was also cleaning up the battlefield. Bayezichin, you guys are really quick. The leader ordered that cavalry should come and go like the wind, so they need to be fast, not a small harvest. Tan Minglan looked at the more than 100 guards around Bayezichin. Their waists were full of storage bags. Each person had dozens of storage bags, and none of them were lower than the 4th level. Bayezichin has always learned from Lin Xiao's clear rewards and punishments. All looted materials need to be handed over, and then he will distribute them according to military merit. Bayezichin has specially set up a law enforcement team of hundreds of people. How about it? Should we talk about it now, after we take the next market? Let's talk about it, after we take it. By the way, we can spend the night and rest for a while. Okay, but the rest time cannot exceed 6 hours, and the scouts must be sent out at least 100 miles. Bayezichin nodded. They have been fighting intensively for more than 10 days, and the rest time does not exceed 3 hours a day. Even for immortal cultivators, they can hardly stand it. Tan Minglan nodded, and then the two armies joined together and attacked the market town 300 miles away. When they arrived, the gate of the market town was wide open, and there was thick smoke inside. Many monks were burning, killing, and looting. It was obvious that the controlling force of the market town had escaped, and then the independent cultivators in the market town began to riot. This was not the first time they had seen such a thing. At Bayezichin's command, tens of thousands of troops dispersed and surrounded the market town. Then a group of people rushed in. Those independent cultivators knew that the army had arrived and tried their best to break out. Bayezichin ordered several openings to be opened, allowing those people to escape. However, Bayezichin also had special troops to chase these people. The reason for doing so was just that he didn't want them to fight to the death and increase their casualties. In an hour, most of the monks in the market town either escaped or died, and the rest became prisoners of Bayezichin and others. The army entered the market town, and the formation master took out the formation to cover all the monks, and the firemen began to cook. They looted a lot of supplies, and they could eat any level of spiritual meat, but the spiritual wine was controlled and distributed according to the level of cultivation. Even the most people would not take more than 1 pound. After eating and drinking, the monks began to rest. Some sat cross-legged in meditation to relieve fatigue, but most of them were sleeping soundly. The monks on duty had been sent out 100 miles away to watch over the army, but Bayezichin and other senior officials could not rest. Of course, with Bayezichin and Tan Minglan's cultivation, they didn't need to sleep at all. They could revive with full blood by meditating for a while. Ancestor Tan, have you figured out the casualties over there? Well, in the battle of more than 10 days, we lost more than 1,200 people, and more than 100 were seriously injured. How about your side? More than 800 people were lost, and 300 were seriously injured. Bayezichin said lightly. In fact, his troops only lost more than 400 people, and less than 100 were seriously injured. He said this just because he didn't want to embarrass Tan Minglan. Of course, there are also reasons why Bayezichin keeps a low profile. Bayezichin did this kind of looting many years ago, and he followed Lin Xiao all the way to fight. He didn't know how much more practical experience he had than Tan Minglan, so the loss was naturally much less. How about gathering some people and taking the seriously injured back? It can be arranged, but I will leave behind some who have a chance of recovery. I will take less than 100 people with me. There are also Night Owl's people nearby, so I will arrange for them. That's good too. Take the spoils back too. My storage bags are running out. It's the same here. Free up the storage bags above level 4 and take the lower level ones back. Okay, but your sect? Don't worry, Ancestor Tan. You know the rules of the Tiansheng Sect. My sect leader hates corruption very much. Anyone who dares to take action at this time will be killed. Bayzichen replied. They didn't have time to count the spoils at this time. Tan Minglan was worried that Night Owl would steal the spoils, but Bayzichen was not worried. He was in charge of the Kinglian Hall in the past, and Night Owl didn't have the courage. Tan Minglan naturally knew Lin Xiao's preferences. Xianyang City was integrated by Lin Xiao through iron-blooded means. Bayzichen called a personal soldier beside him. His real identity was Night Owl's people. The personal soldier received Bayzichen's order and quietly contacted Night Owl's troops. After daybreak, the three monks quietly entered the market. After the handover, the three of them left with hundreds of storage bags on their backs. At the same time, Night Owl brought them a message that the Beibao sect had countermeasures. The Beibao sect did not divide its troops, but ordered the monks in the hinterland to gather troops and encircle them. The Beibao sect's troops scattered in various hinterlands added up to hundreds of thousands, and they could still threaten them. This is an opportunity to break through a big city. Bayzichen, you are so fucking crazy. What if we are surrounded? Tan Minglan cursed when he heard Bayzichen's words. He had heard Bayzichen's intention to use himself as bait, to mobilize those encirclement monks, and take the opportunity to break through some high-level sacred mountains or big cities. We deserve to be surrounded. It's our fault that we are not well trained. But fellow Daoist Tan, if this succeeds, who in the South Continent Alliance can match you and me in combat ability? Don't you want the 3 souls and 7 spirits pill? You are not afraid of death, so how can I be afraid of death? Let's do it. What do you say we should do? You and I will join our forces and go hang out under Beibao City and then withdraw. I will give you 10,000 people and then I will take the rest of the troops to lead the monks of Beibao Sect to circle around. There should be more than 100,000 troops in Beibao City. I will take more than half of the monks away and then you will go to break through Beibao City. Once Beibao City is broken, the monks' lairs will be seized and their morale will surely collapse. You can then bring people back to support and defeat the other side in one fell swoop. Beibao City is not easy to attack. I'll give this to you. Bayzichen took out something. It was a 7th level formation breaking bead, which was a treasure that Lin Xiao gave him before leaving. Chapter 757. Beibao City is destroyed. When Tan Minglan saw the 7th level array breaking bead, he was overjoyed. With this thing, the defense array of Beibao City would be paralyzed for at least half an hour, which was enough for him to break into the city. Moreover, even if it could not be broken, the monks in the city would certainly be terrified. At that time, Tan Minglan would have a chance to go back and rescue Bayzichen, so he immediately agreed. After the two discussed, they left with the army, marching through the streets and heading towards Beibao City. The news soon reached the monks guarding Beibao City. Beibao City was the largest city under the Beibao sect. It originally had more than 300,000 monks. However, after the war broke out, most of the monks had fled, leaving only 30,000 city guards. Now there are 150,000 to 160,000 troops, which are the vassal forces under the Beibao sect who escaped. The commander-in-chief of Beibao City's city guards looked at the smoke and dust in the distance and was worried. Originally, the commander-in-chief was a monk in the Golden Body stage, but the monks in Nansao were numerous and powerful, and Beibao City had squeezed out all its war potential. Only one monk in the Divine Void stage was left as the commander to guard the city, and the rest of the high-level monks all went to the Pengshan Mountains to garrison. Commander, what should we do? The enemy will arrive in half an hour at most. How should the 3 surrounding towns respond? No response. No response. The commander-in-chief of the city guard sneered. Bayzichen and his men had used the tactics of encircling and attacking reinforcements several times, and had already frightened the monks of the Beibao sect. Therefore, no one responded to the commander-in-chief's suggestion to ask the surrounding towns to send troops together, which meant that it was rejected by default. This made him very angry. If they were willing to help, he would have at least 200,000 people in his hands, and he would have a huge advantage in encircling and suppressing the enemy's 50,000 or 60,000 people. Even if he could not completely annihilate them, he could still defeat them and complete the sect's mission. Commander, they are unwilling to take action. What should we do? What else can we do? The ancestor has already issued a death order. If we don't wipe out this group of enemies, we will all die. The city guard commander snorted coldly. After analysis, the Beibao sect decided that, if they divided their troops to rescue, they would die. If they stayed where they were and did nothing, they would also die. So they could only take a compromise approach, which was to let the guard monks gather their troops and seek a decisive battle with these cavalrymen, and use the advantage of a large number of troops to defeat them. This was the death order of the Beibao sect's ancestor. If they could not do this, and let the enemy continue to wreak havoc in the heart of the Beibao sect, even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. So they had this death order. A moment later, 50,000 cavalrymen appeared in front of Beibao city. Most of the monks in the city were frightened by their killing, and were extremely panicked. The city guard commander spent a lot of effort to appease them, and then sent monks to climb the city tower to prepare for battle. Release however, after 50,000 monks, only a few hundred people climbed down the dragon horse, and then took out 20 black crystal cannons, lined up outside the city gate, and bombarded the city. Only 4 of the 20 black crystal cannons were of level 5, and the rest were of level 4. This attack power could not hit Beibao city at all, but the explosion of the black crystal cannon still made many people pale. Commander, the other side is deliberately intimidating us and consuming our morale. What should we do? They have looted too many black crystals, and we can't defeat them all. Secretly assemble our troops, at least 70,000 people, and then send a message to the leaders of the 3 market towns. We will delay the enemy and let them attack from the flank. If anyone dares to disobey orders, wait until the end of the war, and confiscate their property, and exterminate their families. Yes, Commander. A deputy nodded, then secretly replaced their troops on the city wall, and assembled at the city gate. The stern message was also sent to the other 3 market towns. Open the city gates, and meet the enemy. Yes, beat the drums. Boom, 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 boom. The enemy is sending out troops. Retreat as the war drums sounded in the city. The city gates opened wide, and hundreds of Nansha monks quickly put away their black crystal cannons, then jumped on their dragon horses, and retreated with the large group of troops. Commander, what should we do? It's just bluffing. The advantage of cavalry is that they are as fast as points, and can come and go freely. They dare not fight us. Go, mobilize the flying boats and we will chase the enemy. Well, what should we do in the city? There are still more than 100,000 troops after we leave. There is nothing to be afraid of. By then, all the formations will be set up, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave until we come back. Yes, sir. The commander of the city guards decided to give chase. The dragon horses are fast, but not faster than the flying boats. Since they have shown up, they must be beaten. When the reinforcement arrive, they can naturally be encircled and suppressed. Under the command of the city guards, hundreds of large and small troops gathered together, pretending to be 60,000 to 70,000 people, chasing behind the army. After chasing for 400 to 500 miles, Bayzichan ordered the army to stop. He personally led 15,000 troops to form a battle formation, and asked the formation master to set up a formation to cover himself. Seeing the enemy stop, the city guard commander ordered the army to stop 5 miles away from the enemy. Tens of thousands of troops quickly formed a battle formation. Among the nearly 70,000 people, more than 20,000 were their city guards, who could form a battle formation, while the remaining troops only had a formation, and could not fight the enemy in a battle formation. However, he was still confident. He only needed to disrupt the opponent's battle formation, and then the army would rush to win. If the 3 market towns came quickly, they could encircle and annihilate most of the opponent's troops. After the battle formation of the Nansha monks, more than 30,000 troops put missiles on the dragon horses and left quietly. They bypassed the battlefield and went back to Beibao city. Attack! Heroic warriors cut off their arms. For Nansha, charge! The city guard commander ordered an attack, and the army of more than 20,000 people began to attack. The concealment of the formation could no longer be concealed. Bayzichan took the lead and roared, confusing the other side. Commander, the people are wrong. More than half are missing. What are they shouting? The heroic warriors cut off their arms. These people are the last ones. The rest of the troops ran away. Humph, you want to run? No way. Defeat them, and then go after the enemy's main force. The city guard commander was overjoyed. It might be difficult for him to take on the enemy's 50,000 people, but with only 10,000 people, isn't this courting death? He immediately launched a fierce attack. On Bayzichen's side, after a few moves of sharp confrontation with the opponent, he quickly ordered the battle formation to switch to defense and let the opponent bombard. They had only one goal, to delay the opponent and buy time for themselves. But in the eyes of the opponent, Bayzichen's approach was a way to die. He even thought that these more than 10,000 people were abandoned pawns, and he felt more at ease and attacked again and again. On the other side, Tan Minglan took out a large number of flying boats, as many as 200 or 300. Among them, only 50 were brought from Nanzhao. Lin Xiao specially gave them to escape. The rest were looted from these heavenly disasters. These things were all needed by them, and they were not taken back at all. Tan Minglan only left 1,000 men to guard the dragon horse, and the rest of the men boarded the flying boat and rushed to Beibao City quickly. The two places were only a few hundred miles apart. With the speed of the flying boat, it took less than half an hour to reach the sky above Beibao City. When the monks in Beibao City saw the arrival of the strange monk army, they were immediately terrified and desperately sounded the alarm bell. At the same time, they sent a message to the commander of the city guards. The commander of the city guards knew that the enemy had taken a detour to Beibao City, and then he realized that he had been fooled. He was immediately scared and wanted to go back to help Beibao City, but now, Bayzichen was not happy, and once again changed his tactics, and entangled the opponent tightly. Boom, the 7th level formation breaking beat exploded, and the city defense formation of Beibao City suddenly lost all its light. Without half an hour, the formation master inside could not restore the city defense formation at all. Charge. Tan Minglan led the way, and rushed into the city. Two figures in the city flew up to fight Tan Minglan. These were the monks in charge of the big business houses in the city. They did not dare to let the enemy break through Beibao City, and they fought desperately at this time. Tan Minglan fought 1 against 2, pinning down the opponent's Sheng superior monks, and more than 30,000 troops had already rushed into the city. The city was immediately defeated. Most of the monks in the city were driven in by them. They had already been killed by them. The main force of the city guards was taken away, so most of the monks in the city fought on their own and could not assemble. They were no match for the well-trained Nanzhao monks. Panic spread in the city. At this time, the city's defense formation had failed. The monks in the city fled Beibao City one after another. The resistance was extremely weak. Even the Tiansheng superior monks fled when they saw this. The city had been broken, and they were no match for tens of thousands of troops. If they dragged on, they would die. Drive them away, quickly. Don't fight too long, don't collect the spoils. Kill the enemy, Tan Minglan yelled. It was too late to collect the spoils. The key point was to drive the enemy out of Beibao City. Tens of thousands of troops were rampaging in the city. Countless monks fled, and only a small number of troops were still resisting. Burn them all. We can't take them away, and we can't leave them to them. Tan Minglan had a ferocious look on his face, and quickly made a decision. Bayzichen was still fighting to the death. If they died, because of their scramble for spoils, Lin Xiao would not forgive him. It was a well-known fact that Bayzichen was Lin Xiao's confidant and beloved general. After a while, a raging fire broke out in the city, and countless monks were setting fires. Tan Minglan only took a few spoils out of Beibao City, and then found his dragon horse, and the whole army ran wildly. The momentum of tens of thousands of dragon horses running wildly was extremely terrifying. Even hundreds of miles away, one could sense it. The city guard commander left the mob behind, and fought a bloody battle with Bayzichen. The monks hiding in the back knew that the enemy was coming from behind. Before they even started fighting, their morale collapsed, and they fled the battlefield one after another. One person fled, and soon 10 people fled, and then thousands of monks fled. When Tan Minglan arrived, only more than 20,000 city guards were still fighting, and the rest of the troops had fled without a trace. Charge. Tan Minglan said without a word, leading the army to charge. The cavalry cut through the enemy's battle formation like a sharp blade, and then entered a fierce battle. Bayezichin, are you dead? I'm not dead yet. Then kill them. Kill. Commander, as long as the mountains are green, there will be no shortage of firewood. Retreat. No retreat. Commander, come, take the commander to retreat, to the mountain gate. Several deputies carried the commander to retreat, and he agreed reluctantly. More than 20,000 city guards fled in all directions, basically all fleeing to the mountain gate of Beibao Sect, but it was hard to say how many people could go back. We won. We really won. Tan Minglan looked at the fleeing monks with an incredible face. They had less than 50,000 people, but they actually broke through a city with more than 100,000 troops. They defeated the strong with the weak. Chapter 758, Immortal Alliance shocked. Tan Minglan and his men rescued Bayezichin, but Bayezichin did not dare to be careless. He immediately had people clean up the battlefield and then led the team to leave. They did not go to the chaotic Beibao city to plunder, but hid in the deep mountains and old forests to avoid the limelight and rest. The cavalry also suffered a lot of losses in this battle. After nearly a day of bloody battle, the 15,000 people led by Bayezichin died more than 3,000 people, and the number of seriously injured increased by about 500. Tan Minglan also suffered hundreds of casualties. Adding up all together, they have lost more than 10% of their troops and urgently need to rest. The fall of Beibao City shocked the entire Immortal Alliance. This is not just a problem of the fall of a city. It has a great impact. First of all, the most horrified is the Beibao Sect. You must know that even Beibao City has been breached, which means that the mountain gate of the Beibao Sect is not safe and there is a risk of being breached. The mountain gate of the Beibao Sect is their foundation. If it is really breached, then the monks on the front line will definitely collapse, because all the relatives and families of the monks on the front line are gathered in the mountain gate. Once the Beibao Sect collapsed, the Wulian Sect would certainly be unable to support itself, which would cause a strategy of the entire Immortal Alliance to fail. This is the so-called one wrong step affects the whole body. In Dapan Mountain, more than a dozen high-ranking officials of the Beibao Sect all sat there with gloomy faces. The news from the mountain gate was placed on the table. In fact, Bayezichin and his men did not kill many monks. Perhaps less than 70,000 or 80,000 people, but the threat posed by Bayezichin's tens of thousands of people was too great. As a number of large and small markets were breached, it was unknown how many people were killed and frightened, and lost their morale. Originally, they thought that big cities were safe enough, but now big cities are not safe, which will inevitably cause a large number of monks to flee, and their fleeing is a fatal blow to the Beibao Sect. The Beibao Sect mobilized monks to participate in the war, almost squeezing out all the war potential, and this war cannot be ended in a short time. The high-ranking officials also hope that the rear can continue to provide resources to supplement consumption and provide monks for rotation. But now the rear is in ruins, and there are only a few people. How to replenish them? Just the losses caused now will take them hundreds of years to recover. Don't just stand there, tell me how to solve it. Ancestor, the only solution now is to withdraw. If we don't, hundreds of thousands of us may be surrounded and annihilated here. Withdraw. It's easy for you to say that. What about the Immortal Alliance? They can't stop the Nansha army. They can directly kill to the territory of Shenmu Sect, and the whole Immortal Alliance will be passive. Ancestor, forgive me for being blunt. Why do we have to fight to the death? Shut up. The man gritted his teeth and prepared to make a big fuss, but was stopped by the ancestor. Even a fool knew what he wanted to say, but he would not agree. Beibao Sect did not have any deep hatred or interest entanglement with the Five Continents Alliance, but it did have it with the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance had promised him that once the Nansha army was stopped, they would definitely support him to the Supreme Realm. He only had about 1,000 years left to live now. Who wouldn't want to live for tens of thousands of years? Ancestor, it is impossible to surrender. Let's negotiate. We don't really want to negotiate, but to delay the other side. There are still hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the hinterland of our Beibao Sect. These people have lost their courage, but as long as they are integrated, they can continue to fight. In addition, the Wulian Sect will also have to carry out the final mobilization. If our Beibao Sect collapses, they will also be doomed. The two sects can mobilize more than 300,000 troops to find the opponent's cavalry. As long as we annihilate this cavalry, we can still return to the previous situation. There are more than 100 countries in Nanzhao, each with different affiliations. They cannot mobilize more forces, and they also have wilderness to guard against. I don't think Lin Xiao can fight us at the cost of hundreds of thousands of casualties. We only need to delay until the Wengsan sect is defeated to win. That makes sense. Let's do it. But the negotiation must be agreed by the alliance, and we must not cause misunderstandings. Yes, it should be so. In that case, let's act separately. Go and select people who are eloquent, and prepare to go to the Nanzhao camp. I will go to Wuliang sect to find someone, and you prepare a letter to send to Suayu sect. Yes, ancestor. Everyone took action. At present, this was the only best solution they could think of. Half a day later, Tang Xuan received a letter from Beibao sect. Tang Xuan did not dare to make a decision easily, so he consulted with the senior leaders of the alliance. This is a letter from the Beibao sect. You have all read it, right? There is no need to hide it. Tell me what you think. Ancestor Tang, you are most familiar with Lin Xiao. Do you think this trick will work? Lin Xiao is decisive and cunning. I think Lin Xiao can easily see through this plan. Then does Ancestor Tang mean that you disagree? That's not the case. I just want to know if there is a better way. But we can't spare any troops now. The hinterland of the Immortal Alliance cannot be too empty. If the Immortal Sect follows Nanzhao's example and sends a detachment to attack, we will be in trouble. Yes, Ancestor Tang, the attacks from the north have been getting more and more fierce these days, and our front line can't hold on any longer. I know everything you said, but what about this force from Nanzhao? How about sending the Supreme to kill Lin Xiao? A cultivator said coldly that according to their intelligence, the Nanzhao alliance was all built by Lin Xiao. Once Lin Xiao died, the Nanzhao alliance would fall into the hands of the Nanzhaokin state. The Nanzhaokin state had done a very poor job in Xianyang city before and was unpopular, so killing Lin Xiao would definitely have a good effect. Don't think too much about this. We know that Lin Xiao is important, and those people in the north also know that they have more supreme cultivators than us, and they may even set a trap in this matter. Tang Xuan immediately refused. Lin Xiao and the Li family had a very good relationship. The Li family had a surplus of supremes. Tang Xuan believed that the Li family would not sit idly by and watch Lin Xiao die, and would definitely protect him secretly. Neither this nor that will work. Patriarch Tang has to make a decision. Temporarily agree to the plan of Beibao sect and tell our people that if Beibao sect loses the battle, the remaining troops will retreat to Shenmu sect. Also, let Shenmu sect prepare, clear the fields and gather the scattered cultivators for training. Lin Xiao wants to approach Shenmu sect and rescue Wengsan sect, so let him not be complacent. As long as Shenmu sect can withstand Lin Xiao's pressure, they will immediately send reinforcement and defeat the Nanzhao army after they break through Wengsan sect. Tang Xuan said. He couldn't think of a better way. He didn't have many troops left, and it was impossible to send anyone. He could only make the worst plan. Even if Beibao sect and Wuliang sect were defeated, they might not lose. After the Immortal Alliance agreed, Beibao sect immediately sent an eloquent golden body stage cultivator to the Nanzhao camp to meet Lin Xiao in the name of peace talks. Lin Xiao also patiently listened to his reasons. Alliance leader Lin, think about it. We have no feud or conflicts of interest. We are fighting for a call, but is it worth it? Nanzhao has temporarily gained an advantage, but our strength has not been lost. No matter how miserable the defeat in the rear is, the 800,000 troops of Pengshan and Liahuashan are definitely there. If you want to go south, you must defeat us. It is true that you have more people, but defeating us will cost hundreds of thousands of casualties. The dead cannot be resurrected. It is not easy for Nanzhao to train a cultivator. Everyone cultivates immortality for immortality and to ascend to heaven. It would be a pity if they died so hastily. How about we just stop fighting here? You don't attack, and we don't fight back. This way, both sides can give an explanation to their respective alliances, and we are willing to pay a military fee for Nanzhao. Okay, I got it. My dear guest, go down and have a rest. I'll find someone to discuss it. Lin Xiao waited for him to finish speaking, nodded at him, and then asked someone to take him down to rest. After a while, more than a dozen high-level monks came in from outside the tent. Alliance leader Lin, did everyone hear it? Yes, the Beibao sect is scared and wants to admit defeat. No, Alliance leader Lin, I think there is something wrong with this peace talk. Our decisive battle hasn't started yet, and they can't admit defeat. Beizicheng and Tan Minglan haven't caused any substantial casualties to them. Friend Tan is right, this is a trap. Lin Xiao nodded. He could see through this trick at a glance. This strategy had happened countless times in some wars in his previous life. Fighting and talking at the same time, doing small moves secretly. It was a very simple thing. Trap? How could it be a trap? Alliance leader Lin, it can't be like this. Although Beizicheng and Tan Minglan did not cause any substantial casualties to them, the panic they caused was unparalleled. I have received news that a wave of cultivators have already fled within the Beibao sect. It won't be long before they will have no one left except their own troops. It can be said that, if we did not have to take into account the Wengsan sect, as long as we continue to confront them for a few months, they will collapse on their own, because no one will provide them with resources. The high-level officials of the Beibao sect should not be so stupid as to not even see this, so they should be trying to stabilize us and let us transfer Beizicheng and others back, or they are gathering troops to prepare to encircle and suppress Beizicheng and others. They are so vicious. I'll go kill that guy. Come back. When two countries are at war, envoys will not be killed. A golden body stage cultivator doesn't matter, and since they want to play, then just play with them. Does Alliance Master Lin have a new plan? Well, you will know when the time comes. Anyway, let's just delay it for now. Lin Xiao nodded. He did not explain it directly, in order to prevent leaks. It would be better to delay it for a few days. Now the army gathered by the Qin state has all arrived at Tiansheng City or the ferry camp. However, Lin Xiao also needs a few days for further integration and preparation to defeat Beibao sect and Wu Liangman in one fell swoop. He is not in a hurry. Lin Xiao then wrote a letter to Lu Liyuan of Kunlun and told him his plan. Lin Xiao has full command authority and can execute it without their orders. However, in order to avoid some things, Lin Xiao still needs the Alliance's consent first. Chapter 759. You talk about yours, I fight mine. In a mountain in Beibao sect, more than 40,000 monks have been resting for 5 days. The long battle has made them extremely tired. After 5 days of rest, most of them have recovered. Even the lightly wounded have recovered, and the seriously wounded are still hanging on. No one has come to investigate these days. The monks in the hinterland of Beibao sect have been frightened by their killing and dare not fight with them. Even the scouts dare only be sent out 50 miles away and dare not go out to investigate. A new order from the Alliance has arrived. Alliance leader Lin has pretended to agree to the terms of peace talks with Beibao sect, and they are currently wrangling over it. Xiao also has information showing that the Beibao sect's mountain gate is reorganizing its cultivators, and at the same time, Wu Liang sect is also mobilizing cultivators, no less than 100,000, to encircle and annihilate us. The cavalry comes and goes like the wind. How can they encircle and annihilate us whenever they want? Beizicheng, how are you going to explain to Alliance leader Lin? The only remaining troops from Beibao sect and Wu Liang sect have been mobilized by us. Our sect leader asked us to lead them around in circles, and it would be best if we could go to Wu Liang sect's territory to play around. That's fine. We have to be fair. We can't just attack the Beibao sect. Well, if Wu Liang sect is also captured by us, then you and I will be famous in the world of immortal cultivation. In terms of tactical ability, who can compare to us? Haha, that's fine. If we take down Wu Liang sect, we will have enough to exchange for a 3 souls and 7 spirits pill. That should be enough, but to go to Wu Liang sect, we have to take a detour, and we have to keep it secret, to achieve the effect of a surprise attack. Beizicheng, you have more experience than me, what do you think we should do? Tan Minglan replied. He had to admit that Beizicheng's experience in war was indeed much richer than his. His most impressive achievement in the past was the encirclement and suppression of the demon cultivators, but in fact Lin Xiao was in command that time. Beizicheng had fought with Lin Xiao for many years, and had a lot of experience. We will continue to split our troops into two groups. One group will lead 10,000 troops and continue to operate in the territory of Beibao Sect. Remember, don't be greedy and don't want to fight anymore. You just need to maintain your presence. The other group will mobilize all the flying boats, take all the troops away on the flying boats, and bypass the 5-element sect in the south. The flying boats will be filled with the flags of the Immortal Alliance to confuse the real with the fake. 5-element sect? Didn't it disappear? It's not the 5-element sect in history. It's a newly established one. It is said that it obtained some of the relics of the 5-element sect and then flew the banner of the 5-element sect. It has a history of less than 10,000 years and is a third-rate force. Most of the troops of the 5-element sect have been transferred to the pension. There are not many troops left, and higher-level cultivators are even rarer. Okay, I'll stay. One person at a time as bait, okay? Remember, don't get surrounded. No one can save you this time, don't worry. Although I'm not as experienced as you, but I also know the importance of the matter. I will only lead people to wander around, and will never stay in any place for more than 6 hours to ensure that we won't be surrounded. That's fine. We have counted some of the spoils these days. Let's divide them up. Do you want to count the military merits? No, it's dangerous for the disciples to fight. It's considered a little sweetness. Otherwise, they won't follow us anymore. Beizichin shook his head. Forget about the consumption on the battlefield. There is no need to worry about it. The military merits of their 50,000 people have been counted, and the news has been sent back to Nan's house for registration. Even if they die in battle, their military merits will not be erased, and will be inherited by their relatives and families. Before setting off, they all left a will with the names of the heirs of their military merits. It is precisely because of this trick that these people are willing to follow them to fight. So far, they have already made a lot of military merits. It can be said that they have made a lot of money. The next fights are pure profit. As long as they are alive, they don't have to worry about the resources for decades of cultivation. What about the seriously injured? We still have many seriously injured. Leave some of the disabled to take care of them. I have sent a message to the head of the sect. He will notify the people of Night Owl to find a way to send them back. We can't take them with us. Okay, that's it. We are almost leaving. Let's go and notify the disciples. Beizichin nodded. They have been here for many days. It is time to leave, otherwise there will be danger of being discovered. Beizichin and Tan Minglan announced the plan. Basically, no one in the senior management objected. The two had never made a wrong decision before. Tens of thousands of people defeated hundreds of thousands of troops, which made them extremely trust Beizichin and the others. After discussion, Beizichin secretly left with more than 30,000 people, while Tan Minglan attacked again with 10,000 people. They no longer really attacked a certain place, but kept swaggering through the city to declare their presence. Beizichin broke up the whole into small pieces and slowly sneaked his troops from the border between the 5-element sect and the 100 treasures sect into the territory of the Wulian sect. While they were taking action, Lin Xiao was arguing with Beibao sect. On the surface, Lin Xiao agreed to the other party's request for peace talks, but the specific conditions were extremely harsh, such as requiring the other party to declare neutrality, requiring them to evacuate the troops from Lingbao Mountain, allowing the troops from Shenzhen City to reunite with Lin Xiao, and requiring them to pay a large amount of military expenses, etc. It can be said that each condition is difficult. Beibao sect will naturally not agree, but they dare not refuse openly. Their intention is just to drag out the peace talks to create time for the integration of Beibao sect's troops and the reunion with Wulianman's troops. Both parties have ulterior motives, and the negotiations are naturally extremely difficult, but neither of them cares. Just drag it out, and see whose strategy succeeds first. After another 7 days, the troops of Wulianman were initially integrated. 100,000 troops with a lot of supplies went to the territory of Beibao sect. These 100,000 troops did not go directly to find the whereabouts of Beizichin and others, but drove into the mountain gate of Beibao sect. What they want to do is to integrate more forces, enough to crush Beizichin and others. Although there were many monks in the Beibao sect, they were a motley crowd, and the main force of the Beibao sect was outside, so the remaining troops could not integrate them efficiently. Now that the 100,000 troops of the Wulian sect had arrived, it was much easier. In just 5 days, 150,000 troops were reorganized, and the number of troops that could take action reached 250,000. These 250,000 were unable to fight in battle formations, but it didn't matter. With 5 times the force, even if they swarmed in, it was enough to crush the enemy's 50,000 troops. Then the Beibao sect sent out thousands of scouts to search for Beizicheng and others. Tan Minglan's pressure suddenly increased. No matter where he stopped, he didn't dare to stay for too long, and could only stay for 1 or 2 hours. After using the Zuanjing to restore his Zuan Qi, he left immediately to prevent being surrounded by the Beibao sect army. On the territory of the Wulian sect, Beizicheng also sent out many scouts to inquire about the news. With the help of the Night Owl, he had already figured out the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Wulianman has issued an order to fortify the city and clear the countryside, but this order was not well executed. First, Wulianman is located in the rear of the front line, more than 20,000 miles away from Xiaopengshan. As long as Xiaopengshan is not breached, it will be difficult to rush to Wulianman's territory, not to mention that there is Beibao sect in front of them. Second, they are reluctant to give up those assets. Take Fangxi as an example. There are not many businesses and cultivators in Fangxi. They mainly rely on entrance fees and store rents as their main income. If they want to fortify the city and clear the countryside, it means that all these incomes will be lost. This makes many people reluctant to give up, and they still have a fluke mentality in their hearts. This news naturally makes Beizicheng very happy. He divides more than 30,000 people into 5 teams, and 5 routes go out at the same time to kill those defenseless Fangxi. There are only a few thousand cultivators in the small and medium-sized Fangxi, most of whom are scattered cultivators living there. The real guarding cultivators may be hundreds or thousands of people. How can they resist these 5 or 6,000 tigers and wolves? The small and medium-sized Fangxi can't withstand the attack for an hour. In one day, Beizicheng broke through 3 medium-sized markets and 12 small markets. The Wulian sect was in uproar and panic spread. Countless cultivators began to panic and rushed to large markets or immortal cultivation cities for refuge. Even more terrified were the Beibao sect and Wulianman leaders on the Pengshan mountain. The Beibao sect had clearly reported that they had found the tens of thousands of cavalry and were setting up an encirclement, but something went wrong in the rear. The Beibao sect leaders sent someone to contact Lin Xiao and questioned Lin Xiao's sincerity in peace talks. At the same time, they urgently contacted the Wulianman leaders to discuss countermeasures. Lin Xiao naturally did not admit this, saying that he had a strong desire to negotiate. As for what Beizicheng had done, he had no idea. It was clear that he was just trying to cheat. The Beibao sect leaders were so angry that they almost vomited blood, but they did not dare to easily tear their faces apart. They had to send a golden body cultivator back to take charge of the overall situation to see if they could curb this trend. When the golden body cultivators of Beibao sect returned to the sect, the cultivators of Wulian sect were already arguing. They were all worried that their old nest would be breached, and they had no intention of helping Beibao sect to encircle and suppress Tan Minglan. They wanted to go back to defend their home. The golden body of Beibao sect tried its best to retain them, but it still couldn't stop Wulian sect from leaving. If they were forced to stay, they would probably have an internal conflict first. By the time the cultivators of Wulian sect returned to Wulian city, Beizicheng had already swept across most of Wulian sect's territory. Countless towns and families had been breached. Facing the aggressive army of 100,000, Beizicheng chose to avoid the attack and use the high mobility of the cavalry to evacuate quickly. Beizicheng turned south and directly breached several sacred mountains of the Five Elements sect, which had lost its power. Then he sent a message to Tan Minglan, who also went south and joined Beizicheng. The cavalry also suffered losses during this period. When the two met, there were less than 40,000 soldiers and horses, but the number of enemies they killed was more than 3 times their own. Almost everyone had a lot of achievements, and the looted materials were so much that the storage bags could not fit them. More than 200 personal soldiers carried a bag full of storage bags. The two places are already in ruins. We should go back to rest. Okay. Bayezichin no longer wanted to fight, and so did his men. Everyone had gained too many achievements, so their willingness to fight was reduced, and they wanted to go back to enjoy the results. Chapter 760, Propaganda and Stimulation. Bayezichin and Tan Minglan joined forces, and more than 40,000 troops broke through the weak battle line of the Five Elements sect, before they could react, and fought back to the ferry camp. Lin Xiao led a group of senior officials to personally welcome them. The cavalry monks received heroic treatment in the camp. Hundreds of deacon monks led a large number of low-level monks to work overtime to count their military exploits and the results of the battle. In just 5 days, all the data was counted and placed in front of Lin Xiao and others. Even the monks in the golden body stage were jealous of the results of Bayezichin and Tan Minglan. This time, they really made a fortune. Everyone, the cavalry team's combat exploits and results have been counted. You can take a look, Alliance Leader Lin. We've already seen it. When will we organize such an action again? We can't wait. No hurry, no hurry. Let's talk about how to deal with these cavalry first. I've heard in the past few days that many people don't want to fight anymore and want to return to Nanzhao to enjoy their lives. They are too ignorant of the overall situation. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin, we can't agree to it. We haven't even started yet. How can we let them go back? I think so too. Many people disagreed. The Central Continent War had just begun, and there hadn't even been a decent decisive battle. These people had rich experience in battle. How could they be allowed to go back? In fact, I think it's better to let them go back. Think about it. Can we only mobilize these 3 million monks in Nanzhao? The monks of more than 100 countries in Nanzhao add up to more than 50 million people. Even if it is based on a ratio of 10 to 1, it should be more than 5 million. It was calculated to be 6 million before. The reason why they are unwilling to participate in the war is that they think it is not profitable. But now we let them go back, we can take the opportunity to promote it. Don't you think so? Lin Xiao replied. He had already planned in his mind that it would be better to send these 40,000 monks back and promote it. The benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Lin Xiao didn't believe that those Nanzhao monks would not be jealous. You know, according to their military exploits, even those with the least can get a reward of 10,000 or 20,000 Zuan crystals, which is enough for their cultivation needs for several years. Those with greater military exploits can earn what they need for 50 years of cultivation, but the time they spend is only about a month. Without deliberate reminders, they will not think about the dangers encountered by these monks, but only think about their benefits. This is human nature. I think what Alliance Leader Lin said is right. We in Nanzhao still have great potential. The reason why we were stopped by sects like Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect is because we are not strong enough. If we have 6 million troops now, how can they stop us? Can they stop us? Yes, we also want to get rich. I don't want to die either. Then recruit more disciples to come and defeat Shenmu Sect in one fell swoop, and everyone will get rich. Get rich. Whoever stops me from getting rich is my enemy. Several cultivators who were hinted by Lin Xiao in advance spoke one after another. The others had nothing to say, so Lin Xiao's resolution was passed. Early the next morning, the entire army assembled at the ferry camp. In front of everyone, boxes of black crystals, magic tools, talismans, elixirs, martial arts and other resources were piled up into small hills and placed in front of everyone. 40,000 cultivators stood in the front, staring at those things. Everyone, 50,000 fellow Taoists have penetrated deep into the enemy's rear, killed countless enemies, and established supreme merits. In accordance with the instructions of Alliance Leader Lin, those who have made contributions must be rewarded. Today, this reward meeting will be held. Those whose names I read out, please come forward. Modabao. Yes, I'm here. Come forward. Yes. Modabao. Purple Mansion Level 3 Cultivation, Military Merits. The steward read out his merits in public, and then gave him the choice of treasures to exchange. The list of treasures had been announced before. Modabao chose a Zuan level up a grade practice method, and took 3 bottles of Purple Mansion Cultivation Elixirs. one after another. The 40,000 cultivators looked at them with burning eyes, and the rest of the cultivators were extremely greedy. Seeing those treasures being exchanged one by one, I don't know how many of them couldn't bear it. An hour later, hundreds of deacons came on stage and accelerated the reward speed. Each of their voices was blessed by Zuan Qi and could be heard throughout the camp. It took a whole day for 40,000 people to collect their war merits. Then 80% of them chose to return to Nanzhao to rest. Most of them took the advanced elixir and needed to return to their respective sects to retreat and advance. 20 flying boats landed and took them across the river back to Xianyang City. Yunanyu had already prepared a celebration banquet in Xianyang City. Thousands of tables filled most of Xianyang City. Hundreds of thousands of catters of spiritual meat and tens of thousands of catters of spiritual wine were made at will. After eating and drinking, Yunanyu arranged thousands of farewell teams, beating gongs and drums, to send these people home according to their respective regions. At the same time, under the arrangement of Night Owl, the whole Nanzhao was full of their news, especially the publicity of their war merits. In a month, they earned several years and decades of resources, which made countless monks salivate. The monks' thirst for resources is endless. There are realms above realms, and more resources need to be consumed. Except for a very small number of people, no one dares to say that the resources they need are sufficient. Poverty is the true portrayal of most monks. Countless people were stimulated by these tens of thousands of cultivators and wrote to their respective sects, asking to join the war. The sects did not dare to go against this trend, not to mention that the leaders of each sect were also jealous, so they sent people to Xianyang City to inquire. Yunanyu listened to Lin Xiao's instructions and accepted anyone who came, as long as their cultivation was not too low. In just a few days, he recruited more than 300,000 cultivators and gathered them in Xianyang City for training. As for the military exploits, they were publicized as much as possible, and as for the losses, they were downplayed as much as possible. So far, the Nanzhao army has also lost nearly 50,000 troops. Lin Xiao chose to keep a low profile. Of course, the pensions that should be given were not reduced and were paid in full. In the ferry camp, the two sides confronted each other for more than a month. Beizichan plundered a large amount of resources from the Nanzhao army and burned and damaged countless things. For Beibao Sect and Wulianmen, the losses were incalculable. Nowadays, the production of Beibao Sect and Wulianmen is basically stagnant. The monks who hid in the city and Lingshan mountain dare not go down the mountain to produce, and the two sects are living off the mountain. More than 1 million monks are confronting each other on the front line, and the consumption is very large. Countless resources are spent every day. Beibao Sect and Wulianmen asked for help from the Immortal Alliance. Tang Xuan was so angry that he cursed. The Immortal Alliance suffered a great loss in the peace talk plan. Not only did it not work, but it caused them heavy losses. Now they come to ask for help. Does the Immortal Alliance have money? Of course there is, but the Immortal Alliance will not give them, because now the Five Continents Alliance is also attacking very fiercely, and the Northern Front needs more than 1 billion Zuan crystals every day. They are simply unable to support it, and they just reply to Beibao Sect and find a way themselves. The reason why Tang Xuan is so confident is that Xian Temple and Shenmu Sect are about to break through Feixianling. On the whole, the Immortal Alliance still has the advantage. At Feixin Ridge, a great battle involving millions of troops is unfolding. After more than a month of fierce fighting, the Wengsan sect has lost all of Feixin Ridge's outer positions, leaving only the Feixin Ridge mountain, and the defense of Feixin Ridge is also shaky. Jing Shizeng stood in the sky, watching the densely packed cultivators fighting underground. Opposite him, the 8th level ancestor of Xian Temple was also watching coldly. The fight between the two sides stopped at the Golden Body stage. The cultivators above the 8th level had not yet started. The 8th level cultivators were the absolute top leaders of each family and could not be easily destroyed. Moreover, the war involved millions of cultivators, and the role of the 8th level cultivators was not that great. What mattered was the general trend. Retreat. Retreat. Suddenly, cheers came from the ground. In the eyes of the crowd, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance retreated like a tide, leaving a field of corpses. The high-level cultivators also stopped fighting. Jing Shizeng, within 3 days, Xianling will be broken. Anyone can say harsh words. Come if you have the guts, haha. After 3 days, I will drink water from the horses and ask the Immortal City. Let's go. The high-level cultivators of the Immortal Alliance slowly retreated, and Jing Shizhen also led people back to the Xianling camp. How is the casualty? Replying to the ancestor, more than 53,000 people died in the battle today, and another 7,000 were seriously injured, and countless were slightly injured. The enemy's losses are more than 70,000. Another 60,000 people. Hateful. Jing Shizhen was furious. During the scout battle, the casualties of Wengsunman and Xianmeng were 1:3, but in the large-scale battle, it was only about 1:123. The Xianmeng's losses have always been greater than this. But the key is that the Xianmeng has more than 3 million cultivators, and they only have more than 1 million people here. The Xianmeng can afford to die, but they can't. So far, their casualties have exceeded 300,000. Wengsunman hangs white banners in every household. Ancestor, I think we can't fight them here. If we use up the remaining hundreds of thousands of troops, we won't be able to defend the city of Wengsun. Let's retreat. Ancestor, Wengsunman has a teleportation array. We can retreat to Wengsun City, and then let Penglai and Kunlun secretly reinforce them. We will give them a hard blow. Gather high-level cultivators, and deal a fatal blow to their cultivators above the Shengsu period. I know. Prepare to retreat. Remember, everyone and everything must be taken away. Fortify the walls and clear the fields, and don't leave them anything. Yes, ancestor. After Jing Shizhen gave the order, Wengsunman began to retreat. The first thing was to take away the seriously injured, and send them back to Wengsun City for recuperation. As long as there are enough elixirs, these seriously injured can also recover. Then all kinds of supplies were taken away. Wengsun City also gathered another 500,000 troops, and met them halfway. The actions of Wengsun City were known to the Immortal Alliance. Xian Temple and Shenmu Sect immediately increased the intensity of the attack, to prevent them from evacuating. For the Immortal Alliance, it doesn't matter how much territory they occupy. The key is to annihilate the living forces of the Wengsun Sect. Only when all the people are dead can they completely occupy the Wengsun Sect. The Wengsun Sect dealt a heavy blow to this. Not only did the 8th level cultivators go out, but even the Supremes fought with the other side. A large number of high level cultivators fell, and Wengsun Ridge was almost collapsed. Boom. 7 days later, with a sound of the sky collapsing, and the earth splitting, the spiritual veins of Wengsun Ridge were blown up, and the last batch of Wengsun Sect cultivators left Wengsun Ridge on a flying boat. Chapter 761 Disadvantages. The news that the Wengsun Sect was defeated and fled to Wengsun Ridge shocked the entire cultivation world. This meant that in the war between the two alliances, the Immortal Alliance had the upper hand, and the Five Continents Alliance was in a weak position. This weakness was not something that could be made up by Beizichan and his men's advantage in disrupting the Beibao sect and the Wuliang sect. For a time, the atmosphere in the Five Continents Alliance was solemn, and the morale of the Immortal Alliance naturally soared. Lu Liyuan urgently consulted with the Alliance's top leaders and decided to recover this disadvantage. You know, not everyone in each alliance stood firmly on their side. In the vast South Continent, only the Wu Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom were loyal to the Five Continents Alliance. If the Immortal Alliance took the opportunity to publicize it, it would probably shake the will of those people and cause the situation to completely collapse. But before Lu Liyuan could come up with a solution, something worse happened. The 7-star pavilion broke through the Qingyang sect's defense line and pushed the battle line to the foot of the Qingyang sect's mountain gate. The 7-star pavilion mobilized more than 2 million troops and concentrated all its efforts. The Qingyang sect had developed for a shorter time. Even with the help of the vassal of the questioning Immortal Sect, it only had 700,000 troops. The strength of the two sides was very different. The reason why the 7-star pavilion did not break through first was that it was not prepared and did not really take action. Qingyang City was built under the leadership of Li Muxu. Under the influence of Lin Xiao's thoughts, the defensive fortifications of Qingyang City were extremely complete. It was more like a fortress than a city. In addition to the city walls, there were a large number of war fortresses on the periphery, and there were even 9 trenches. 100 miles away from Qingyang City was the mountain gate of the Qingyang Sect, and they supported each other. It can be said that in terms of war preparations, the Qingyang Sect was very well prepared, but now, facing the overwhelming number of monks, all the guarding monks felt their hands trembling. Li Muxu was wearing a golden battle armor and a red cape. She was patrolling on the city wall with the support of dozens of personal guards. Even in the fortress outside, one could see Li Muxu, as long as he looked up. After seeing Li Muxu, the monks felt much more at ease. Li Muxu could make everyone feel at ease, which was naturally the result of her bravery in killing the enemy over the past month. In every battle, Li Muxu led the way and rushed to the front line. She was in danger many times. If it weren't for the protection of the supreme of the Li family in secret, to be honest, Li Muxu would have died in the battle. But it was because she was alive that she became the support of everyone in Qingyang Sect. Just when Li Muxu was patrolling, the city defense formation flashed slightly. Ordinary people didn't notice it, but Li Muxu did. Li Muxu quickened her pace to patrol and soon returned to the meeting hall in the city. Li Xiao was waiting for her there. Just now, Li Xiao used the authority of the city defense formation to sneak in. Uncle Muxu, how is the situation in the city? Let's talk about the secret realm first, Li Muxu replied. The foundation of the Li family lies in the Qingdi secret realm. Over the past 100 years, Li Muxu has already used up 90% of the Li family's strength, and the Li family's secret realm is extremely weak. Before, the front line was broken, and some Li family monks were captured. Li Muxu even found that the 7-star pavilion had divided its troops out of the East China Sea, which made them extremely frightened, so they deliberately sent Li Xiao back to deal with the secret realm. All the insiders outside have taken back the secret realm, and the entrance and exit of the secret realm have also been prevented. The people in the secret realm have all gathered near the entrance and exit. That's all I can do. I just hope that the captured disciples will not confess, Li Xiao replied. In fact, he also knew that this was unreliable. Although the Li family monks were extremely loyal to the family, most of them could not stand the torture, and some would definitely confess. In the past, when Li family monks entered and exited the secret realm, they would take some precautions, such as setting up prohibitions in their souls to keep secrets. However, after Li Muxu relocated the Li family monks on a large scale, they no longer had the time to take such precautions, which also caused the Li family secret realm to be extremely dangerous at this time. I hope so, Li Muxu said faintly. She even blamed herself at this time, thinking that she had dragged the Li family into this quagmire. If it weren't for her, the Li family might not have participated in the war, let alone this danger. Muxu, how is the city? There are 300,000 monks in the city and 200,000 at the mountain gate. They are all in full force. The immortal gate is too busy to take care of itself, and has no support. Li Muxu shook her head. The frontline camp was penetrated, and her troops lost a full 200,000 people, almost 1/3 of the total. It was extremely tragic. Even now, they were in great danger. Outside the city, there were more than 2 million monks, and the camps were connected for hundreds of miles, directly surrounding Qingyang City and the mountain gate. With such a small number of people, it was unknown how long they could defend. It's hateful. Why didn't I listen to Lin Xiao's advice? If we had prepared 1 or 200 years in advance, why would we be like this? Li Xiao was filled with hatred. Lin Xiao had suggested to them a long time ago that the Li family should be born as soon as possible, but the Li family's ideas were too pedantic and ignored it. It was only after Emperor Heo's accident that they moved out. If the Li family had been born 1 or 200 years earlier, with Li Muxu's talent, it would be normal to increase the existing power by 1 or 2 times. Even if they were still not as strong as the other party, they would not be like this now. Uncle, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's wait and see. The 7-star pavilion hasn't attacked the city for 3 days. What are they thinking? They just want to see that we are determined and haven't made up our minds. We still have 500,000 troops, and we have cities, sacred mountains, and fortifications to rely on. The background of the Li family is also a point that the enemy fears. To annihilate us, the 7-star pavilion will have to pay a price of at least 500,000 to 1 million people. You must know that the Immortal Alliance is not united. They each has their own goals. If the 7-star pavilion really loses so many troops in the battle, their status in the Immortal Alliance will plummet. When the time comes to divide the spoils, it is still unclear whether they can get their share. According to what you said, the 7-star pavilion will not act casually. If nothing unexpected happens, the envoys of the 7-star pavilion will arrive within 3 to 5 days. What do you want? Just follow their wishes. What we have to do now is to delay time. The variables in the world of immortal cultivation are not with us. As long as we delay time, we will win. Muzu is still counting on Lin Xiao. This is a battle involving tens of millions of troops. Can he do it? Yes, uncle, believe me, my master will be the most critical variable in this war. We just have to wait and see. Li Muzu nodded. She had blind trust in Lin Xiao. For hundreds of years, no matter what kind of problem, he could solve it easily. This war must be the same. In Zhangzhou, in the ferry camp, Lin Xiao already knew the changes in the situation in the world of immortal cultivation. Regarding the withdrawal of Wengsunman from Fixianling, Lin Xiao did not think it was a stupid move. Fighting with Xianguan and others was not a good thing. Compared with the 7 sects, the 3 sects have a strong foundation, and this foundation cannot be converted into combat effectiveness immediately. It takes time to brew and slowly show up. The longer it drags on, the more obvious the advantage of the 5 continents alliance will be. On the contrary, once the momentum is lost, the Immortal Alliance will be relatively insufficient. Alliance Master Lin, Patriarch Ma is here, please ask him to go to the meeting hall. I will come later, yes. Alliance Leader Lin Buyanzhang replied. At these times, he usually called the Alliance Leader instead of Master. A moment later, Lin Xiao met Ma Langfei in the meeting hall, the first 8th level ancestor of this generation in Nanzhou. Fellow Daoist Ma, Alliance Leader Lin, what orders did fellow Daoist Ma bring from the Alliance this time? The Wengsun Sect has retreated to the mountain gate, and the Qingyang Sect's front line has been breached. The situation in southern Zhangzhou has deteriorated, especially in the Qingyang Sect, which has only about 500,000 people left. They are no match for the 7-star pavilion, and it is difficult to make a substantial breakthrough on the northern front. That's why the alliance asked us to defeat the Beibao sect and the Wuliang sect as soon as possible and march south to approach the Shenmu sect. If the Qingyang sect is defeated again, the enemy's troops will be close to 7 million, and the Wengsun sect will definitely not be a match. I see. The Beibao sect and the Wuliang sect are not strong enemies. The reason why they have not taken action is that they are waiting for them to collapse without attacking. You can reply to the alliance. Within 10 days, we can defeat the enemy and continue to march south. That's good. That's good. In addition, Patriarch Lu has something he would like to ask Alliance Leader Lin for private help. What is it? The situation of Wengsunman is on the verge of collapse. If there is no external aid, how to protect ourselves or defeat the enemy? This problem has troubled the top leaders of the alliance for a long time, and no solution has been found. If Alliance Leader Lin has time, you can reply to Lu Laozu and give him some suggestions. I have really thought about the situation of Wengsunman. This is a small matter. I will write to Lu Laozu later. Thank you very much, Alliance Leader Lin. No need. It's nothing. Ma Laozu can go and have a rest. Okay. Lin Xiao asked someone to send Ma Langfei to rest. Then Lin Xiao personally wrote a letter to Lu Lian and wrote down his own views. Wengsunman's enemies are strong, and we are weak, but it is not that we have no advantages at all. After Fixianling, the plains are flat, but Wengsunman has also carried out a strong defense in clearing the fields. The gains of the Immortal Alliance are not much. The consumption of millions of troops is extremely terrifying. They are now fighting across borders, and the food road is tens of thousands of miles long. With their consumption, I'm afraid that they cannot all use storage bags to load goods. They must have logistics and baggage, and the weakness lies in logistics and baggage. Lin Xiao wrote down the essence of guerrilla warfare and asked them to use guerrilla warfare, focusing on defense in the front and guerrilla warfare in the flank, harassing the enemy's food supply. They could even follow Lin Xiao's example and send an elite detachment to detour into the hinterland of Xi'an Temple to destroy it. Xi'an Temple had almost exhausted its potential in order to break through the Wengsun Gate. Their old nest did not have much power and was easy to destroy. Zhang Zhi was still dragging his feet until the situation changed. The variable of this war was not in the south, but in the north of Zhangzhou. Lin Xiao gave the letter to Ma Langfei and asked him to pass it on. As for whether Lu Liyuan could follow Lin Xiao's advice, he didn't care. Lin Xiao also had to prepare for a big battle to make up for the disadvantage for the Five Continents Alliance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, Defeating the Beibao Sect. Lin Xiao dared to say in front of Lu Liyuan that he would defeat Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect within 10 days, and he had the confidence. Now the monks of Nansao in the west and north have more than 3 million troops, while the other side has only about 1.3 million, and the resources of the other side cannot be compared with those of Nansao. After being destroyed by Bai Zichun and his men, it is difficult for Beibao Sect and Wuliang Sect to obtain resources. There is no support from the Immortal Alliance, so they can only eat up the resources. In this case, it is simply a foolish dream to want to resist the Nansao army. Early tomorrow morning, the ferry camp and the Ascension City camp will launch an attack together. Our Nansao monks have been training for more than 8 months, and we have been training continuously for more than a month, so I hope you can show the power of Nansao. I said in front of Lu Liyuan that we will defeat the enemy within 10 days, but I will double the requirement now. I want to defeat them within 5 days. Do you have the confidence? 3 days, leader. Give me 3 days. I will take down the big pension and the small pension Ziyunfei. Do you know what you mean by saying this at this time? Of course I know. Give me the command of the battlefield. If you can't take it down in 3 days, I, Ziyunfei, will blow myself up in front of the big pension. Do you dare to swear? Why not? Ziyunfei swears here that starting from tomorrow, before midnight 3 days later, if we fail to capture the big pension and the small pension and Liahuishan, Ziyunfei will never live in the world. Please witness it. Fellow Taoists and colleagues. Ziyunfei stood up, bowed to all 4 sides and said. A group of senior officials were stunned, wondering if Ziyunfei was out of his mind. Everyone thought it was normal to break through the enemy's front line in 10 days, but to break through in 3 days was not a small matter. Was it worth it to make such a fuss? What's more, he had to make such a poisonous oath. If he couldn't do what he said in 3 days, people would really die. Ziyunfei made a cruel statement. Is there anyone more cruel than him to break through the enemy's army in 3 days? Ahem. Alliance leader Lin, this is not a small matter. You should think twice. Yes, the battle of a large army is not a joke. Alliance leader Lin. Ziyunfei, apologize to Alliance leader Lin and take back your order. Everyone shook their heads. Even if the enemy was a group of pigs, they would not be caught in 3 days. Who dared to violate such a taboo? Isn't this courting death? Ziyunfei, I'll give you a chance to regret it. Ziyunfei always keeps his word. If he says 3 days, it's 3 days. Okay, you said it. You will be in charge tomorrow. If you can't do it in 3 days, I will personally send you off. Thank you, leader. Ziyunfei sat back in his seat carelessly. Everyone was absent-minded in the following meeting. They didn't know what Lin Xiao was doing. They secretly glanced at the other high-level cultivators of Tiansheng Sect, but didn't find anything. Ziyunfei, if you don't treat me to a drink, I'll kill you. Ziyunfei, I'm the master's personal disciple. I'm giving you this opportunity. Don't be stingy. Ziyunfei received the secret message from several high-level cultivators of Tiansheng Sect and grinned. In fact, it was just acting just now. It was Lin Xiao who was taking care of the disciples of his sect and giving them the opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Of course, there were risks. Lin Xiao never supported those scum. If you want to get Lin Xiao's support, you have to show your ability first. On the second morning, the drums of war rumbled in the camp. Countless monks came out of their tents and formed into large and small square formations under the command of officers at all levels. Half an hour later, dozens of square formations walked out of the camp and slowly pressed forward. They would walk a distance of 50 miles and stop 5 miles away from Pengshan Mountain and Liuhua Mountain. There were more than 10,000 scattered soldiers on the left and right of the square formations, driving away the enemy scouts and monitoring their actions. However, the Beibao sect did not dare to attack and still defended Lingshan. An hour later, dozens of square formations lined up in front of the enemy's front line, but they were not in a hurry to attack because there were still many troops that had not arrived. There were a total of 1.5 million troops in the ferry camp. It would take a long time just to mobilize them. This time, Xi Yunfei obviously wanted to defeat the enemy in one go, so he came out in full force. Half a day later, 1.5 million troops were all deployed to the battlefield, forming a battle line 5 miles wide and 50 miles long. The main force was aimed at the big and small Pengshan. On the other side of Liuhua Mountain, Lin Xiao also sent 300,000 troops to monitor them. Warships rise, warships take off with Xi Yunfei's order. 20 warships rose from the rear and hovered above the battle formation. One by one, the Zuanjing cannons were pushed out of the muzzles and aimed at the big and small Pengshan. 9 vanguard battalions, defend 9 vanguard battalions, golden light formation, change formation, defend. Xi Yunfei ordered again. After layers of command, the 90,000 troops standing in the front changed their formation from offensive battle formation to defensive battle formation. The 3 armies of left, right and center merge, form a formation, sharp gold formation. Prepare to attack. The 3 armies merge. Use my formation. I change the formation. Tan Minghua fell from the sky and stood in front of 500,000 monks, holding a large flag. The 500,000 monks took out the formation flags and injected Zuan Qi into them. Then the formation flag slowly merged. It is extremely difficult to mobilize a battle formation with more than 500,000 troops. If they had not trained for more than 8 months, it would be impossible to do this. This is Xi Yunfei's trump card. Ancestor. It's not good. They have practiced a super large battle formation. Judging from the posture, there must be 500,000 troops. Attack, attack, rush down, disrupt their rhythm, and never let them complete the formation. The ancestor of Beibao sect turned pale. Seeing the actions of the Lin Xiao cultivators, he felt sad. A battle formation with more than 500,000 troops has an attack power comparable to that of a supreme cultivator. Even a supreme cultivator has to avoid its edge. This is not something that the defense formation of Pengshan can withstand. I'm afraid that only one blow will be enough to break their protective shield. However, it is extremely difficult to mobilize this super large battle formation with 500,000 troops. Judging from the posture, it will take at least 1 hour to complete it. This hour is their chance. As long as there is a little harassment, the battle formation will collapse. Beibao sect was eager to disrupt Xi Yunfei's rhythm. More than 100,000 troops were assembled into a battle formation and rushed out of the battle line. More than a dozen warships also took off and rushed up. The front army, move forward, stop the enemy. High-level monks, get ready. Xi Yunfei saw the other side going to fight and sneered in his heart. It was too late to stop them now. If they went to fight when the first batch of monks arrived, they could still stop them, but they missed the opportunity. The result of today was doomed. Boom, boom, boom. The warships launched an attack at the first time. The black crystal cannons of both sides kept firing, and the air battle broke out again. Then there was a confrontation on the battle formation. The 9 vanguard battalions were mainly on defense, and the front army attacked. Both sides fought with ghosts and wolves howling, and thousands of monks died in an instant. In front of the battlefield, hundreds of monks above the Shengsu period were suspended in the air, watching the battle coldly. They wanted to stop the enemy's high-level monks from approaching. The enemy's high-level cultivators have arrived. Go up and stop them. Get rid of them as soon as possible. Beizichan felt the vibration of the void and knew that the opponent's golden body cultivators had torn the space. He immediately roared. Lin Xiao had its own golden body cultivators who also tore the space and fought with them. Beibao sect and Wu Lianmen only had 40 to 50 cultivators above the Shengsu stage. Even with the support of the Immortal Alliance, there were only 80 people. There were fewer people than Lin Xiao, and they were unable to break through. Therefore, the Beibao sect could only pin its hopes on the battle formation. He kept dispatching troops. Most of the troops from Pengshan, Xiaopengshan and Liahuashan were mobilized to leave the defensive formation and fight with the monks from Nanzhao. This was the result they least wanted to see before, but now they had no choice but to do so. Lin Xiao also stared at the ancestors of the Beibao sect. Two people appeared beside Lin Xiao. They were the 8th level ancestors supported by the 5 Continents Alliance. These two people had never appeared before. This was the first time they appeared. This made the Beibao sect ancestors who were ready to move restrained. Lin Xiao had only been in the 8th level for a few years, so they were not afraid. However, those who came from Kunlun were obviously veteran 8th level monks. Their chances of winning were very low, and they could not change the situation. The 800,000 troops under the Beibao sect and Wu Liangmen had about 500,000 at this time. However, in addition to the super large battle formation and reserve forces that were being assembled on the Nanzhao side, there were also 800,000 people fighting with them. They could not break through the blockade at all. Retreat. Retreat to the mountain. The situation is over. The ancestors of Beibao sect were already desperate. After nearly an hour, they still failed to destroy the battle formation, so they simply retreated to the mountain, ready to rely on Lingshan for the final stand. The formation is complete. Please thank the ancestors for the order. Attack. Yes, attack. Sharp gold formation. Attack. Transmit Zuan Qi. Attack as the order was issued. 500,000 cultivators madly input Zuan Qi into the formation, flags in their hands. All the Zuan Qi was poured into the flag in Tan Menghua's hand, and a huge golden light blade was transformed. Attack. Tan Menghua shouted angrily, and the golden light blade slashed at the protective shield of Dapeng Mountain. Puff. The protective shield was not broken at the first blow, but the formation master who manipulated the formation was backfired by the formation, killing 10% and injuring countless others. Attack again. Boom. Attack again. Attack again. After 5 consecutive attacks, the Pengshan's protective shield could no longer hold up and was blown up. Most of the formation masters were killed, and the Pengshan's defense was wide open. Front army 1 to 10 battalions. Charge the battle formation turns. Attack Xiaopengshan. Attack. Ziyunfei ordered the monk army to rush to the Pengshan to fight, while the battle formation turned around and aimed at Xiaopengshan and continued to attack. Xiaopengshan's defense was weaker than the Pengshan's. It only took 3 attacks to break the formation, which took only half an hour. The hundreds of thousands of troops that had been prepared long ago also rushed up. Ancestor Z, do you want to attack Liuhua Mountain? It's too far. No, just let the ordinary battle formation go. First deal with the enemy in front of us. The super large battle formation will slaughter the high level monks. Yes. Ziyunfei looked at the Pengshan mountain that was about to be captured and was very surprised. The first day was only half over, and it seemed that they would be able to set foot on the Pengshan mountain tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao looked at the hundreds of thousands of monks rushing up the mountain and understood that the overall situation was already decided. Unless the enemy army had more than 1 million reinforcement, it would be impossible to save the current situation. Chapter 763, Solitary Force Goes Deep. Beibao sect and Wu Liangmen were more resilient than Ziyunfei had imagined. After the protective shield was breached, they still resisted for more than a day in Xiaopengshan, attempting to inflict heavy casualties on Nanzhao. Lin Xiao also knew their purpose. It must be that the Immortal Alliance had given their high-level cultivators some promises, such as strategic treasures for advancement, so they were willing to give up their foundation and complete the Immortal Alliance's mission. However, their resistance was destined to be tragic. After a day and a half, most of the cultivators in the defense line died in the battle, and the remaining cultivators completely collapsed. All the cultivators turned around and fled. Most of the fleeing cultivators went east, to the direction of the mountain gate of Beibao sect or Wu Liangmen. A small number went south to Shenmu sect to avoid the limelight. In their limited cognition, Shenmu sect was a behemoth that was enough to ensure their safety. Lin Xiao sent 30 men and horses to drive the remnants eastward, not fast or slow, and followed behind them, rushing and killing from time to time, making them exhausted and unable to stop. Just like that, after 3 days, the gate of Beibao sect was attacked by the disorderly soldiers. The commander Tan Minglan easily broke through the Beibao sect. If there were no remaining monks, the Beibao sect could be declared extinct. The disorderly soldiers of Beibao sect and Wuliang sect gathered together. Tan Minglan used the same trick again and continued to drive them away. Wuliang sect knew that this was a trap, but they could only grit their teeth and fight. You must know that a considerable number of these disorderly soldiers were from Wuliang sect and its vassal troops. If they were not accepted, Wuliang sect would have no future. Wuliang sect blocked everything and lined up all 300,000 troops under Wuliang city. There were many passages between the battle formations for the disorderly soldiers to pass through and enter the city. Tan Minglan chased all the way. He must have left a lot of troops on the road to collect prisoners and spoils. When he chased to Wuliang city, he only had 200,000 troops. Tan Minglan urgently contacted Lin Xiao with Ling Xiao Jade Book. Lin Xiao's answer was only one sentence: fight, fight quickly, and attack fiercely. Although Lin Xiao was not present, he could also know how terrified the Wuliangmen monks were at this time. Hundreds of thousands of troops were defeated, not to mention the old, weak, sick and disabled left behind. Although they had 300,000 troops, only half of them could really fight, and the rest were dispensable monks. After receiving Lin Xiao's order, Tan Minglan slowly began to slow down. During the slow march, officers at all levels began to adjust their positions and slowly assembled into a battle formation. This kind of skill also requires a long period of training. For example, those who have been training urgently for 1 or 2 months can form a battle formation, but they definitely do not have the ability to form a battle formation during the march. So when Tan Minglan arrived at the foot of Wuliang city, he already had 3 battle formations in his hands, adding up to 100,000 troops. The remaining 100,000 people were too scattered to form a battle formation, and they had already been transferred to both sides. The battle formations move forward, attack boom, 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 boom. The drums of war rumbled, and the 100,000 strong army was divided into 3 battle formations, pressing forward. The Wuliang sect's high-ranking officials looked pale when they saw this. They had more men and horses, but after training, only 30,000 men could be assembled into battle formations. The rest were a mob, and they couldn't even defeat these 100,000 men. He quickly notified the rest of the high-ranking officials, telling them not to stay and to quickly go to the Wuliang sect's mountain gate. Take away the wealth in the city that could be taken away, and destroy the wealth that could not be taken away on the spot. He could only hold on for a while. The high-ranking officials who had just entered Wuliang city to take a breath were horrified, but they were also very decisive. They immediately ordered a retreat and allowed their soldiers to plunder. Wuliang sect was about to be destroyed. At this time, no one would care about things like reputation. There was a cry and thick smoke in the city. Ancestor Tan, look, there's a fire in the city. Oh no, the Wuliang sect is preparing to abandon the city. These are all my spoils of war. The battle formation should speed up the attack and kill them. The left and right army should detour. Don't let any of them get away. The left army should detour to the left. The right army should detour to the right. Don't let any of them escape. Kill them. Kill them. 50,000 cultivators on each side detoured to the left and right, while the main battle formations attacked desperately. The 30,000 battle formations were no match for them at all. In less than half an hour, the battle formations collapsed, and countless cultivators died. The battle formations in Tan Minglan's hands could harvest hundreds of lives with every attack, and the Wuliang city troops completely collapsed. Tan Minglan disbanded a battle formation of 20,000 people, allowing them to freely chase and kill the enemy. The remaining 80,000 people rushed into Wuliang city to stop the enemy. The entire Wuliang city seemed to have fallen into an endless hell, and various tragedies continued to occur. In Xiao Pension, Lin Xiao was in charge of the central command and sent Arking to lead 200,000 troops to continue eastward to collect spoils and prisoners. At the same time, he asked Baizichin to lead 300,000 troops to the north to attack the enemy in Lingbao Mountain and support Ma Langfo's army to go south. He also sent Tan Minglan to the south to attack the Five Elements sect and explore the way for the army. The rest of the troops were stationed in Xiao Pension. Master, Beibao Sect and Wu Liangman have been captured. Master doesn't look very happy. Jia Mengren came to Lin Xiao and looked at Lin Xiao frowning and looking at the map of Zhangzhou and asked softly, after conquering Beibao Sect and Wu Liang Sect, the area we control has reached a radius of 70,000 miles. We don't have enough manpower for such a large territory. If we continue to move south, there will be the danger of being alone and deep in the enemy's territory. This, it seems so. If the Immortal Alliance supports Beibao Sect and Wu Liang Sect to make a comeback, our retreat will be in danger. Master, what should we do? So I want to leave you in Xia Pengshan and Xia Pengshan as well as Liahuishan. I will give you 200,000 troops first, and then I will give you the more than 300,000 troops assembled in Xianyang City. You have to guard the retreat for Master. Master, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, there won't be any danger in the retreat. Okay, I believe you. Let Bu Yunshan come in. Yes. Soon, Bu Yunshan came. Lin Xiao asked him to draft a few orders and let Tan Minglan gather his troops back quickly. The Wu Liang Sect was too close to the main force of the Immortal Alliance to prevent it from being defeated. The same goes for Ma Langfei. He must move south quickly. With Lin Xiao's order, Tan Minglan gave up the plan to break through the gate of Wu Liang Sect and returned with a large amount of spoils and tens of thousands of prisoners, and personally led an army of 100,000 to cover the rear. Ma Langfei was faster than Tan Minglan and led the vanguard to the area of Pengshan in just 3 days. The enemies in Lingbao Mountain were already struggling, and the arrival of Baisichan instantly shattered their fighting spirit. Ma Langfei led the vanguard to arrive, and a large group of troops and prisoners would arrive later. Alliance Master Lin, we have won a great victory. Kunlun has already known about it, and will have a lot of resources to entertain the troops. You're welcome. Can Ancestor Ma still be the Master of Qin now? Haha, of course. Then let's discuss the next course of action. Lin Xiao nodded. As the ancestor of the Xianyang Sect, Ma Langfei could be the master of the Qin state, so the two of them could decide the major events of the South Continent Alliance. In the next few days, more than 3 million troops of the South Continent Alliance will gather in this area. If we continue to move south, this area of 70,000 miles in radius will become our rear. Whether we occupy it or not, we need time to digest it. We don't have this time, so we must go deep into the enemy's territory alone. Ancestor Ma, what do you think will happen to us? The rear is dangerous. Indeed, although I will order some troops to stay, it is hard to say whether we can stop the army of the Immortal Alliance. Once this happens, our logistics supply will be in danger, and we will face the same situation as the Iron Temple. Alliance leader Lin, I know you have a heart for the world and a plan. Just say it directly. Okay, then I'll say it. According to preliminary statistics, we have killed at least 500,000 enemy troops in this battle and captured more than 100,000 prisoners. We have countless resources, so we must bring enough consumption at one time. We must divide up these spoils first. This is a small matter. No, this is a big deal. Unfairness is our biggest danger, so when the time comes, I will persuade the leaders of various countries, and I will need the support of Ancestor Ma. The Qin state is definitely on the side of Alliance leader Lin. Then I'm relieved. Lin Xiao nodded. He didn't want to divide the spoils among himself, but he was still afraid that the other monks would have opinions. Once they felt that Lin Xiao was unfair, then Nanzhao would be in danger of splitting. After all, Nanzhao was a loose alliance, and Lin Xiao's one-man rule needed support. A few days later, the various departments returned one after another. Lin Xiao had ordered the counting of the spoils, the magic tools, talismans, formations, and elixirs that could be used immediately were quickly packed and taken away, while the spoils such as ores, spiritual medicines, and martial arts were quickly transported back to Nanzhao and accompanied by the seriously injured. Lin Xiao also convened a high-level meeting of the Nanzhao Alliance again, and talked about the future strategy. With the support of Qin, most people understood Lin Xiao. As for a small number of people, Lin Xiao had no time to lobby them. Nanzhao gained a lot in this battle. Not counting the other resources, there were more than 2 billion black crystals alone. It can be said that the Nanzhao Alliance not only did not lose money, but made a profit. This will also become the driving force for Lin Xiao to continue the war. After all the troops were gathered, Lin Xiao continued to reorganize them. The well-organized troops went south first, and those whose organizations were incomplete due to war damage continued to stay for training. Lin Xiao's philosophy has always been to have elite soldiers, not a group of rabble. The wounded and the spoils of war have begun to be transported back to Nanzhao, but there is still a problem in front of Lin Xiao and others, that is, the problem of prisoners. In this battle, they captured more than 100,000 prisoners, mainly monks below the spiritual light. How to deal with these prisoners is a problem. Although the alliance is opposed, these people have no life and death hatred with Nanzhao before. If they are all killed, it will be harmful to the harmony of heaven. Lin Xiao can slaughter thousands of people on the battlefield, but he can't do anything to unarmed people. It's not right to let them go, and it's not right to kill them. Lin Xiao had to pass the blame. He first sealed everyone's cultivation, and then sent someone to Kunlun. He didn't say hello to Lu Lian. When the flying boat was about to reach Kunlun, Lin Xiao informed Lu Lian. Chapter 764, Changes in the South. Lu Lian gritted his teeth, and accepted hundreds of thousands of prisoners, and then gathered them all together for guarding. Kunlun couldn't kill the prisoners, and they didn't dare to do such a thing that would damage the vitality of the human race. Although he was disgusted by Lin Xiao, Lu Lian was still very happy. The Five Continents Alliance had declined before, but now Lin Xiao had broken through the Beibao sect and the Wulian sect, killed a large number of enemy troops, and opened up a passage to the south. He was slowly turning the tables, and the morale of the Five Continents Alliance was also improved. Send a message to Lin Xiao, tell him not to stay too long, go to the Shenmue sect to demonstrate first, and add a little pressure to them. Ancestor, why don't you let Nanzhao go east to help us defeat the main force of the Immortal Alliance? A Kunlun senior asked in a low voice. If Nanzhao's 3 million troops appeared on the left side of the Immortal Alliance, they would definitely be able to take the opportunity to defeat the main force of the Immortal Alliance. At that time, the Five Continents Alliance's millions of troops would go south and decide the outcome in one fell swoop. Don't think about this kind of thing. If Nanzhao advances eastward, there will inevitably be a bloody battle, with extremely heavy casualties. Do you think Lin Xiao will agree? Lu Lian shook his head. The Nanzhao army was considered a partial army. If they were allowed to participate in the decisive battle, the Immortal Alliance would definitely solve their threat. At that time, the Nanzhao army might be directly defeated. Lin Xiao would not agree to do so. He could not sacrifice himself to step on the thunder for Kunlun and Penglai. The countries of Nanzhao would not agree, so such things could not be brought up at all. In Dapan Mountain, thousands of low-level cultivators were busy. Someone opened the captured storage bags one by one, poured out the contents, and then sorted the contents. After sorting, they were packed in special storage bags. Every 100 storage bags were packed in a box with specific information written on it, such as what was inside, how many, etc., and then put into a flying boat. At this time, the flying boat had piled up hundreds of such boxes. Master Siki, who was in charge of all logistics and supplies, saw Lin Xiao coming, and hurriedly stood up and saluted. Lin Xiao was very caring towards Siki and basically tried not to let her get involved in marching and fighting, and asked her to stay in the logistics department. What's the matter? We work in 3 shifts, and have already counted about half of them. The elixirs, talismans, weapons, and arrays are easy, but some of the bulk supplies are very time consuming. Spiritual rice, spiritual flesh, spiritual wine, and some materials for building camp fortifications are indispensable. The rest of the bulk supplies, such as black iron and ore, must be sent to Nanzhao as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Work hard. After you are done with this busy period, you can lead the team back to Nanzhao so that you and Nanayu can be reunited. Lin Xiao nodded. The elixirs, talismans, weapons, and arrays did not take up much space. Instead, it was the basic bulk supplies that took up the most space. Take spiritual rice for example. The daily consumption is also millions of kilograms, and spiritual rice alone is not enough. Fighting is something that consumes a lot of Zuan Qi and cannot be recovered by elixirs and meditation alone, so spiritual flesh is also needed. Moreover, spiritual flesh and spiritual wine are both things that can relax people. Lin Xiao also needs to ease the mood of the army. Thank you, Master. Are there enough storage bags? Yes, I will try not to arrange storage bags for the items shipped back to Nanzhao. There are still a lot of stocks now. That's good. I'll leave first. Lin Xiao nodded. In this battle, the Nanzhao Alliance obtained millions of storage bags, which should be enough, although most of them are low-level storage bags of level 1 or 2. Lin Xiao returned to his residence. Bu Yanxiang sent some documents with the results and losses of this battle and the situation of the immortal cultivation world. In the battle to defeat Beibao Sect and Wu Liuman, Nanzhao lost more than 70,000 people and more than 10,000 were seriously injured. In total, Nanzhao had lost more than 100,000 people, but the enemy's casualties were even more severe. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, since he raided Wanzhaomen, the entire human race has lost more than 2 million cultivators on both sides due to the civil war. The entire Wu Kingdom has been wiped out. This civil war is really the sorrow of the human race. Moreover, the larger scale decisive battle has not yet begun. The casualties of both sides every day add up to tens of thousands. By the end of the war, at least tens of millions of cultivators will have died. Lin Xiao thought of a world war in his previous life. That was also an extremely tragic war. Tens of millions of people died directly in the war, and it is unknown how many people died indirectly. There are countless battles with more than 100,000 casualties, which hurt more than one generation. Here, the casualties of mortals are no longer counted. Everyone's attention is on the cultivators in the immortal world. The cultivators in the entire immortal world, including all the independent cultivators, are estimated to be only 200 to 300 million. The death of tens of millions of elites will seriously damage the vitality of the entire human race, not to mention that Lin Xiao is still worried about the unusual movements of the demon race. Alliance leader Lin Tanminglin has already defeated the Five Elements sect. If they go further south, they will enter the territory of the Shenmu sect. They have stopped moving south and are awaiting orders from Alliance leader Lin. What is the Shenmu sect doing? Fortify the walls and clear the fields. All small families and small markets must withdraw to high-level sacred mountains and large immortal cultivation cities. The Shenmu sect can still gather millions of cultivators, but there should not be many elite soldiers, and the factions are extremely complex. They are accelerating the integration. Are Kunlun urging us again? Yes, Kunlun said that, if we don't go south, it will be very difficult for us to defeat the Shenmu sect once the integration is completed. I understand. We will leave soon. Lin Xiao nodded. However, it would take a year or so for the Shenmu sect to integrate these forces. Lin Xiao only stayed in detention for 10 days, which was not long at all. Lin Xiao continuously sent troops southward, and now there are more than 1.5 million troops. They broke through the third-rate Five Elements sect, occupied their mountain gate, and used it as a base to control the territory of 10,000 miles. In response, the Shenmu sect did not take any radical actions. The elite main force of the Shenmu sect was outside, and there were not many troops left, especially the monks of the sect were scarce. All of them were vassals or other forces in the alliance. The situation was very complicated. They were strong in self-protection, but weak in attack. Master, I'm leaving, be careful at the foot of Dapeng Mountain. Lin Xiao sent Arking away. Lin Xiao did not have enough Shengsu period monks around him, so Yaxio's people could only take care of themselves. Let's go. Arking roared, then flew high in the sky, watching the troops leave. There were 200,000 troops heading south, and the team stretched for hundreds of miles, like a long dragon. There were many scouts around to prevent being attacked on the road. Although Kunlun urged very hard, Lin Xiao was still not in a hurry. Without integration, the troops would be a mob. Lin Xiao was unwilling to lead such a team, and he still needed elite soldiers. Ma Langfei was a little anxious about this, and couldn't help but make a suggestion to Lin Xiao, wanting to go to the front line. Lin Xiao agreed, but forbade him to start a war, and at most conduct a scout war, to harass the Shenmu sect. In the direction of Wu Liuman, the Immortal Alliance gathered the remnants of the Beibao sect and Wu Liuman, And with the troops squeezed out by the Immortal Alliance, there were more than 1 million troops in total. But these people were like the Shenmue sect. There were not many elites. Most of them were defeated troops who were emboldened by Lin Xiao and could only be integrated, and they could not threaten Lin Xiao for the time being. Pengshan and Liahuashan were also constantly reinforcing their fortifications. The level of the spiritual mountain here was so high that it was difficult to upgrade in a short period of time. Lin Xiao had no time to remove the spiritual veins in other places, so he could only start with the fortifications. Because there was sufficient manpower, the progress was very fast. When Lin Xiao left, the fortifications were complete. Lin Xiao left 200,000 troops to Jiamengren and left an 8th level ancestor supported by Kunlun to guard Pengshan. The more than 300,000 troops assembled in Xianyang City had been training for almost a month, and they would be able to march here in no time. The rear was basically stable. 5 days later, Lin Xiao led the last 300,000 troops into the mountain gate of the Five Element Sect. This Five Element Sect had little to do with the Five Element Sect in history, which had long been destroyed in history. The first thing Lin Xiao did when he arrived was to inspect the warehouse. The reason was simple. Lin Xiao needed to collect blanks from the spoils of the Beibao sect in the Wulian Gate. Lin Xiao had already obtained more than 600,000 points. Lin Xiao had completed more than half of the 5 million points required for the next upgrade of the system. Ding dong. After system evaluation, there are 135 system items included this time, including listening to the system's broadcast. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He got hundreds of thousands of points again. In this battle, his points expenditure was lower than his income, and Lin Xiao also made a fortune personally. Moreover, Lin Xiao's prestige was rising rapidly. After entering Zhongzhou, every decision made by Lin Xiao was correct. He defeated more than 1 million people at the cost of more than 100,000 troops, killed hundreds of thousands of monks, and obtained countless spoils of war. This made the monks of Nansha more and more convinced of Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao was getting closer and closer to the co-lord of Nansha. In the main hall of the Five Elements Sect, more than 100 high-level officials of the Nansha Alliance gathered together. Lin Xiao sat in the middle and began to discuss matters. Everyone, our Nansha army has gone through a hard battle and defeated the Immortal Alliance's army of more than 1 million. Now it has approached the Shenmue Sect. The Shenmue Sect is the backbone of the Immortal Alliance and one of the 7 most important sects. What we want to do is not to destroy the Shenmue Sect, but to force the Shenmue Sect to withdraw its troops, to relieve the pressure on the Wengsan Sect. In the Wengsan Sect, the battle has been going on for more than 2 months. A month ago, the Wengsan Sect withdrew from Feeksan Ridge. The army of the Immortal Alliance has arrived at the Wengsan City. Millions of cultivators are fighting fiercely. On the other side, the 7-star pavilion is attacking the Qingyang sect. The situation of the Qingyang sect is even more critical, so we must alleviate this crisis as soon as possible. Many people wonder why I stayed in Zyra Pension for so long. Now I tell you that it was to accumulate strength. We have a large number of cultivators, but without training, we are a mob. Why was it so easy for you to fight Beibao sect and Wulianman before? It's because we are well trained, and the other side is a mob. Now that we have accumulated enough strength, we need to attack, so I decided that tomorrow morning, the army will go out. This time, the focus is to move steadily, and with sufficient strength. 1 million attacking troops, 500,000 people will be assembled into a super large battle formation. 500,000 people will serve as a barrier and support, and the rest of the troops must not just watch. I have a task for you. Lin Xiao looked at everyone and slowly told them his plan. He had been studying this battle plan for a long time. Chapter 765. Approaching the Shenmue Sect. On the morning of the second day, millions of monks gathered in front of the Five Element Sect mountain, waiting in formation. Hundreds of flying boats were parked nearby. Following the shouts of officers at all levels, teams of monks entered the flying boats. After the flying boats were loaded with 200,000 men, they took off, and 25 warships were launched to escort the flying boats. 5 of the flying boats were captured from the Beibao sect and Wulian sect. Now there were more than 10 damaged flying boats in Kunlun that were being repaired. There were also 100,000 monks on the 25 flying boats, a total of 300,000 men, forming the vanguard, and they were the first to fight their way out to the territory of the Shenmue sect. The 700,000 men behind them formed a battle formation and moved forward all the way. Baizichan became the commander of the vanguard team, and Tan Minghe and other senior officials supported him. They all gathered in a warship and rushed to the front. Report: there is a large army blocking the road 20 miles ahead. Stop the flying boats, land, organize the battle formation, and send out the warships. Stop the flying boats, land, and send out the warships as Baizichan's orders were issued. The flying boats slowly stopped, and thousands of monks flew out first, guarding the surroundings. The flying boats slowly landed, and teams of monks came out and quickly formed battle formations under the command of officers at all levels. The warships continued to fly, and when they were 5 miles away from the enemy, the warships of the Shenmue sect also appeared, but they only had 5 warships, and they cooperated with dozens of flying boats to charge the formation. Just 5 flying boats dare to come and die. Shoot them down, and prepare to fire. Ready. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The battleship moved sideways, revealing the black crystal cannons on one side. 25 flying boats fired nearly 300 black crystal cannons at the same time, bombarding the other side. After all, the defense on the battleship is high. After a round of salvos, the opponent's battleship is basically fine, but once the flying boat is hit, it will explode, and hundreds of monks above Daogang will fly out of it and quickly rush towards the battleship. Monk team, get ready. Keep firing the black crystal cannons. Fire. Main guns, get ready. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. On the Nanzhao battleship side, hundreds of monks above Daogang were suspended in front of the battleship, and the black crystal cannons on it continued to fire. Although the hit rate of the 300 black crystal cannons was not high, there were some unlucky ones who were directly hit. They were either blown up or fell down, and it was obvious that they would not survive. Guards, follow and kill Tan Minghe and led the monks to meet the other monks, and the two sides fought. Baizichan, the opponent's 8th realm ancestor, has appeared. Senior Chen, go up. Got it. Baizichan gave an order, and a figure disappeared from his side and entered the void, intercepting the 8th realm ancestor who was preparing to launch a sneak attack. The opponent's battle formation is coming. Where is our battle formation? It's still 15 miles away. The warships retreat, and the black crystal cannons don't stop. Yes, Baizichan ordered the warships to retreat slowly, and the black crystal cannons on them began to bombard the opponent's battle formation. But the battle formation's defense is very strong. Basically there is no killing, just consuming their Zuan Qi. The warships retreated 7 or 8 miles, and the Nanzhao battle formation also moved forward. 200,000 troops formed 2 battle formations, one on the left and one on the right, and slowly pressed forward. Each battle formation was divided into 100 columns, each with 1,000 people, and the length reached 2 kilometers. They advanced like a wall, step by step, and soon the distance between the 2 battle formations was only 1 kilometer, and both sides stopped. Attack. Both sides used Zuan Qi to transform their own weapons and bombarded each other. The aftermath of the explosion of Zuan Qi shattered the surrounding hills, and smoke filled the air. In the battle formation, monks began to fall. Put the warships on one side and keep firing. Do not stop until I give the order. Move the warships, line up in a row, and fire the Zuanjing cannons. Baizichan quickly continued to issue orders. 25 warships appeared on one side of the opponent's warships, and then the warships continued to fire to assist the opponent's attack on the battle formation. 300 Zuanjing cannons, equivalent to the full strength attack of 300 Daogang period monks, put the pressure on the opponent's battle formation very great, and the losses began to increase. Ancestor Bay, the opponent's warships are rushing over. Warships 1 to 5, leave the team, rush up, and entangle the opponent. Warships 1 to 5, leave the team. The opponent's warships rushed up very bravely. Baizichan divided 5 warships to intercept, and the remaining warships stood still and continued to bombard the opponent. As time went by, the casualties on both sides increased rapidly. The Shenmue sect was the first to collapse. Their troops were not as elite as those of Nanzhao, and the pressure of casualties was much less. Baizichan won easily. The enemy began to collapse. Bayezichin ordered 10,000 people to be separated from the battle formation and began to pursue these scattered troops. The battle formation continued to advance. The warships provided cover in the sky, and the 5 warships also began to retreat. Report: there is an enemy ambush ahead, and the pursuing monks are entangled. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, a scout suddenly came to report that an ambush had occurred ahead, and the 10,000 pursuing monks could not retreat. How many people are in the ambush? 100,000 people. Haha, 100,000 people. This is prepared for us. Order the battle formation to speed up, and the warships to follow. Yes, Bayezichin sneered. Fortunately he was relatively calm, seeing the other side retreating. He did not disband all the battle formations, and did not press forward with all of them. Otherwise, once the other side's 100,000 troops came out, they would be terribly wiped out. Bayezichin ignored the safety of the 10,000 people, and calmly commanded the battle formation to continue to advance. It took an hour to reach the ambush site, and there were only a few of the 10,000 people left. Kill them all, and avenge fellow Daoist Lin Xiao. Kill. The battle formation continued to press forward, and the warships also began to fire. After a little contact, the other side retreated. This time they really retreated. Bayezichin was not fooled, and they did not have a second ambush. However, Bayezichin was still cautious, and continued to slowly press forward. When he arrived in front of the other side's camp, he stopped and set up camp 30 miles in front of the other side's camp. 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Bayezichin moved the front line southward for 5,000 miles, and came to the heartland of Shenmu Sect. In front of Bayezichin was a place called Lingmu City, the second largest city for cultivating immortals under Shenmu Sect. It originally had a population of 600,000 to 700,000 people. Now it has gathered 1/3 of the remaining troops of Shenmu Sect, 1.5 million troops. Subsequent troops from Lin Xiao continued to arrive, and soon, 3 million troops were blocked under Lingmu City. Lin Xiao set up 3 camps to block Lingmucheng from 3 directions, and then ordered the monks to dig trenches and build earthen cities, preparing to completely lock Lingmucheng. Facing the actions of the monks from Lin Xiao, Lingmu City did not take any action, because Lin Xiao still kept one direction, and there was also a teleportation array in the city, so it was impossible to completely lock it down. Alliance Master Lin, why do we dig trenches and build earthen cities? Of course they are very useful. Order the monks. The trenches must be wide and deep. All trenches must be connected together. The soil dug out from the trenches is used to build earthen cities. Black crystal cannons, god-destroying crossbows, and large crossbows are installed on the earthen cities. Lin Xiao did not explain much, but just ordered them to do it. Tens of thousands of monks worked together. In 2 days, trenches in 3 directions were dug, a total of 6. Each trench was 10 meters wide, 5 meters deep, and 20 meters apart. Behind the trenches was a 3-meter high earthen wall, and the monks are behind the earthen cities. It's the same old rules. The cavalry will be dispatched. This time there are 80,000 cavalry, divided into 3 teams. Who of you will lead them? Lin Xiao looked at the senior officials and said, after defeating the Beibao sect and the Wuliang sect, they obtained a lot of mounts such as dragon horses, and Lin Xiao supplemented some of them, a total of 80,000 horses. Last time, Bayezichin and his men had obtained a large amount of spoils. This time, no one was willing to fall behind. Lin Xiao named 3 people, 3 from Qianqin. 3 days later, 80,000 troops left the camp and scattered, and began to attack some weak places. However, Shenmu Sect did a good job in clearing the fields, and the cavalry did not gain much. This made the 3 people very unhappy. Why did Bayezichin and his men achieve such great results last time, but they did not? With a ruthless heart, the 3 decided to join forces and attack the important places of Shenmu Sect. At this time, there were no places with less than 100,000 garrisons in the territory of Shenmu Sect. The unimportant places had long been abandoned, and only the most critical places were guarded. The cavalry was not a match, even if they joined together. They chose a black crystal mine to attack, and several attacks were frustrated. However, after Lin Xiao learned the news, he immediately selected 300,000 elite soldiers to help 300,000 troops rush to the black crystal mine. Shenmue Sect immediately got the news, and Shenmue Sect was anxious. If the Xuanjing mine was breached, the monks of Nanzhao would be able to obtain a large amount of war resources. On the contrary, their losses would be great. Shenmue Sect changed its generals at the last minute. The passive defensive strategy adopted by the previous person in charge has now been proven to be wrong. They are eager to recover their disadvantage and rescue the Xuanjing mine. The order reached Lingmu City as soon as possible. The person in charge of Lingmu City suddenly felt bitter because of the strategic mistakes made by the previous person in charge. Now it was Lingmu City's turn to suffer. The army of Lingmu City wanted to break through, but their monks would be hit head on by Xuanjing cannon, destroying god crossbow and large crossbow arrows as soon as they showed up. This was not counting the obstacles such as trenches. They would lose a lot of people before they reached the front. Moreover, the 3 trenches were connected, and the 3 camps could support each other at any time. Even if they tried their best to break through in one direction, it would be useless. They dared not go out of the remaining city gate lightly. They felt that Lin Xiao would never make such a low-level mistake. This was definitely a trap. After several setbacks in their attempts to break through, letters for help from the Xuanjing mine flew everywhere like snowflakes. The Shenmue Sect could no longer bear it, and their words to Lingmu City became increasingly harsh, demanding that they break out as soon as possible. The monks of Lingmu City had no choice but to make final preparations and prepare to break out using a flying boat. Chapter 766, Tactical Master. In Zhangzhou, in the Lingmu City of the Shenmue Sect, millions of monks were trapped in the city. The fortifications outside the city did not play any role, because the Nanzhao army did not attack the city at all, and now they were the ones who were going to attack. After several failed breakouts, the leader of Lingmu City could only pin his hopes on the flying boats. For this reason, he concentrated all the 500 large and small flying boats in his hands, which could carry 300,000 people at a time to break out and support the besieged Xuanjing mine. That night, the east gate of Lingmu City was opened, and hundreds of death squads were the first to leave the city. These hundreds of monks were agile, and each of them carried 20 storage bags. Once they left the city gate, they scattered and rushed to the trench. After the Nanzhao monks behind the earthen city found out, the alarm bells rang, and the god-killing crossbows were set up, aiming at those monks and opening fire. Not good. Those cultivators want to fill the trenches. Dao gang cultivators rush out and intercept them. Beizichen, who was guarding the front line, saw those people and immediately shouted loudly. He also rushed out himself. Hundreds of cultivators above Dao gang flew out of the protection of the shield to intercept those people. However, the cultivators from Lingmu City did not want to fight with them. They just rushed forward. After rushing to the trench, they cast a spell to open their storage bags. Countless mud and sand poured down and filled the trench. A cultivator had just filled the first trench when a long sword flew over and nailed him to the ground. The storage bags in his hands were scattered all over the ground. A cultivator saw several cultivators besieging him. With a roll of his spiritual consciousness, he opened all 20 storage bags on his body and threw them into a trench. The mud and sand instantly covered the entire trench. He turned around and rushed into the group of Nanzhao cultivators and blew himself up. Hundreds of monks rushed to the trenches, which were half ruined and filled with gaps everywhere. When all the death squads died, thousands of monks had already poured out of the city gate. These thousands of monks quickly dispersed and attacked in a skirmish line mode. When they rushed to the edge of the trench, they continued to fill it and then jumped into the trench. On the Nanzhao front, Tan Minglan took over the command of the front line and continuously sent monks to snipe these people. The god-killing crossbows, black crystal cannons and large crossbows behind the earth wall also opened fire to stop these people. Report. The leader ordered that the army of Lingmu City has assembled and the frontline army please be ready. Reply to the leader. The frontline army has assembled and the battle line will never be lost. Yes, a monk came to report. Tan Minglan replied. Behind him, large groups of troops were already assembling, and the speed was faster than the monks of Lingmu City. Half an hour later, Lingmu City already had 200,000 monks lined up in front of the city wall, and then advanced like a wall, step by step. Battle formation ready. Attack attack sharp gold formation. The battle formation of the Nanzhao monks stood in front of the protective shield, occupying a great advantage. All battle formations intercepted together, but this time the monks of Lingmu City seemed extremely strong. They endured huge casualties and pushed to the front of the trench. This time, hundreds of monks poured mud and sand together and instantly filled out a passage about 1 kilometer wide. Boom, boom. The monks of Lingmu City threw out 2 7th level formation breaking beads, which broke the protective shield on the heads of the Nanzhao monks at once, and then the monks of Lingmu City launched an attack. The distance between the two battle formations was too close, and the two sides were only a few dozen meters apart. The battle formation of Nanzhao was caught off guard and was approached by the monks of Lingmu City. The battle formation collapsed directly, and the two sides started a fierce battle. The monks of Lingmu City continued to reinforce, while the monks next to them on the Nanzhao side were also mobilizing quickly. The two sides immediately started a bloody fight. At this time, all the battle formations were useless because the two sides were completely entangled. The battle formations did not distinguish between enemies and friends and were no longer suitable. However, even if it was a fierce battle, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. He continued to send troops to reinforce, and he and a group of senior officials were suspended in the air to watch the battle. Alliance Master Lin, what is Lingmu City trying to do? Is the whole army breaking through? Impossible. Without the city to rely on, how can these more than 1 million people be the opponent of my Nanzhao army? They are just a feint attack, and the backhand has not come out yet. What backhand? Wait a while and you will know. Lin Xiao replied. He had a lot of cards in his hand, and he kept filling them in. Soon, there were nearly 1 million monks in front of the east gate of Lingmu City. At this time, 12 warships flew out of Lingmu City. This was all the assets of Lingmu City. They were all out at once. Lin Xiao laughed and sent 20 warships to meet the enemy, still fighting with more people against fewer. Flying boats, many flying boats, at least hundreds of them, came out of Lingmu City, so that's why. Prepare the flying boats, go and intercept. Fellow Daoist Ma, the opponent's 8th realm ancestor has appeared. You and fellow Daoist Chen go to meet them. Great. Our army has not killed an 8th realm ancestor yet. I hope to get a prize. Ma Langfei laughed and rushed up with another 8th realm ancestor supported by Kunlun. Intercepted the opponent's 8th realm ancestor and fled into the void to fight. Behind Lin Xiao, hundreds of flying boats also rose up to intercept those flying boats and engage in air battles with them. This time, the monks of Lingmu City were very decisive, using 100 flying boats to cover the rear and cover the rest of the flying boats to leave. The 100 flying boats launched a suicidal attack, madly rushed into the Nanzhao flying boat army, and even adopted a collision mode to perish with the opponent. Alliance Master Lin warships attack. Remember, keep your distance, don't get close. Follow them all the way and consume them. Yes, Alliance Master Lin Xiao ordered, and the remaining 5 warships attacked. The speed of warships was slower than that of flying boats, and they seemed a little heavier, but warships themselves had force, and the black crystal cannons kept firing, blowing up flying boats one by one. Some flying boats turned around and attacked the warships, but the warships also evaded them and did not have a direct conflict with them, only using black crystal cannons to kill the enemy. Alliance Master Lin, there are not many people left in Lingmu City, no more than 300,000 at most. It seems that Lingmu City can be captured tonight. Order the north and south camps to launch an attack. Yes, Dong at the south gate and the north gate of Lingmu City. The drums of war sounded, and the cultivators on both sides had already assembled. At the call of the officers, hundreds of physical cultivators carried huge wooden boards and jumped out of the earthen city first and placed the templates on the trenches to form passages. After the passage appeared, the vanguard was the first to rush through the passage and then quickly formed a formation under the bombardment of the enemy's black crystal cannon, constructing a line of defense. The subsequent troops came forward one after another, formed a battle formation, and then began to attack the protective shield. At the east gate, Lin Xiao led 200 people to appear. These 200 people were at least spiritual light cultivators, and they were all high-level cultivators in Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao exchanged 2 formation breaking beads from the system and then led the team to charge and came to the sky above Lingmu City. The formation breaking beads fell, and with a burst of bangs, the protective formation of Lingmu City was temporarily paralyzed. Lin Xiao led the team to rush into Lingmu City. Lin Xiao's charge was equivalent to blowing the horn of the final attack. The monks of Nanzhao on the east gate side had the upper hand. Some monks began to rush into the city after beheading their opponents. After Lin Xiao entered the city, he was still in a deserted place. All opponents were no match for Lin Xiao. Lingmu City had only one 8th level ancestor. If he relied on the city wall formation and the battle formation, it would not be difficult to stop Lin Xiao. However, because of the previous strategic mistakes, they lost all their opportunities. Lin Xiao's 200 people were like a knife, easily cutting through all the enemy's defenses. Soon, the monks from the north and south also attacked, and the two sides fought fiercely in the city. Master, what's going on? Who is he? Yi Xiao's spy in Tiansheng Sect. He knows where the formation center is. It's not with the city guards, take me there. Arking brought someone to find Lin Xiao in the fight, and it turned out to be a spy ambushed by Yi Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately took him to the formation center. Lingmu City had not completely fallen at this time. Once the formation was reopened, Lin Xiao and his men would be in danger of being driven out of the city, so Lin Xiao had to find the formation center as soon as possible. He had previously raided the city guard station, but failed to find it. The formation center was located in a large business directly operated by the Tiansheng Sect, and even the teleportation formation was there. There were 300 elite monks guarding it, but when Lin Xiao appeared, the 300 people were desperate. Blow up the teleportation formation, and I will kill you, if you want to. The guarding commander was a monk in the golden body stage, who launched a desperate attack on Lin Xiao, but before leaving, he ordered the teleportation formation to be blown up, otherwise Lin Xiao could lead the elite monks to attack Huanglong and kill into the Tiansheng Sect. Die, let's die together. Lin Xiao chopped and chopped with his broadsword, and the golden body monk was soon seriously injured. Then he exploded, and the whole street was turned into dust. Thousands of monks were blown to death, regardless of friend or foe. Lin Xiao slowly walked out of the smoke. The 7th grade upper grade battle armor gave him full protection. Even a golden body monk could only break Lin Xiao's battle armor, and he still had the 7th grade upper grade inner armor to protect himself, so he was fine. Arking, are you okay? I'm fine, but I'm afraid I have to go back and rest for a while later. Arking's face was covered in blood. He had been seriously injured. If he hadn't been far away, he would have died this time. Lin Xiao personally led Arking to continue to charge. The formation center had been blown up, and Lingmu City no longer had any advantage. As more and more monks rushed into the enemy formation, the monks of Lingmu City completely collapsed and escaped from the west gate that had never been surrounded. Unfortunately, there were already 2,000 cavalrymen ambushing in the west gate. It was still unknown how many of these monks who escaped could actually escape. No killing for surrender, no killing for surrender, no killing for surrender, Lin Xiao roared, and the monks of Nanzhao followed suit. Soon, some monks of Lingmu City threw away their magic weapons, raised their hands, and surrendered. The battle outside the city was also coming to an end. The monks of Lingmu City had already collapsed, especially after the 8th level ancestor was killed by Ma Langfei and his men. Even the most loyal monks chose to escape, and Lingmu City was completely taken down by Lin Xiao. A large group of people began to enter Lingmu City. They were divided into thousands of small teams, searching for the remaining enemies in a dragnet style. From time to time, there were sounds of fighting, but they all stopped quickly. By the 3rd day, Lingmu City had been searched dozens of times, and there was no remaining enemy. The monks of Nanzhao began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 767, Shenmu City. At the east gate of Lingmu City, the original trench was filled with countless flame stones, spiritual carbon and other fire-starting objects. Then the monks from Nanzhao threw the almost naked bodies of the monks from Lingmu City into the trench. When they were almost done, they lit a fire and cremated their bodies. On the other side, they were treated differently. Every monk from Nanzhao who died in the battle would have a special person to burn the body, and then their ashes would be buried, with their basic information and some relics attached. Then they would be packed in wooden boxes, sealed, and neatly stacked in the flying boat. They would be sent back to Nanzhao for burial. In a square in Lingmu City, tens of thousands of monks were squatting and sitting densely. They were all captives of the monks from Nanzhao. Their storage bags, magic tools, etc. were all taken away. Their cultivation was sealed, leaving them with an uneasy and unknown future. There were countless patrol teams patrolling the city, and many monks were going in and out of various businesses, taking away all the valuables and piling them into the treasury. In the treasury, thousands of logistics monks, under the command of Siki, sorted and registered these things. Lin Xiao led a group of senior officials to patrol the city, and after finishing, they returned to the city guard station. In the hall, the senior officials gathered to prepare for the meeting. Lingmu City has been captured. In this battle, we killed no less than 300,000 enemy troops. The number of those who escaped is at most 200,000. A lot of prisoners are being escorted here. Alliance leader Lin, what should we do with these prisoners? Pack them up, take them away, and send them to Kunlun. Well, Alliance leader Lin, there are already many prisoners in Kunlun. Patriarch Lu is very unhappy and asked us to deal with it ourselves. No matter, send them there first. Tell the monks who are going to pick them up to leave the prisoners behind and come back on their own. If anyone dares to bring prisoners back, all his military merits will be deducted and used to feed these monks. Ma Langfei was speechless. Wasn't Lin Xiao being a hooligan? However, it seemed that Lu Liyuan couldn't do anything about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had won the battle, and he would need Lin Xiao's continued efforts in the future. Tan Minglin, how are the enemy troops moving? Reporting to Alliance leader Lin, a group of enemy troops entered the Zuanjing mine we were besieging. This is the largest enemy force, with about 50,000 people. The rest have dispersed, and most of them have gathered in Shenmu City. In other words, apart from Shenmu City, there are no more than 1 million troops in the territory of Shenmu Sect. No, let alone a million, there are not even 300,000. After the news of the fall of Lingmu City spread, 3 large vassal forces of Shenmu Sect have abandoned their territories that they have managed for tens of thousands of years and led their troops into Shenmu City. The rest of the families and cities are also continuing to merge. Very good. The next step is to advance on Shenmu City. It depends on whether Shenmu Sect wants to withdraw its troops. Alliance leader Lin, are we going to start? Ma Langfei was overjoyed. Advancing on Shenmu Sect was the strategy of the 5 Continents Alliance. The progress was slow before, and the Alliance was urging them to do so. Almost, but we are now alone and deep in the enemy's territory. There is a distance of more than 10,000 miles between Lingmu City and Shenmu City. How to avoid being defeated by Shenmu Sect first should be what we should pay attention to. Please give any instructions directly to Leader Lin, Ma Langfei said seriously. When he came from Kunlun, Lu Liyuan had told him that he was absolutely not allowed to compete with Lin Xiao for power in Nanzhao. At that time, Ma Langfei was still very unconvinced. In terms of cultivation and qualifications, Lin Xiao could not compare with him. Why should Lin Xiao be in command? However, after several battles, Ma Langfei was very convinced by Lin Xiao. Whether it was strategy or tactics, Lin Xiao was worthy of being called a master, and his level was definitely not comparable. After several battles, we have less than 3 million troops in our hands. Shenmu Sect has squeezed out all its war potential, and there are still 3 or 4 million people. Although the elderly, the weak, women and children account for a large amount, they can also be underestimated. We must not let them all gather under Shenmu City, so we must act as soon as possible. The first point is to send the army to Shenmu City as soon as possible, so I will leave in 3 days. I will personally lead 1.5 million troops. The second point is to annihilate all the forces of Shenmu Sect outside with superior forces, leaving 100,000 people to guard Lingmu City, and the remaining more than 1 million monks will all disperse, led by Tan Minglin and Basichen, to capture the sacred mountains, cities, and minerals in various places. This time you must fight flexibly. For those who resist, you must kill them without mercy. For those who are weak-willed, you must appease and surrender. Now that we have reached the core area of Shenmu Sect, some people will definitely surrender. The third point is to guard the retreat. We cannot destroy Lingmu City, and we must operate it, so the monks who stay behind cannot be idle. I will give you supplies and authorization. You must build Lingmu City into a solid fortress. The shorter the time, the better. Yes, Alliance Leader Lin. Okay, each of you go and prepare. Ma Leozu, you stay. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a group of senior officials left, leaving Ma Langfei alone. Alliance Master Lin, what's the matter? I want you to send a message to Lu Liyuan to send us a supreme being. The supreme ancestor of Shenmue Sect is extremely special. He is a demon from a spiritual wood, and his real body remains in Shenmue Sect. If he makes a move, we will collapse immediately. I must have a strategic means to contain the enemy. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Kunlun must agree. If not, I will withdraw my troops. Anyway, I have earned enough, and I'm worthy of the alliance. Alliance Master Lin, you can pass on the message, but the tone, you can modify it a little. Thank you, Alliance Master Lin, for your post. Ma Langfei breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if Lin Xiao didn't have to stay in Kunlun. No matter what he said, he still had to stay with Kunlun. Isn't this asking him to die? If there are high-level cultivators, a group of people must come. Kunlun's strength should be revealed. We have already lost many people in the battle. Lin Xiao mentioned again. So far, they have killed many high-level cultivators. It seems that their losses are not small. More than 100 Lingguan cultivators have been killed in the battle. 5 Shengsu cultivators have been killed. More than 10 have been seriously injured. And 1 Jinshan cultivator has also died. This is still the case before the decisive battle. Lin Xiao can foresee that the battle in Shenmue City will be more brutal, and the lives of high-level cultivators will become worthless. In the whole Nanzhao, there are about 150 to 16 Shengsu cultivators, and no more than 20 Jinshan cultivators. Lin Xiao has brought 80% of his troops here. If these people are lost here, the backbone of Nanzhao will be broken. Okay, I'll try my best. At the same time, you need a batch of strategic resources to come over. I have some use for them. This can be exchanged for a batch of low-level resources. Lin Xiao said again. The northern part of Zhangzhou was still fighting fiercely, and it seemed that they were tied with the Immortal Alliance. The consumption of low-level resources was extremely high, and could not keep up with the production at all. Moreover, their gains were not much. On the contrary, Lin Xiao had too much, and could not use it up at all. Ma Langfei wrote down Lin Xiao's requests one by one, and then wrote a letter to Lu Liyuan. Lu Liyuan was furious when he received the news. Of course, he was angry because of Lin Xiao's cheating behavior. The flying boat escorting the prisoners was already halfway. Ancestor Lin Xiao is too thoughtful. We know that he has just won a big victory and completely reversed our disadvantage. How dare we refuse him when he wants something at this time? I know, so I'm angry. If he wants to make a request at this time, do I dare to refuse? Lu Liyuan replied. Wengsunman was in a fierce battle, and the losses were too great, and they already felt that they could not hold on. Lin Xiao's strategic intention of approaching Shenmue Sect at this time was extremely important, and he did not dare to refuse. Then give it to him. Lin Xiao is right. It's time to deploy our strength, so as not to let the Immortal Alliance underestimate us. Activate a few fake dead monks, and give them to him. In addition, give him 50 more Shengsu Jinshan period monks. 50 each? 50 in total. Where can I get so many high-level monks? I'm almost out of cards. Okay, I know. Notify Ma Langfei, and cooperate with Lin Xiao. We must force Shenmue Sect to withdraw. If Shenmue Sect does not withdraw, Wengsunman will be finished. When the millions of troops in the southern part of Zhangzhou return to the north, we will also be finished. Lu Liyuan replied. The north is in a strange balance. Once Xianguan and his men escape and return, it will be enough to crush the 5 continents alliance. They will be finished in the transition from offense to defense. Yes, I will inform Ma Langfei. You go and have a rest. I will go find the Supreme. Lu Liyuan nodded, and then went to the Supreme's residence. After reporting, Lu Liyuan met the Supreme of Kunlun. Senior Brotherly has gone to the front line. If I leave again, what will happen to Kunlun? Ancestor, the Nanzhao army is extremely important to the overall situation, so we still have to go. If we can persuade the Shenmue sect to surrender, we will win directly. We will not easily agree to the request of the old ghost of the Shenmue sect. What's more, the situation in the current generation of immortal cultivation is very strange. None of us are sure we can ascend. It's very strange. Ancestor, what's going on? There are some things I shouldn't tell you, but I still say it. The way of heaven is in disorder, and something that interferes with the way of heaven has appeared. If this thing is not eliminated, the way of heaven will not allow us to ascend. What is so terrifying that it can make the way of heaven so wary? I don't know. The last time this happened was when the demon dragon was born. Ancestor, do you mean that a new human emperor will be born? Almost. The disorder of the way of heaven is a crisis for the human race. It is a danger and an opportunity. Whoever can stabilize the way of heaven will be the human emperor and will be able to ascend. Could it be Lin Xiao? I think he behaves extremely strangely. I've studied Lin Xiao's past, and there are many unreasonable things about him that cannot be explained at all. It's not the time to be sure yet. Lin Xiao can only be suspected. This matter cannot be made public. I know. Then what Lin Xiao requires I won't go. I'll find someone to go. The Yi family has the foundation that we also have in Kunlun. It should be enough. The Kunlun Supreme shook his head. For him, the safety of Kunlun was the top priority. The Yi family of Emperor Heo had a hidden Supreme, and so did Kunlun. To awaken one, it would only take a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. This war would not last that long. Chapter 768, Feeding on the Enemy. In Lingmu City, thousands of cavalrymen led the team out of the city gate, and then scattered and marched to the southwest. They were the third batch of scouts. There were already more than 10,000 people in front of them, looking out for the army. Behind them, a row of monks slowly marched out. After several days of rest, Lin Xiao led an army of 1.5 million to approach Shenmue City. The 4 city gates were continuous, and it took a full day to bring more than 1 million people out. The team stretched for hundreds of miles. There were guards everywhere in the sky around the team. Fellow Daoist Tanlingmu City is handed over to you. This is the most important rear of the army. You must guard it well. Don't worry, Leader Lin, the people are in the city. Okay, then I'm leaving. Tan Minghua saw off Lin Xiao and others at the city gate. Lin Xiao gave a long-winded instruction, then left and flew to the front of the team. After Lin Xiao and others left, Tan Minghua called a meeting with a few confidants. Lingmu City was still extremely important to the Nansha army. It was not only the army's retreat route, but also a transportation center for supplies. Once it was lost, the army would be completely rootless and the outcome would be self-evident. The third thing is about clearing out the remaining enemies. Although the monks in Lingmu City were defeated by us, not many were killed. For Lingmu City, they will definitely. Tan Minghua talked about his many initiatives at the meeting. Tan Minghua was also a senior member of the Xianyu sect and a big boss who could handle things on his own. He had worked with Lin Xiao before, but his brilliance was overshadowed by Lin Xiao. In fact, his ability was not low. Now that he was in charge of a place, he naturally had to make some achievements. Outside Lingmu City, a group of thousands of Nansha troops rushed into a sacred mountain. Most of the monks in the sacred mountain had left, leaving only a few old and weak monks to look after the house, and some mortals. There were thousands of acres of spiritual fields on the mountain. The precious spiritual medicines and spiritual trees in the spiritual fields had been taken away, but some low-level spiritual medicines and spiritual rice were not destroyed or harvested. These were all planted by them with great effort, and they were also their biggest source of income. They also believed that the Shenmue sect would not be defeated and would soon fight back. If it was destroyed, what would happen to their livelihood in the future? There were many small forces holding this attitude. After the monks from Nanzhao found out about this, they quickly reported it. Tan Minglan immediately sent a team of people to plunder these things. For the army, high-level spiritual objects are precious, but low-level objects are the most consumed. A few old and weak monks naturally couldn't stop the army. The monks from Nanzhao didn't even kill them, but just knocked them out. Then thousands of people became coolies and began to harvest spiritual rice. After harvesting all the spiritual fields on the mountain, they went to the next spiritual mountain. There were spies ahead to scout and know where there were things left. 3,000 miles away, in a black crystal mine, corpses were scattered everywhere. The monks who rushed out of Lingmu city entered here to support, but they couldn't stop the Nanzhao army. Beizichan led the team to break through here, and the remaining enemies were cleared in a few days. Beizichan, these are the miners. They are all independent cultivators recruited by Shenmu Sect. We have checked them several times, and the people of Shenmu Sect have been cleared out. What are you going to do? They are all a bunch of poor guys. Killing them is useless. Tell them that not only will we not kill them, but we will continue to employ them, and guarantee that their treatment will be better than that of Shenmu Sect. Find a few disciples of Tiansheng Sect and let them work out a set of incentive measures. In the future, all the treatment in the mine will adopt incentive measures. The more you do, the more you get. Beizichan, are you going to run this place? Alliance leader Lin didn't say this. He didn't say you can apply. My sect leader is not a pedantic person. The more black crystals we dig from the enemy, the less threat the enemy will pose to us. This is called eating from the enemy. I will do the application and you just need to assist me. Beizichan replied. He was very familiar with Lin Xiao. As long as there was a reason and sufficient reason, Lin Xiao would not object and could delegate power to you, so he would never waste this mine in vain. Tan Minglan had nothing to say. Lin Xiao was the head of the Tiansheng Sect, so he naturally favored Beizichan. This was the benefit of having someone in the upper echelons. Since Beizichan wanted to do it, he could do it. Several Tiansheng Sect disciples quickly gathered together. As for the incentives, they were soon ready. They checked the previous production records of the Zuanjing mine, and knew where the level was. They took one of the values. If it exceeded this value, there would be a reward. There was no upper limit. The more you did, the more you got. If it was below a certain level, you would just get out. As for the rest of the rules, everything would remain the same. Beizichan's approach made tens of thousands of miners overjoyed. Their panic quickly settled down. They had no interest in the war between the Immortal Alliance and the Five Continents Alliance, and they didn't pay any attention to it. They were just the lowest level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. They had no special skills, and could only be reduced to laborers. Now the people of Nanzhao treated them better than the Shenmu Sect, so they still worked. However, Beizichan was obviously not satisfied with just these tens of thousands of people. They had 300,000 or 400,000 troops stationed here, and the productivity of tens of thousands of people was not enough for their own consumption, let alone supporting Lin Xiao. Beizichan began to recruit young and strong mortals. Young and strong mortals needed more things to work, and it would be too much of a loss to give them Zuanjing, so Beizichan sent some people to plunder mortal supplies. However, Beizichan also emphasized that it was necessary to plunder the big families among mortals, especially those who were full of evil and had connections with the Shenmu Sect. This kind of thing could be known by just asking around. Moreover, plundering these big families was very simple, and only a dozen cultivators were needed to do it. Of course, there would be some immortal cultivators in those big families, but they were also the lowest and most hopeless ones. If they were powerful, they would not stay among mortals. 3,000 people were divided into 300 teams, and they took back a huge amount of things in 3 days, from food, cloth, gold and silver, jewelry to all kinds of things. Anyway, they took whatever they saw, and there were plenty of storage bags anyway. Afterwards, Beizichan recruited 300,000 young men to mine in the mines. These mortals opened a number of mines on their own, and managed them themselves. He only sent 300 people to supervise and guard. Beizichan's approach was extremely simple and crude. He divided these young men into countless teams, and then checked the workload of the immortal cultivators and miners. He gave the mortals a 50% discount and set targets. If they met the targets, he would give them food, cloth, livestock, tools, and money. He was very generous. If they failed to meet the targets, he would kill the leaders on the spot, no matter what your reasons were. Anyway, he only needed to see the black crystal. Beizichan's approach made Tan Minglan smack his lips. He really couldn't understand the habits of the Tiansheng Sect. Sometimes they were extremely delicate and could not have even a single flaw, but sometimes they were too rough. It was like looking for mortals to come to mine. They gave them a batch of tools and a goal, and left everything alone. Would this work? The result was that it could work. There was no difference in human nature between mortals and the immortal world. Bazichan's treatment was extremely generous, and they would only see the good things and subconsciously forget the risks. These things were too tempting for them, so overnight, many leaders emerged, formed their own miners, and went down to the mines with simple tools. A few days later, the ore dug up by the first batch of miners also reached Bazichan's goal, and each of them was rewarded according to the regulations. This was enough to make the rest of the mortals jealous, and the whole mood was mobilized. My head said that managing a place is not difficult. You just need to be fair and just and keep your word. As for how to formulate a reasonable policy, that will come later. If you make others trust you, they will be loyal to you. You must know how to delegate power and give them autonomy. I've learned your lesson. Since you've learned your lesson, then let's continue. We need to increase the manpower of the Tiansheng mine. In addition, there are other mines in Lingshan in the territory of Shenmu Sect. I will take them down, and you can follow and manage them from behind. Just copy the model here. Bazichan said to Tan Minglan. One Tiansheng mine could not satisfy his appetite. There were many Lingshan mines in other places. Some were garrisoned, and some were not. Bazichan would take them all. There were nearly 3 million people in the Lin Xiao army. Lin Xiao took away half of them. There were still 200,000 people in Lingmu city, and more than 1 million people outside. All of these people were led by Bazichan. Bazichan kept gathering people, and gathering the army, and then began to sweep across the territory of Shenmu Sect. There were still a large number of scattered monks of Shenmu Sect on these territories. Most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled, and they fought on their own. They were just a group of rabble, and they were no match for Bazichan. One after another, Lingshan mines fell. Tan Minglan presided over the management work in the rear. He adopted the model of Tiansheng mine. The monks of Nansha were only responsible for safety and supervision. The next goal was to recruit people to complete it. The price they offered was 1 or 2 times that of the original Shenmu Sect. Naturally, many people were chasing and welcoming them, and there was no shortage of manpower. In fact, this set of methods is a colonial method. Lin Xiao's Western pioneers in his previous life did this. They defeated the local forces and supported the faction that was close to them. They were responsible for specific production. They only needed to share the benefits with these leaders. When these people tasted the sweetness, they would naturally follow them. Even if there were rebels, they would be more excited, and their willingness to suppress would be stronger. It was an extremely clever method. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769. Asking about the Immortal Sect's background. The Nansha army approached the core territory of Shenmu Sect, and the entire Xianmeng was shocked. However, Tang Xuan had warned Shenmu Sect in advance, and Shenmu Sect also took active countermeasures. At this time, millions of troops gathered in Shenmu City. No matter how many old, weak, sick and disabled these people are, there are so many people and horses, plus the complete defense and the foundation of Shenmu Sect. The entire Xianmeng believes that it is normal for Shenmu City to hold out for 1 or 2 months, but can the Wengsunmen hold out for 1 or 2 months? At this time, the Central Continent War had been erupting for nearly 3 months. After 3 months of fighting, the 2 armies of Xian Temple and Shenmu Sect arrived at Wengsun City and were attacking the city day and night. Wengsunmen adopted Lin Xiao's suggestion to conduct guerrilla warfare behind the Xianmeng army and destroy the Xianmeng's supply line. The Xianmeng suffered a lot at the beginning, but later they learned their lessons. Every time they transported supplies, they adopted a centralized supply method, sending at least 100,000 troops to escort. A small number of guerrillas could not intercept them at all, and the situation of Wengsunmen continued to deteriorate. So far, although Wengsun City is still in the hands of Wengsunmen, their troops have suffered too many casualties. Nearly 1 million people have been killed and wounded. Wengsunmen has tried its best to replenish, but has not recovered its strength. Many memes are almost exhausted. In the gate of Wengsunman Mountain, a vortex-like black hole appeared in a cave, and countless mysterious energy was sucked into it. Outside the cave, the Supreme of Wengsunman was in charge. The mysterious energy vortex lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, a strange phenomenon fell from the sky. A phantom appeared and projected. In just half a day, the cave was opened, and an old man came out and saluted in front of the Supreme. Report to the Supreme. Muhua has lived up to his mission and has broken through. Okay, go to the treasure house to get equipment and go into battle. Yes, Supreme. The Supreme looked indifferent. This was the third 8th level cultivator in half a month. Using the living dead to retain the monks who have passed away and forcibly breaking through to improve the cultivator's cultivation level. This is what the two alliances have been doing for 100 years, and the same is true for Wengsun City. However, Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun sects have stronger foundations. In order to prepare for this war, they left behind most of the monks at the peak of the golden body stage, and used the golden elixir condensed by the 8th level monks who stayed over the years, to help them break through. After using the golden elixir, their cultivation basically stopped at the 8th level. If they want to avoid the side effects of the golden elixir, they need great opportunities and perseverance. This is not something that everyone can do. It is rare. It can be said that this is a way to consume the potential of Wengsun Sect, but they still do it. The preparations of decades before have concentrated in the past 1 or 2 years. At this time, Wengsun Sect already has 18 8th level ancestors, but they have not been exposed. In order to give the Immortal Alliance a hard blow and let them know who is the real overlord of the immortal world, the 8th level ancestor named Muhua came to the treasure house of Wengsun City. The guard monk opened the innermost room of the treasure house. There were countless high-level treasures densely placed inside. Every treasure that appeared in the world of immortal cultivation would be robbed to pieces, but here, there were dozens or even hundreds of them. Ancestor Muhua, the 8th level battle armor is no longer available. You can only suffer a loss. This is a 7th level top grade battle armor. It's okay. Where are the magic weapons? I only had 7th level middle grade magic weapons before. There are still magic weapons. These are all left by the ancestors. Detailed information is posted on them. You pick one, and I will go get you the talisman and elixir. The guard monk answered very skillfully. The things in this treasure house used to have owners. They were things left by the ancestors of the Wengsun Sect. They were taken back by the sect and left to future generations. Muhua looked at the things in the treasure house. The lowest was the lower grade of the 7th rank, and the highest was the upper grade of the 8th rank. However, there was no 9th rank thing. He knew that the Wengsun Gate would have 9th rank treasures, but they were not here. Muhua took the things he needed, and then someone took him into the Wengsun City. He needed time to sacrifice these things, and Jing Shizhen would not let him go to battle immediately. Wengsun Gate was still accumulating strength. In the mountain gate of Wengsun Gate, another vortex of mysterious energy appeared. The Supreme Ancestor counted with his fingers and found that the 23 people who had been in seclusion were about to break through. The situation on the battlefield should also be reversed. Wengsun City, the 3-day siege ended. The Immortal Alliance monks retreated to rest. On the city wall, countless monks were busy, and Jing Shizhen was patrolling. After the patrol, he came to a manor in the city. This manor had a different space, which was similar to a secret realm. More than 50 monks lived in it, including 13 8th realm ancestors. On the surface, Wengsunman has 5 8th level ancestors. These 13 people were forcibly promoted. Their strength is slightly worse than that of ordinary 8th level ancestors, but compared with the golden body stage cultivators, their strength is still outstanding. These people are also the secret weapons of Wengsunman. Brother Jing, how is it outside? Fortunately, we can hold on. When can we go to fight? We have already finished refining all the magic weapons and can start at any time. Yes, brother, we can't help it. Don't worry, it will be soon. You are the most powerful secret weapons in my hands. You must use them to the extreme. Now is not the time. Then when is the time? Wait for more people to arrive. Jing Shizhen shook his head. Shenmue Sect and Xi'an Temple each had 2 8th level ancestors, but they gathered quite a lot of vassal forces and 2nd and 3rd rate forces. There are 7 8th level ancestors, and Jing Shizhen believes that they also have some who have not been exposed. Jing Shizhen predicts that they will have 12 to 15 8th level ancestors, so Jing Shizhen will not launch until they have accumulated more than twice their number. What Jing Shizhen wants is to win the battle in one battle, to wipe out most of the other party's 8th level ancestors in one battle and completely curb their offensive, so it is not the right time yet. It's been too long, and we have lost too many people. This is the future of the sect. I know, but it's still not the right time. Don't worry, we have plenty of opportunities to take revenge. Jing Shizhen nodded and said. After comforting for a while, Jing Shizhen left the manor and came to the meeting hall in the city. The high-level leaders of the Xianmen were already waiting. Brother, are they unable to bear it again? Yes, the willingness to join the war is very urgent. Then when can it be launched? It's not the time yet. Only by catching them off guard can we maximize our benefits. There's no rush now, we can still hold on. We lost more than 30,000 people this time, and our troops are already less than 1.5 million. We can't hold on any longer. Where are the monks who faked their death? The last batch has been awakened, and only more than 30 people have just retreated. I know, there's no rush. The Immortal Alliance still needs a few days of rest before continuing the attack. How's the Qingyang Sect? The Qingyang Sect has already used all its strength. Leading He, Li Xiao and several other 8th level monks wearing 8th level battle armor are invincible on the battlefield. The high level monks of the 7-star pavilion suffered heavy casualties, and their offensive was curbed. Didn't their supreme awaken? No, Li Yuanzhen alone is enough to stop the 7-star pavilion supreme. They don't need it at all. This is also the reason why the 7-star pavilion dare not really break through the Qingyang Sect. The Li family cannot win, but they have the strength to fight to the death. The 7-star pavilion is clear-headed, but the two families opposite us are confused. The foundation of the Wengsun sect is no worse than that of the Li family. Why do they think they can bully us? Jing Shizhen shook his head. The 7-star pavilion is very clear-headed and knows the foundation of the Li family, but why are the two families opposite confused? It's really worrying. Brother, it seems that the Qingyang Sect will not listen to us and let the 7-star pavilion in. Well, I know, it's okay, then let the 7-star pavilion go and settle the accounts later. Jing Shizhen replied. He had a crazy plan before, which was to let the Qingyang Sect and the Immortal Alliance negotiate, adopt a neutral attitude, let the 7-star pavilion in, and besiege the Wengsun Sect together. At that time, the Wengsun Sect will mobilize all the 8th level ancestors and awaken all the supreme cultivators to defeat the three families in one fell swoop, but the Qingyang Sect did not agree. Jing Shizhen guessed that the Li family refused for Li Muxu. The Li family wanted to support Li Muxu to take the position, so Li Muxu had to be flawless and perfect in order to establish her image in the minds of the Li family monks. Just when the high-level people of Wengsun were discussing the situation, Li Muxu was leading the high-level monks in a fierce battle. The low-level monks of Qingyang Sect were no longer a concern, but their high-level monks were still a huge threat. The Qingdi Li family's foundation was fully displayed. All the monks above the golden body stage had battle armor above the 7th level, and there was no shortage of magic weapons and magic tools above the 7th level, as well as spiritual talismans and puppets. The foundation of the Li family was enough to arm them all. One person was as powerful as two people, and the powerful one was equivalent to 4 or 5. The Li family monks didn't care about the morality of the rivers and lakes. Once the army of the 7-star pavilion was dispatched, their high-level monks rushed into the low-level monks to fight, causing huge casualties, which made the 7-star pavilion extremely uncomfortable. If they didn't deal with these high-level monks, they would not be able to occupy the Qingyang Sect at all. In the sky, Li Muxu faced 3 golden body monks alone. Li Muxu, wearing a golden armor, was particularly conspicuous. Withering and flourishing art was brought to the extreme. One person suppressed the 3 people, so that they could not raise their heads. On the other side, Li Xiao was even more brave. Relying on the equipment on his body that was stronger than the enemy, he ignored the enemy and rushed forward. It often took 2 people to restrain them. What was even more terrifying was the phantom in the sky above Qingyang City. It was the incarnation of the Supreme. On the other side, Li Yuanzhen had already restrained the Supreme of the 7-star pavilion. Outside the city, the battle formation of millions of monks was to guard against the Supreme of the Li family. One Supreme restrained their millions of troops. The remaining troops did not have much advantage over the troops of the Tiansheng Sect. Therefore, after nearly a month of siege, they did not take down the Tiansheng Sect. The 7-star pavilion had discovered that they had underestimated the Li family before. Unless there was another big sect, they would never be able to take down the Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 770, Cheating Zuan Qi. Under Shenmu City, Lin Xiao had been leading the army here for 7 days. On the first day, Shenmu City attempted to take advantage of the unstable foothold of the Nanzhao army and directly defeat them. However, after the battle, it was the monks of Shenmu City who collapsed first. Shenmu City had no fewer people than the monks of Nanzhao, but their manpower structure could not be compared with that of Nanzhao. They plundered all the immortal cultivators, including the old, weak, sick and disabled, as well as some recruited casual cultivators. The structure was complex and chaotic. Even after training, they were not elite. When the battle loss exceeded 10%, the battle formation collapsed directly. On the Nanzhao side, the battle loss often exceeded 30% or 40% and could continue to fight to the end. This battle let Shenmu City know their position, and they could only defend and not fight. So in the next few days, they let Lin Xiao lead the army to set up camp and build fortifications. This time, Lin Xiao copied the practice of Lingmu City, with deep trenches and high walls, completely besieging Shenmu City and surrounding all 4 city gates and locking them. After locking it, Lin Xiao mobilized thousands of black crystal cannons and god-killing crossbows and began to harass Shenmu City. Lin Xiao ordered the monks to fire a cannon from time to time, without any rules. Anyway, they just wanted to fire cannons. The cannon must be heard within an hour, and the monk army will also cooperate with the black crystal cannon to make an offensive posture, but basically they will retreat halfway. This rogue behavior made the monks of Shenmu City extremely tired. The city defense formation was fully supported all day long. Every move of the Nanzhao army was enough to make those monks panic. Yes, Lin Xiao wanted to trick Shenmu City into consuming Zuan Qi. Now in the territory of Shenmu Sect, only Shenmu City and Shenmu Sect Mountain Gate are under their complete control. The rest of the places are disconnected and can only rely on Shenmu City's spiritual veins and reserves to fight. But Shenmu City has gathered more than 2 million monks at this time. The mysterious energy provided by the spiritual veins is far from enough, and the consumption of Zuanjing is also very large, including other supplies. Although Shenmu City has a teleportation array that connects to Zuanyang City, Lin Xiao believes that the cost of Zuanjing in places like Zuanyang City is also very tight, and it must not be fully supported. As long as they reveal a flaw, Lin Xiao can attack with all his strength. 1,000 miles southwest of Shenmu City, the Nanzhao army occupied a 5th level sacred mountain with 200,000 troops entrenched here. This sacred mountain is less than 50 miles away, and it is the mountain gate of Shenmu Sect. Lin Xiao and a group of senior officials are looking out on the mountain. Everyone uses eye skills to see everything in front of the mountain gate clearly. This is the mountain gate of Shenmu Sect. I came to see it outside many years ago. The sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao looked at the smoky forest and said with emotion. In fact, the mountain gate of Shenmu Sect was protected by the formation, and they could not see anything at all. The true body of the supreme ancestor of the Shenmu Sect is in there. It is said that there are a large number of high-level spiritual trees near him, and those spiritual trees will release poisonous fog that causes hallucinations. So even the top leaders of the Shenmu Sect don't know where his true body is. There are indeed many legends about this ancestor of the Shenmu Sect. This person should be the one with the longest lifespan in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the Supreme Demon King in the wilderness cannot live longer than him. He has lived through the King Emperor, Hao Emperor, and Jade Emperor, and the 3 human emperors have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Wow. Many people are interested in the lifespan of the ancestor of the Shenmu Sect. After all, it is impossible for the human race to have such a long lifespan. Even the Supreme can only live for 30,000 to 50,000 years. No matter how powerful he is, he will die after 60,000 years. This guy has outlived dozens of generations of supremes. The mountain gate of such a large sect is the most difficult to attack. We don't know how many people are inside, so the cultivators who stay here must be careful. I didn't expect you to make any achievements. What you have to do is to monitor the mountain gate to prevent them from rushing out. If there is an alarm, you must report it immediately, and we will naturally lead the army to help. Understand? Yes, Lin, the leader, a golden body cultivator replied. It was he who was sitting here to monitor the mountain gate of Shenmue Sect. It's almost done. Let's go back. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a group of high-level people flew back to the camp under Shenmue City. As soon as they returned, Bu Yunshan came forward and told Lin Xiao that Kunlun's reinforcement had arrived. This time, Kunlun sent 50 high-level cultivators to the Nansha army, 30 in the Shengsu period and 20 in the Jinshan period. 80% of them were awakened fake dead cultivators. Their lifespans were not long. The shortest was only 7 or 8 years, and the longest was no more than 20 years, so they looked old and frail, with white hair. Lin Xiao did not despise them. These people were Kunlun's death squad. When they were really used, Lin Xiao would not be polite. However, before using them, Lin Xiao would still respect them. That night, Lin Xiao led many senior officials to hold a dinner for them and receive them. After the dinner, Lin Xiao met the Supreme Ancestor from Kunlun. This Supreme Ancestor was also a cultivator who had faked his death. Like the Supremes of the Haodi family in the past, he was awakened from his fake death. Lin Xiao already knew his basic situation. This person was called Zuolin, the Supreme Ancestor of the previous generation of Kunlun. He had never touched the threshold of ascension in his life, and could only wait for death. In the first 100 years, before entering the weakening period, he was as dead as a rash and completely despaired of ascension. He voluntarily faked his death, and became one of the foundations of Kunlun. It had been about 2000 years since he was awakened, so his current state was very confusing between the normal and declining periods, and he could enter the decline period at any time, and his decline period would be much shorter than Yuan Lei, which should be about 30 years. Junior Lin Xiao greets you. Lin Xiao bowed respectfully in front of Zuolin. Facing such a senior, Lin Xiao bowed willingly. This was a person worthy of respect. A spirit emerged from Zuolin. His body was still in a posture of closing his eyes to rest his mind. He looked extremely old, like a candle in the wind, as if it would go out at any time. No need to be polite. My body is not suitable for consumption, so I can only meet you with my spirit. It should be senior. Please feel free to do so. I already know your situation. Lin Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? I came to ask you about the situation of the ancestors of the Shenmue Sect. Lin Xiao has just broken through the Dongsuan period and doesn't know much about the secrets of the world of immortal cultivation. Lin Xiao replied. Under the 8th realm, he was not even qualified to talk about the Supreme, let alone know their detailed situation, so even Yu Xiao didn't get more information. Lin Xiao's foundation was too poor, and he could only rely on old seniors like Zuolin to guide him. The name of the Supreme of Shenmue Sect is Muwan Qiu. Muwan Qiu, a female? No, only human monsters can distinguish between male and female. He is Ling Muchingayao, hermaphrodite, both male and female, but he usually appears as an old Taoist. I will draw a picture of him for you. Whether you can remember it depends on your ability. Please senior, look carefully. Zuolin used his soul to outline the image of an old Taoist in the air. Lin Xiao used his consciousness to try to remember him, but unexpectedly, he felt a sharp pain in his soul. Can't you remember? Senior, why is this so? Because of the heavenly Dao, the supreme cultivator is the pinnacle of this world. We have integrated many great ways. As long as we don't want to make it public, ordinary people can't remember it. There are not many people in the Dongsuan period who can do this. Senior, try again. I can remember it. Okay, Zuolin smiled and did it again. He didn't think Lin Xiao could do it, but Lin Xiao immediately asked the system to scan it. The system's real person mode can be transformed into any appearance, and it can definitely imitate Muwan Qiu. Sure enough, Lin Xiao only spent 100 points to let the system remember Muwan Qiu's appearance. Lin Xiao decided to take a look at it more when he was free, and he didn't believe that he couldn't remember it. Senior, I have heard that Mu Wanqiu has been to Kunlun, and he does not really want to go against Kunlun. Yes, can you tell me? But Mu Wanqiu is a spirit tree that became a demon. The inheritance of the demon race focuses on blood, and his body is just an ordinary spirit wood, nothing special. He is the one with the highest cultivation in their race, the highest in history. The Supreme is already the peak, and his way is over, so if he wants to ascend, he must have external assistance. Mu Wanqiu heard from somewhere that before the human race ascends, he can realize the Tao under his true body, and when the heavenly Dao appears, he can become a tree of enlightenment, so as to glimpse the heavenly Dao and ascend. So Mu Wanqiu asked Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengxin for help, but we didn't agree. When a cultivator ascends to heaven, there are not many blessings that can be left for the sect. The enlightenment tree is a very critical one among them. With the enlightenment tree, there is no shortage of enlightenment pills. The 8th Dangsuan period is continuous, and the supreme beings can be continuously produced to maintain the prosperity of the sect. This is related to the inheritance of our 3 families, so if you want to use this trick to rebel against him, don't even think about it, we won't agree to it. Zuolin replied. It's not a short-term thing for Lin Xiao to rebel against the ancestor of Shenmu Sect. Kunlun has known about it for a long time, but Kunlun will not agree to it. The same goes for Penglai and Wengxin. Does Mu Wanqiu have any weakness that can be fatal? No, for ordinary spiritual wood, thunder and fire are their nemesis, but Mu Wanqiu doesn't have any. His cultivation has been perfected in the supreme realm. Unless you can ascend and use the thunder tribulation of ascension to deal with him, you can only use ordinary means. I can tell you that Mu Wanqiu should be the one with the highest cultivation in the world of immortals, bar none. Even the supreme beings of our 3 families can only tie with him after wearing the 9th level battle armor. However, this refers to the ability of his real body, not the one who is fighting outside. Isn't the heritage of 1 million years really unfathomable? Yes, no one can compare to this. Even if I come to protect you, I will only give you a chance to escape. If you attack the gate of Shenmu Sect and his real body awakens, I will self-destruct and severely injure him. You must remember to leave as soon as possible. I understand. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect this Mu Wanqiu to be so powerful. However, Zuolin also said that his real body would not move at will. He was only so powerful within the scope of his real body. He was probably not as powerful as the other supreme monks when he was fighting outside. Lin Xiao then asked some more questions, and Zuolin also said as much as he could. Kunlun had already explained before coming here, and he would assist Lin Xiao as much as possible. As long as it was not a top secret related to Kunlun, he could say it. Chapter 771 Dang Hao joins the war. Lin Xiao led the Nansha army to attack Shenmu City. Shenmu Sect, one of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance, was threatened. The Immortal Alliance knew exactly what the cultivators in Shenmu City were like. If Shenmu Sect did not come back for help, it would not be able to resist the Nansha army. Therefore, the top leaders of Shenmu Sect had already communicated with the Immortal Alliance. They either had to find a way to save Shenmu Sect or the Shenmu Sect army would retreat. They could not even give up their own nest for the Immortal Alliance. Without the nest, there would be no foundation. Without even the foundation, how could the interests of Shenmu Sect be guaranteed? No matter what the Immortal Alliance said, Shenmu Sect would not trust it. The Immortal Alliance naturally did not dare to let Shenmu Sect withdraw its troops. Now that the Wengxin Gate was already showing signs of collapse, it might be able to break through the Wengxin Gate with another effort. If they retreated at this time, Xian Temple alone could not defeat it at all, and the casualties would be too great. Xian Temple would not agree to it either. The high-level leaders of the Immortal Alliance, led by Tang Xuwen, held an urgent discussion and finally determined that the Immortal Alliance's power in Zhangzhou alone could not break the deadlock. The 4 sects, including Suyu Sect and Shanzuan Sect, were bitten to death by Kunlun and Penglai. They were barely holding on and could not spare any manpower. In the south, the 7-star pavilion was also blocked by the Qingyang sect, and the 7-star pavilion did not have the courage to break through the Qingyang sect. The mentality of the 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance is the same. They have a common goal and are willing to fight for it, but they are all trying to avoid heavy losses while their teammates preserve their strength. This is very unfavorable for future disputes. This self-protection mentality is very clear. In fact, the Immortal Alliance is the same. Their own strength is the most important. Sacrifices are okay. Everyone can sacrifice everything, and we can together to achieve a balance, otherwise they will not do it. Therefore, the Immortal Alliance can only target the forces outside Zhongzhou. The 4 continents of Southeast, Northwest, and North are too weak in strength. Moreover, they are separated from the northern part of Zhongzhou. They cannot instigate rebellion at all. Because of the relationship between Qin and Wu, South Continent firmly stands on the side of the 5 Continents Alliance, which makes their only choice Dongzhou. Dongzhou had long wanted to follow the Immortal Alliance, but was only intimidated by Penglai. In order to win over Dongzhou to join the war, the Immortal Alliance decided to use its trump card. Both sides have fake dead monks, including the Supreme. Each of the 7 sects has a Supreme for the time being, and there are only 5 sects that have always inherited the Supreme. Among them, the Supreme of Shenmu sect has been discontinued for tens of thousands of years, while the Supreme of Xi'an Temple is still the 1st generation. So the 5 sects drew lots to see whose monk to awaken. In the end, the Suayu sect was drawn. Suayu sect's Yuhisei was very old. After testing, it was found that the previous generation of the Supreme of his family had entered a weak period for many years. After awakening, he would only have a lifespan of 3 to 5 days at most, and his combat power was not much stronger than the 8th realm. It can be said that this Supreme was a fake Supreme. However, the other 4 sects would not agree to draw lots again. In desperation, Tang Xuan found the ancestor of Yuxin sect and discussed with him to let Suayu sect pretend to be the Supreme of Yuxin sect to assist Dongzhou, because the Supreme of Yuxin sect was quite young. The Jade Immortal sect would naturally not refuse, so the Immortal Alliance almost openly brought the Supreme of the Suyu sect, claiming to be the Supreme of the previous generation of the Jade Immortal sect, to the Zhuanhuang Academy among the 5 major academies in Dongzhou, to support the 5 major academies in Dongzhou, and give them the courage to resist. This Supreme did not wake up, and the 5 major academies did not know the truth. Even Penglai did not know the truth. Realizing that something was going to happen in Dongzhou, they quickly notified the Haoang sect to prepare. The 5 major academies had the confidence and immediately started to act. They had already mobilized their troops and did not disband. The deans of the 5 major academies had also predicted that Dongzhou was inevitable this time. Even if the Immortal Alliance did not have this support, when the 2 sides were almost fighting, they would also sweep the Haoang sect. They regarded Dongzhou as their core territory, so how could they let the Haoang sect occupy such a large territory? The 5 major academies in Dongzhou sent 500,000 troops to the north to drive away the 100,000 troops sent by the 5 Continents Alliance earlier, and jointly attacked Wanghai City from inside and outside, while its main force of 3 million troops went directly south to attack the Haoang sect. The Haoang sect has more than 500,000 troops, and with other forces, there are 7 to 8 million troops. However, the forces that Haoang sect can really mobilize and integrate are only a little over 1 million, and there are not even any monks in the 8th realm. It is extremely dangerous. Yi Mei urgently seeks help from the 5 Continents Alliance. The 5 Continents Alliance also immediately launched a rescue operation. If Haoang sect loses, Dongzhou can at least withdraw 5 million troops to enter Zhongzhou to participate in the war, which will immediately completely eliminate the advantage brought by the Nanzhou army. Therefore, Haoang sect must not lose, and must hold back the main forces of the 5 major academies in Dongzhou. Penglai urgently activated a group of fake death monks, broke through many obstacles, and entered the territory of Haoang sect. With the assistance of this group of high-level monks, although Haoang sect is weaker than the 5 major academies, it also has the confidence to wrestle Dongzhou. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were fighting in front of the mountain gate of Haoang sect. Haoyang sect was not far from the 5 academies, and its border was even closer, so the first to bear the brunt was the mountain gate of Haoyang sect, and even the Haoyang city built by Ymir with a lot of money was behind. Facing the attack of the 5 academies, Ymir took out all her strength from the beginning, and transferred all the elites of her headquarters back to the sect, leaving only some old, weak and disabled people to collect resources in the south of Dongzhou, and mobilized all the forces that could be mobilized, a total of 800,000 troops, to fight against the 5 academies. Not only that, Ymir also accelerated the integration of other forces. In addition to Haoyang sect, there were no major forces in the southern part of Dongzhou. Basically, there were forces of hundreds, thousands or tens of thousands of people. Most of these forces stopped at the Lingguang period, or even did not reach the Lingguang period. Ymir took out a large number of Daoji pills and Lingming pills from her own treasury to attract people. These things were accumulated by her hard work over the past 100 years, but she had too few people and could not use them for the time being. With this trick, Ymir gathered about 400,000 people and entered Haoyang city for training. Ymir had also experienced wars and knew that a mob without training would be useless. On the battlefield, Ymir wore an 8th level battle armor and withstood the attacks of 5 golden body stage monks alone. The inheritance of Emperor Hao was clearly revealed. The 5 people besieged Ymir and did not gain any advantage, which was extremely shocking. The inheritance of Emperor Hao is well deserved. He is worthy of being the one who defeated Huan Huan back then. Huan Huan deserved to lose. Yes, compared with Ymir, Huan Huan is actually much inferior. The huge Haoyang sect is also supported by a woman like her. Huan Huan is much weaker in this aspect. As for the little phoenix, we elders protected her too well. Outside the battlefield, 3 8th level cultivators supported by Penglai were watching the battle. Unless the deans of the 5 major colleges went to the battle, they would not easily go out. Seeing Ymir's heroic appearance, the 3 were extremely shocked. For the younger generation, elders always have to compare. Penglai's most impressive one is the little phoenix Huan Huan. In terms of cultivation, the little phoenix was not inferior to Ymir back then, but more than 100 years have passed, and the little phoenix has lost a bit. With the support of Lin Xiao, Ymir has basically tempered her bones and started to temper her bone marrow, while the little phoenix has just started to temper her bones. In terms of ability, the little phoenix, who has been pampered since childhood, is no match for Ymir. Ymir has built her current foundation single-handedly. This ability can make many men ashamed, but the little phoenix does not have this ability. She can't even lead 100 people now. There is no way. Her status in Penglai is too high. She has a willful and hot temper. This kind of personality is not suitable for being a leader, so Penglai also positions her as a high-level thug, not a high-level person who can stand on her own. I think Huan Huan should also come to Dongzhou for training. The high-level forces in Dongzhou are insufficient, and the battles are not so intense, so she can train. She should also know that there are people beyond the sky, so that she will not die on the battlefield. Dongzhou is not a joke. Even the Supreme cannot guarantee safety, but here it can be guaranteed. I dare not say that. You know how much the Supreme loves you, Huan Huan. Is that love? That's spoiling. It's too much. A genius like him is like this. As the top leaders of the sect, we have the responsibility and obligation to consider the inheritance of the sect. I will write a report on this matter. You must sign it, otherwise I will go to the sect to sue you. You have no friends in the sect. Please don't drag us down, okay? Yes, I don't want to be hated by others. Too late. I'll write it after this battle is over. The cultivator laughed. He was upright and could not tolerate any injustice, so he offended many people in the sect. Many people didn't like him, but he didn't care. The 2 people around him were also his rare friends. Friends are meant to be tricked. Boom, just as the 3 were chatting and laughing, Ymir found a flaw in the enemy and withstood a move from 4 cultivators of the same level. She used her magical powers and killed one of them directly. Ymir was wearing an 8th level battle armor. The attack of the 4 people was just a slight shock to her. Her combat power was intact. The remaining 4 people were extremely horrified and turned around to leave. Ymir was unwilling to let them go and chased them. The deans of the 5 major colleges took action, and the 8th level ancestor of Penglai also took action. The 4 people hid behind the battle formation in a panic. With the support of the battle formation, Yimi could not chase them directly, so she had to give up on them and then turn to kill the low-level disciples. Yimi's skills were extremely domineering. She was good at soul. She separated a trace of soul and then exploded directly. Those cultivators below the purple mansion could not stop it at all. Their souls melted directly and fell on the spot. Even the purple mansion cultivators would suffer severe damage to their souls and have a splitting headache. If they did not escape from the battlefield, they would be killed by the enemy. Yimi's methods made the 5 major academies extremely frightened. They had no way to organize all the people into battle formations. The scattered monks were just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in Yimi's eyes. As a last resort, the 5 major academies could only blow the horn of retreat, and the army slowly withdrew. Chapter 772 Yu Huanhuan joins the battle. The retreat of the 5 academies made the monks of Haoyang Sect cheer, especially those of Minghuang Academy. They were out of the control of the 5 academies. The high-level officials in the 5 academies were already mortal enemies, and they were determined to fight to the death. Seeing that their side won, they were naturally extremely fortunate. Clean up the battlefield. Collect the wounded. Quickly, quickly. Ymir shouted loudly. She was quite miserable. Lin Xiao had a large group of high-level officials who could take charge of their own affairs. They were also rich in war experience and knew what to do. They would do it without Lin Xiao's instructions. Her fledgling team lacked this experience. In addition to fighting in the battlefield, Ymir was also responsible for major and minor affairs. So after the battle, Ymir immediately changed her identity and began to manage it. The Haoyang Sect's army slowly retreated, and thousands of cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, they first picked up the scattered magic tools and talismans, stripped off the storage bags, and finished off the enemies wounded, while their own people carried them back. If they had time, they also needed to take away valuable things such as robes and shoes from the enemies' bodies. There was no other way. Compared with the 5 major academies, the Haoyang Sect was too poor and had too poor a foundation, so they were extremely ruthless and wanted everything. Listen, people from the 5 major academies, our leader said that as cultivators, we should have dignity when we live and when we die, so we will give you 1 day to collect the bodies. As long as your number is less than 3,000, you don't bring magic tools, and you don't gather together, we won't attack you. Remember, there is only 1 day. After the battlefield was cleaned up, a spiritual cultivator walked to the front of the enemy's formation, shouted a sentence, and immediately turned around and ran away. Despicable and shameless. Lin Xiao who cursed. They almost stripped their men naked, and they were still given time to collect the bodies. Are you giving them time? It's to adjust the troops and delay time. But Lin Xiao who really couldn't refuse. The idea of resting in peace is everywhere. A group of monks have been loyal to the 5 major academies while alive, and fought to the death. After they die, they must be given a decent funeral. If you don't collect the bodies, the next war, these bodies will all be destroyed. What are you still standing there for? Go collect the bodies. Lin Xiao who saw that everyone was stunned, and shouted, and then organized more than 2,000 people to collect the bodies. They really didn't bring any magic weapons, and they didn't gather together. Instead, they found their own people, and took the bodies away one by one. Occasionally, they found the bodies that the enemy missed, and they would put them aside, and arrange them one by one, and then notify the other party to come and collect them. See? This is the method. Tell me, can we do such a thing? Woman's kindness wrong. Don't underestimate this kind of kindness. I tell you, once the Haoyang Sect is defeated, believe it or not, many people will survive because of these things, and she is also weak-willed and has no confidence at all. You are just arguing. You can tell what she is doing with a glance of your spiritual sense. She just visited the wounded and is now going to the 4 Arts Hall. No, I must let the little phoenix come here. Birds of a feather flock together. The little phoenix can't be with those 2nd generation rich people. Her friends should be people like Yimi who are hardworking and progressive. The 8th level cultivator replied. In their spiritual sense, they knew exactly what Yimi did. As soon as the battle was over, Yimi went to the wounded camp to visit the lightly and seriously wounded and comfort them. Then they went to the 4 arts hall that Yimi had copied herself. Yimi learned from Lin Xiao's practice and established the 4 arts hall to gather talents at all levels of Danfuki Zen together to refine resources. After a battle, magic tools and talismans are the most consumed. She must speed up the repair and production to prepare for the next battle. Yimi herself is also a talisman maker and a rain master. If she didn't have too many things to do, Yimi might have to go on stage in person. After going to the 4 arts hall, Yimi also had to inspect the defense, handle official business, and arrange things. She was so busy that some of the Penglai monks who were watching were very distressed. Such a beautiful woman had to shoulder such a heavy responsibility with her young shoulders. The Penglai monks recorded everything Yimi did, and even recorded it with a photo talisman. Then they signed their names and sent someone back to Penglai. Han Yunsheng, the chief ancestor of Penglai, was silent for a long time after seeing these things, and then went directly to see the supreme ancestor of Penglai and presented these things. The world of immortal cultivation is indeed full of talented people. A talent like Yimi would be brilliant even in Penglai. It's a pity that she is not my disciple of Penglai. Yes, I'm also shocked. If the Yi family had not fallen so quickly, how much would this girl have grown into? Haha, that's hard to say. Never mind. Jingyang's report has made it very clear. What do you think, Yunsheng? Ancestor, junior brother Jingyang also has good intentions. Ancestor knows that junior brother Jingyang has a straightforward character and his eyes. Stop, I don't blame him. Jingyang is actually right. Huan Huan has indeed been spoiled by me. She has a domineering personality, and it is difficult for her to grasp the power in the sect. But I just can't bear it, alas. The Penglai Supreme sighed and said. He really doted on the little phoenix Yu Huan Huan, but he also felt guilty about her. If it weren't for her ancestors and parents who saved her, Yu Huan Huan would not have been lost since childhood and even frozen for so long. So he doted on Huan Huan more than his own children and nephews. The ancestor also thinks that junior brother Jingyang is right. Why not let Huan Huan go to Dongzhou for some training? Anyway, we can still control the situation in Dongzhou. Okay, let my eldest disciple send Huan Huan there and bring Jingyang back by the way. Since Jingyang is so upright, let him be the head of the law enforcement hall and rectify the order of the sect. Now the world of cultivation is full of wars, but some of the second generation ancestors of the sect are still watching flowers and walking dogs, which is really not good. Penglai Supreme said that there are actually more second generation ancestors in Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsan 3 sects. Their decadence are much worse than Tang Yulin. They occupy a lot of resources, but they don't use them to practice, but to have fun. Fortunately, the top leaders of the 3 sects are very clear-headed. They just need to give these people some benefits and never let them take power. The key positions are prepared for some cultivators without backgrounds, giving the lower level cultivators a promotion channel. Otherwise Penglai would have collapsed long ago. Yes, I will give the order right away, Han Yunsheng replied, and he was worried about Jingyang. With his character, once he took charge of the law enforcement hall, those second generation ancestors would definitely suffer, and Jingyang would also offend a group of powerful people in the sect. Jingyang did not have his own team, and it was not known whether he could withstand the counterattack. In fact, sending Jingyang to Dongzhou was also a measure for Han Yunsheng to protect him. Han Yunsheng was also a disciple who climbed up from the bottom and knew that the existence of people like Jingyang was actually a blessing for the sect. If they all became flatterers or old-fashioned people, it would be a blessing for the sect. After receiving the words from her master, Yu Huan Huan quickly went to see Penglai Supreme. When she learned that she was going to Dongzhou to help and fight with Yimi, she was not afraid at all, but was eager to try. Ever since she fought with Yimi once outside Shiansu City, the two of them have been communicating, and their relationship has become very close. Yu Huan Huan also likes Yimi very much, and thinks she is beautiful and talented, and has a high level of cultivation. Compared with some disciples in Penglai, she is too outstanding. Master, can you not let the eldest brother take me? I can handle it myself. I have tempered my bones and grown up. No, you don't have a sense of the overall situation. How can you do without someone to calm you down? Xuanji must go. Penglai Supreme refused flatly. Yu Huanhuan has always been lawless. What if she gets into trouble? The strategy of Deng Xiao is extremely important, so there must be someone to calm her down. He has many disciples, and there are more than 30 disciples who are taught by him personally. However, only the eldest disciple Li Xuanji has received his true teachings. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th realm. He is the one with the greatest hope of entering the supreme realm in Penglai. Moreover, he is calm and fair. If it were not for breaking through the supreme realm, Han Yanqing would not have been the chief elder of Penglai. Yu Huanhuan's face fell when she heard the master's refusal. She knew that she would definitely be strictly controlled by the senior brother this time. Her enthusiasm for the trip to Deng Xiao immediately decreased by 3 points. When Li Xuanji heard that the master was looking for him, he immediately came to the Supreme Cave Mansion. After hearing the master's order, he would not refuse and said, "Master, don't worry, I'm here, and nothing will happen to my junior sister. I'm not afraid of Deng Xiao, but I'm afraid of the one from the Jade Immortal Sect. According to our estimates, once he is awakened, he will have at least 100 years of life, and he will not enter the weak period, so I will give you a clone. If there is any danger, you will crush it immediately. I will also give you a directional teleportation talisman, and then you can bring Huanhuan back." Penglai Supreme was worried after all. The previous generation of the Supreme of the Jade Immortal Sect was already in Deng Xiao. If he was awakened, Li Xuanji would definitely not be his opponent, so a life-saving treasure must be prepared. This way, we can sleep peacefully. Li Xuanji nodded. One of his master's clones was enough to block a cultivator of the same level for a moment, and the directional teleportation talisman his master gave him was as high as the 8th level, which was enough for them to be teleported directly from Deng Xiao back to Penglai. These two things were priceless treasures. With them, there would be no problem in saving his life. Well, in addition to that, you must remember to let Huanhuan experience more. Ymir is an extremely powerful person. Let Huanhuan learn more from her. I have heard of Ymir's name countless times. This time I can finally appreciate her. She is a peerless woman who can captivate people and the whole country. TSK. Xuanji, if you can conquer Ymir on this trip, your master can help you propose marriage. Thank you, master. I will do my best. Li Xuanji said with a smile. In fact, there are many high-level cultivators in the 3 sects who want to fight against Ymir. Ymir herself is a peerless beauty, and she has a high level of cultivation and powerful means. The key is that the secrets of the Yi family are still in her hands. The probability of marrying her to advance to the Supreme is much greater. Although the 3 sects have the ability to cultivate the Supreme, the competition is also fierce. It depends on talent, ability, connections, and background, and luck. If there is an extra opportunity, no one wants to miss it. If it were not for the situation, someone would have launched an attack on her to conquer her. Chapter 773, Fighting Against the Profound Stage. The arrival of Li Xuanji and Zhu Huanhuan could not change the disadvantage of Heoyang Sect. The repeated fighting caused great casualties to the troops of Heoyang Sect, which made the Heoyang Sect alliance, which was not so reliable, a little shaky, and many forces had the idea of surrendering. The forces south of Heoyang Sect were originally vassals of the 5 major academies, but after being geographically separated by Heoyang Sect, they joined the Heoyang Sect alliance after judging the situation. Now that Heoyang Sect has shown signs of defeat, they naturally began to waver in their will. This further exacerbated the defeat of the Heoyang Sect alliance. Yimi was extremely anxious about this. This opening must not be opened. If one of them fell to the 5 major academies, then countless forces would follow, and Heoyang Sect would immediately be defeated. For this reason, Ymir ordered the secret guards to investigate secretly, preparing to kill people to establish their prestige and deter the forces under his command. However, at this time, Wu'ai Sect appeared and stopped Ymir's actions. Wu'ai Sect is the 4th branch set up by Lin Xiao in Deng Xiao. After more than 100 years of development, it has about 30,000 troops, most of whom are Night Owl spies trained according to the Night Owl training model. There are not many people responsible for frontal combat, which also makes Wu Yao Sect's presence on the battlefield very low, not as good as those forces of Mingliang Academy. Wu Yao Sect is strong in intelligence and strategy. In order to analyze intelligence, Night Owl has always had relevant strategic training. The same is true for Wu Yao Sect. Their level is higher than Ymir's secret guards. Ni Xinghua, you don't agree with me killing people to establish my authority, then how can you stop them from surrendering to the enemy? If I don't stop them, I will soon be defeated. The general trend. What general trend? The general trend is the trend of the times. The head of my family once said that the general trend is vast and powerful. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. Unless one is a person who goes against the will of heaven, he cannot stop the general trend. The main purpose of the Yi clan is to create this general trend. Even if it is for his own family, I don't understand where does the Yi clan leader think the variables of the war in Dangzhou lie? Are you referring to Peng Lei? Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Peng Lei has replaced an 8th level ancestor in charge. It's to protect the little phoenix Yu Huanhuan. Yes, this person is called Li Zuanji. He is the eldest disciple of the Peng Lei Supreme. He has unfathomable cultivation and extremely strong strength. Then, if Yu Huanhuan is in danger, will Li Zuanji risk his life to save her? Of course he will. That's right. The battle will start tomorrow. Sect leader Yi might as well join hands with Yu Huanhuan to challenge one of the presidents of the 5 major academies. With your strength, you should not be the opponent's match, but you must risk your life and fight to the death. Yu Huanhuan has a good relationship with you, but she also competes with you in every way. She will definitely fight desperately, and by then Li Zuanji will have no choice but to take action. Killing an 8th level ancestor will shock Dangzhou, and it will not be your Haoang sect that is defeated, but the 5 major academies. The best strategy is to stabilize people's hearts. You want me to plot against Yu Huanhuan? This is too much. I can't do it. I have already come up with a plan. It's your business whether to do it or not. Xinghua says goodbye. Ni Xinghua didn't persuade him at all and turned around and left. He understood Yimi better. Haoang Sect was her foundation and the basis of her revenge. Without Haoang Sect, her life would be gone. Although this plan was cruel, she believed that Yimi would definitely agree to it. Ni Xinghua Yimi looked at Ni Xinghua's back as he left, her teeth clattering. Night Owl's viciousness was beyond her imagination. If Lin Xiao was here, he would never come up with such a vicious idea. Early the next morning, the war drums sounded again in the military camps of the 5 major academies in the distance. Teams of monks slowly walked out of the camp and began to form a battle array. The same was true for the Haoang Sect. After more than 10 days of fighting, the fortifications and fortresses in front of the Haoang Sect's mountain gate were all lost. Only the main peak of the mountain gate and the 3 surrounding peaks were left in the core area. The territory within a radius of less than 50 miles. After many replenishments, only about 700,000 people were left. Huanhuan, how was the fight the day before yesterday? Was it satisfying? No, I was about to kill the opponent, but was stopped. They had more people and bullied the few, Yimi said to Yu Huanhuan on the mountain. Yu Huanhuan replied with a pout. Yu Huanhuan's combat power is extremely strong. She can basically kill enemies across levels. It is hard to find an opponent for her in the golden body period. The day before yesterday, she fought against a vice president of Beilu College. That person's internal organs were almost tempered, but he was almost killed by Yu Huanhuan. If they hadn't come to rescue her in large numbers, Yu Huanhuan would have had her first achievement in the golden body period. I have killed several people in the golden body stage. It's boring. I'm going to play a big game today. Sister Mia, how do you play? Take me with you. You can't do it. Your bones haven't been tempered yet. You will die easily. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I have a 7th level inner armor on me. It is much stronger than the tempered golden bones. I want to go too. Sister Mia, please take me with you. I will never hold you back. Really? I'm going to snipe the opponent's 8th level ancestor. Are you not afraid? Dangzhou stage. The war starts today. It is very dangerous. You'd better not go. Just watch the battle here and learn how to command a battle. Sister Mia, don't underestimate me. You are not afraid, so why should I be afraid? I want to go too. Yu Huanhuan was immediately anxious. Before coming here, she had heard a lot about Ymir in Penglai. They all praised her, and many people claimed that Ymir was much stronger than her. Yu Huanhuan. Yu Huanhuan has always been domineering and arrogant, so she couldn't stand this. Although she had a good relationship with Ymir, she still wanted to compete with her. Ymir's words stimulated Yu Huanhuan's competitive spirit, and she was determined to go. Huanhuan. Sister Mi, you can't stop me, I want to go by myself. Okay, I can't stop you, but you have to put this on. Ymir handed her golden armor to Yu Huanhuan, and she was just wearing an ordinary robe. No, I can't take it. If you don't wear it, I will tell Senior Lee to stop you from going. Okay, I'll wear it, isn't it okay? Yu Huanhuan quickly put on Ymir's golden armor, and Yu Huanhuan suddenly became heroic, and looked extremely majestic. Yu Huanhuan, what are you doing? At this time, Li Zuanji discovered Yu Huanhuan. His face suddenly changed, and he immediately rushed up. Big brother, why are you yelling so loudly? Of course you are preparing for a fight. The enemy is coming. Take off your clothes, and give them back to Ymir. No. Then I'll do it myself. You dare, if you touch me, I'll tell master that you molested me. Yu Huanhuan puffed out his chest. Li Zuanji's hand froze in the air. The muscles on his face kept twitching. It was obvious that he was almost pissed off. The other two 8th realms in Penglai looked left and right, pretending to know nothing. The enemy is coming. Form a formation. Go into battle. Prepare the black crystal cannon. Prepare the black crystal cannon. The enemy is 8 miles away. 7 miles, 5 miles, open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Ymir didn't have time to care about so much. When the enemy entered the effective range of the black crystal cannon, the black crystal cannon on the mountain immediately opened fire. Hundreds of black crystal cannons aimed at a battle formation and fired at full force. The battle formation suffered huge casualties and advanced rapidly. The other battle formations also took advantage of this opportunity and pushed to 2 miles in front of the battle line. After standing still, they began to transform their weapons and counterattack. Tiansheng Sect occupied the geographical advantage and had the assistance of the protective formation. In theory, they only needed to defend, but their strength was too weak to simply defend. Once the protective formation was broken, it would be difficult for them to hold on. Therefore, Ymir still wanted to stop the battle formation from killing out and disrupt the opponent's battle formation. At the foot of the main peak of the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate, 2 battle formations of 50,000 people moved slowly. When the 2 battle formations were only 50 miles apart, the battle formations immediately disbanded. The monks in the front row each took out a talisman, threw it on the opponent's battle formation, and then charged forward. The battle formations of the 5 academies were immediately disrupted. The 2 sides fought together, still fighting in the wild, and the battle mode was exactly the same as before. The low-level disciples fought together. Ymir went to fight again. Zhang Baoan, Kinyu and other high-level members of the Tiansheng Sect went to fight one after another, and every battle, the Tiansheng Sect went all out. Divine power, true words. Split Ymir was extremely desperate this time, and as soon as she made a move, she used the magical power at the bottom of the box. Ymir's opponent began to fall apart, and he was so scared that he roared repeatedly. Several enemies around came to support and rescue their own people. Kill Yu Huanhuan also came. Yu Huanhuan was holding a pistol and wearing golden armor. He was even more rampant. One person against many people also suppressed the opponent. Huanhuan, help me stop them. Okay. Sister Maya. Yu Huanhuan went to stop the enemy, and Ymir continued to chase the golden body monk who was severely injured by her. The man turned around and ran, and soon crossed the battlefield. How dare you chase me? You're courting death. I don't need your help. I can do it myself. Seeing that Ymir had actually caught up to him, Hao Zhen from Bailu Academy was immediately furious and was about to take action. The monks from Penglai wanted to support him, but were ejected by Ymir. Heavenly soul body, come out. White dew turns to frost. Hao Zhen cast a spell, and around him, dewdrops fell, slowly turning into frost. Ymir felt her soul trembling. If no one rescued her, she would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Ice spells, ha ha ha, Sister Mi, here I come, Xiaofeng, go. Yu Huanhuan shouted, and a phoenix flew out. It was her spiritual beast, the phoenix. The phoenix had just broken through the 7th level decades ago. A spiritual fire spurted out, instantly melting all the frost. Ymir immediately took action as before. Huan, the three of us will work together to kill him. Okay, kill him. We want to be famous in the world of immortal cultivation. How shameless. How Zen was furious. His skills were restrained by Yu Huan, especially the phoenix. The flames it spewed out were more powerful than the ordinary spiritual fires of heaven and earth, and it restrained him very much. However, Hao Zhen did not think he would lose. The distance between the 8th realm and the 7th realm was a gap like heaven and earth. Ice sky, countless ice swords appeared around Hao Zhen. Those ice swords flew out like arrows, bringing up bursts of ice flowers in the air wherever they went. It was extremely cold. Hao Zhen also used his trump card when he made a move. These ice swords were his magical powers. True words. Words from Heavenly Soul. Freeze Uhu. Fire magic heavenly fire. The three people and one beast all used their magical powers. Yimi concentrated all her soul and froze Hao Zhen, which made him terrified. He couldn't move for a while, and Yu Huan's new magical power was even more terrifying. Black flames kept falling from the sky, and even his magical power was melted by the flames. The phoenix even flew over his head, constantly spewing flames. Chapter 774, Hao Zhen's Death. Hao Zhen never thought that he, a cultivator of the 8th realm, would be forced so badly by several cultivators of the golden body stage. This made him extremely ashamed and angry. The gap between the 8th realm and the 7th realm is like the gap between a child and a professional boxer. Generally speaking, a professional boxer can kill a child with one punch. If he can't kill him, it's because he is seriously injured, or because the child is agile and ran away. Ymir and Yu Huan are at best stronger children, but now they have forced him, a professional boxer, into a state of disgrace. How can he not be ashamed and angry? Heavenly Rain Hao Zhen was furious, and used his magical power again. Then, within a few miles around him, raindrops began to fall. These raindrops were all transformed by his magical power. Ymir felt a blur in front of her eyes. These raindrops actually melted the power of the soul. The heavenly soul body she released was immediately severely injured and had to be retracted. Ymir held a long sword, and the sword energy was stimulated, forming a stream of energy as a protective shield to prevent those raindrops from falling on her body, because she felt that those raindrops were not just that simple. Sure enough, the raindrops fell on the protective shield, making a hissing sound, and actually melted her protective shield. Yu Huan was even worse. Her flames were completely restrained by the raindrops. Each time, she could only burn the raindrops a few meters in front of her. A strong sense of danger came over her. Get rid of this bastard first. Hao Zhen saw the phoenix. His magical powers were almost useless against the phoenix. The phoenix's body was too strong, and its fire attribute restrained his magical powers. Hao Zhen took out a long sword and chased the phoenix himself. The phoenix saw it and screamed and turned back to Yu Huan. It was only a lower grade 7th level 1 and was really no match for Hao Zhen. You want to kill my spirit beast? I'll beat you to death. You're looking for death. Seeing Yu Huan coming to kill him, Hao Zhen became even angrier. The rain from heaven was one of his most powerful magical powers. The raindrops actually formed a field. In his field, he controlled it. In an instant, countless raindrops swept towards Yu Huan, directly destroying her fire magic and forming a water column to hit her. Yu Huan flew backwards. The golden armor protected her, but it couldn't prevent concussion. Yu Huan spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Yu Huan raised her head, a sword light chopped her body, and Yu Huan flew backwards again. Huan Yimi tried her best, but she was still no match for Hao Zhen. After just a few moves, she was chopped away by Hao Zhen. A long crack appeared on her body, and the tempered skin was directly cut, revealing the golden bones. HMPH, if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Hao Zhen's murderous intent rose in his heart. If he killed Ymir and Yu Huan, the war in Nangzhou would basically be resolved. But just when he was about to take action, he suddenly had a warning in his heart, and the whole person flew out horizontally. A magic seal fell from the sky and hit his previous position. A huge pit with a radius of 3 miles and a depth of 7 or 8 meters appeared on the ground. Big brother, do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Big brother, help me get revenge. Go back. No, I won't kill him if I don't go back. Heavenly Soul method. Soul splitting. Yu Huan was still unwilling, but Ymir was directly risking her life. She used the Heavenly Soul body as a carrier and directly exploded the Heavenly Soul body. The entire Heavenly Soul body disappeared without a trace, and then appeared on Hao Zhen's body, attacking his soul, and died together by self-detonation. The soul was severely damaged. Hao Zhen's face was pale, and his head hurt, as if it was about to explode, which made him scream, and the previous magical power was directly shattered. The other two were also terrified when they saw this. The 5 major academies were not like the 3 Kunlun sects and the 7 Immortal Alliance sects. They had deep foundations. The 8th level ancestors usually hid their knowledge, but they could still show a lot. When the war came, they really only had 5 people. If one died, one less, they would go crazy and come to rescue. However, the 8th level ancestors of Penglai would not let them be complacent, and they also tried their best to intercept them. Even a fool could see that this was the best result to kill Hao Zhen. Senior Li, for the sake of the overall situation of the alliance, hurry up and kill Hao Zhen. Big brother, kill him. Okay. Li Zuanji only hesitated for a moment and agreed. Although his main task was to protect Yu Huan, he would not miss anything that could make contributions to the alliance. The situation of the alliance was not very good. He knew it when he was in Penglai. It was a great achievement to be able to kill an 8th level ancestor of the other side. Li Zuanji's murderous intention was revealed. Hao Zhen secretly thought it was not good. His cultivation was originally worse than Li Zuanji's, and he was injured at this time. He was no match at all. He immediately tore the space and wanted to escape. Li Zuanji chased after him directly, stopped Hao Zhen in the void, and attacked him fiercely. Li Zuanji had a seal in his hand, which was an 8th level magic weapon. It was left to him by his master in exchange for merit points from the ancestors of the sect. It was of extremely high quality. In terms of cultivation and equipment, Li Zuanji was much better than Hao Zhen. Hao Zhen was also injured, and was not his opponent at all. He was seriously injured again after more than 10 rounds. Li Zuanji, don't force me. Why? You want to self-destruct? I'll give you a chance. A red light flashed on Li Zuanji's body, and the robes on his body turned into a piece of armor. Li Zuanji came from Kunlun, and was the cultivator in Kunlun who had the greatest chance of becoming the supreme. How could he not have any treasures on him? Li Zuanji, how can you let me go? Make a Dao Heart Oath. Bailu Academy withdraws and joins the 5 Continents Alliance. Impossible. Then Li Zuanji didn't want to waste any more words. Hao Zhen would never surrender. He had already made a Dao Heart Oath to stand together with the 5 major academies. If he surrendered, he would die without Li Zuanji having to do anything. Let's die together. Hao Zhen knew that he would not survive this time, so he immediately reversed his Zuan Qi and exploded. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound came. The void collapsed. Countless Zuan lights fell, covering the area of dozens of miles, and the first 8th level cultivator in Dangzhou fell. Li Zuanji walked out of the space crack. His robes were torn, and he looked a little embarrassed, but he was only slightly injured. He still had a soul in his hand, which was Hao Zhen's. Shatter! Li Zuanji immediately shattered the soul, not even giving Hao Zhen a chance to change his cultivation, and completely shattered Hao Zhen's soul. Li Zuanji, Penglai, we will fight to the death. Really? Then give it a try. Lin Xiao, who was furious and looked at Li Zuanji with resentment, but when Li Zuanji raised his eyebrows and looked at him, Lin Xiao, who was immediately terrified and shouted to retreat, and the people from the 5 major academies immediately withdrew like a tide. All troops, attack, kill. Seeing Hao Zhen fall, the 5 academies retreated. Ymir ignored her own injuries and attacked again, and all the monks prepared on the mountain also attacked. Hundreds of thousands of troops of Tiansheng Sect began to chase and kill the 5 academies, unwilling to miss this good opportunity, and directly broke through the opponent's promise in one fell swoop. The 5 academies were defeated like a mountain, and when they retreated, they could not control any battle formations. The high-level monks desperately blocked them, but it was useless. Countless monks were still killed. This fiasco was even worse than the Kinyu tribe back then. After all, those monster tribes had no command and did not know how to chase. But Ymir knew that once the 5 academies gathered troops, Ymir would lead the crowd to charge and disperse the troops, not giving them a chance to block. The army of the 5 academies retreated thousands of miles until the vice president of Zhuanghuang Academy, Wei Lin, brought troops to support them, and the situation was stabilized. Ymir also stopped when she saw the good and immediately ordered the army to gather and slowly retreat. After the battle, the 5 academies lost 700,000 to 800,000 troops, 400,000 to 500,000 were killed, and more than 100,000 were captured. The rest were all scattered and missing, and it was unknown whether they could be gathered back. For Haoang Sect, this battle completely stabilized the morale of the army. Seeing that the 5 academies, which were like behemoths, were defeated so miserably, those forces in the south of Dongzhou naturally would not think of surrendering to them. There were also a lot of gains in supplies. This time, Ymir defeated the enemy's army and got the camp set up opposite Haoang Sect basically intact. There were a lot of resources in it, which was the monthly expenditure of more than 2 million troops. All of them fell into her hands. Not only did she replenish the previous consumption, but she also had a lot of savings. Ymir was not going to hide these things. She immediately rewarded her subordinates for their military exploits, distributed the wealth, won over their hearts, and strengthened their strength. She also traded with Penglai through Li Zuanji and bought a batch of advanced cultivation pills in an attempt to improve her strength again. Ymir predicted that it would be difficult for the 5 major academies to make a comeback this time. The 5 major academies retreated to the front line of Zhuanghuang Academy and began to gather troops and organize defenses. Fortunately, Haoang Sect was short of troops. If they were as strong as them, I don't know how far they would have to retreat to stabilize. However, the impact of Hao Zhen's death in battle was still very bad. Bailu Academy was leaderless and very miserable. All the senior officials of Bailu Academy had the idea of retreating. Even the low-level cultivators of other academies were worried. Their morale collapsed directly, and their organization had been disrupted. They could no longer form a large battle formation. They had to practice again and restore their morale before they could fight again. While Lin Xiao who arranged these things, he met with the envoy of the Immortal Alliance. Lin Xiao who made 2 requests. First, to ask for more 8th realm ancestors to completely defeat Haoang Sect. Second, to awaken the supreme ancestor of Yuxian Sect and kill Li Zuanji to avenge Hao Zhen. The envoy of Yuxian Sect knew the situation of the supreme ancestor, so how could he agree to the second request? As for the first request, they could send another 8th realm ancestor to maintain the stability of the war in Dongzhou. When the news reached Suayu Sect, Tang Xuan cursed the 5 major academies. 2 or 3 million people could not beat the 1 million people of Haoang Sect. They still had the nerve to ask for help. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? However, Dongzhou had to rescue. If they didn't rescue, they would be completely at a disadvantage. Tang Xuan took out a large amount of his family assets to support Dongzhou in one breath, but he put forward a condition, that is, Dongzhou should start to mobilize and squeeze out the war potential, mobilize 5 million troops to enter Dongzhou to help. With the strength of the 5 major academies, it is possible to take out another 5 million troops. Chapter 775, Dongzhou Expedition. Tang Xuan mobilized troops and resources, led by Sima He, the 8th level ancestor of Yuxian Sect, and quickly took the teleportation array to Dongzhou, where he met Lin Xiao from Zhuanghuang Academy. Lin Xiao was overjoyed to see the troops and supplies from Dongzhou, but after hearing Sima He's conditions, Lin Xiao's face suddenly darkened. Dongzhou could provide 5 million troops, but how to command and use these troops was a problem. Would the Dongzhou monks become cannon fodder? If they did so, how would they convince the public and command Dongzhou in the future? Dean Lin, I know you have doubts. You can tell me what you have. We can talk about it. Okay, then let me ask you, what kind of battle will these 5 million troops participate in? Who will be the commander? Who will provide their combat supplies? And how will the military merit compensation be paid? Dongzhou can send an 8th level ancestor to command, and the Immortal Alliance can send another person to stabilize the front line. You only need to obey the orders of the Immortal Alliance's top leaders. The other sects have no right to interfere with you. Your status is the same as that of the 7 sects. 5 million troops only need to bring enough food for 3 days, commonly used magic tools, and talismans. The rest of the supplies will be the responsibility of the Immortal Alliance. As for your military merits and pensions, they will all be paid by the Immortal Alliance. They will treat everyone equally. You will get the same treatment as the Central Continent cultivators. How about it? Sima he replied. The Immortal Alliance's request was not excessive. Deng Xiao was already willing to provide troops, and the rest of the resources would naturally be provided by the Immortal Alliance. If they were asked to fight hard and bring their own resources, Deng Xiao would definitely not do it. They had already considered this very clearly. Okay, but I have an additional request. Please speak, Dean Lin. Among the 5 million cultivators, only 3 to 5 of them will be above the Shengsu stage, and the number of Lingguan cultivators must also be reduced by a few. But the Immortal Alliance must dispatch a group of people to give us the command. Dean Lin, you must know that our high-level cultivators are also scarce. We have suffered many casualties in the past few months, Sima he replied. Without the ratio of high-level cultivators, the 5 million troops would not have much combat effectiveness, and there were few high-level cultivators in the Immortal Alliance. In just a few months of fighting, they had killed hundreds of Shengsu stage cultivators and dozens of Jinshan stage cultivators. Not to mention the Lingguang stage cultivators, there were too many. I know, but Deng Xiao has only so much wealth, we can't afford it. This condition must be agreed. If there are no higher level cultivators to match, we can only participate in defending the city, not in field battles. Lin Xiao replied. Deng Xiao is not like the big sects of the Immortal Alliance. The foundation is too poor. There are only so many cultivators above the Shengsu period, and it is difficult to train them. Unlike the big sects of the Immortal Alliance, they have many spiritual light cultivators. There are also a lot of spiritual light 12th level. It is still very easy to train some. Lin Xiao doesn't care much about the consumption of low-level disciples. Even if these 5 million troops died, it is nothing. The Kinyu tribe invaded that time. They lost more people. Didn't they recover quickly? The replenishment of low-level disciples is very fast. A few decades are enough, but higher-level cultivators are different. It takes at least hundreds of years to train a Shengsu period cultivator. And those who can break through the Shengsu period at the age of 500 are geniuses. President Lin, this is a war that has swept the entire world of immortal cultivation. There is no point in preserving strength at this time. If the Immortal Alliance is defeated, even if your higher level cultivators double, it will be useless. Let's do this. You can equip more people above the Shengsu stage. I can apply to the Immortal Alliance's top leaders to give you an 8th level golden elixir. You probably don't have an 8th level golden elixir, right? 2. I'll add 10 more people. Okay, but I need to report. Okay, settle the troops and supplies you brought first. Help me stabilize the war situation and train troops. No problem. The 2 golden elixirs have already moved. Lin Xiao. The 7 sects of the Immortal Alliance have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. There is no shortage of 8th level cultivators. There are still many 8th level golden elixirs. Even some second-rate forces have some surplus, but the 5 major academies don't have them. Their 5 seniors have all broken through in the last few thousand years. They are not yet at the end of their lives. They are the first batch of 8th level cultivators in Deng Xiao. After Sima he reported to Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan immediately agreed. Although the golden elixir is very important, it is not comparable to the current situation. As long as they win, what does the golden elixir count for? After Lin Xiao received a positive reply, he immediately began to mobilize troops. The 5 major colleges controlled more than 20 million troops. Before, they mobilized less than 4 million people, so there was still a lot of room for mobilization. You should know that when the beast tide occurred before, they mobilized more than 10 million people. It only takes half a month to mobilize 5 million people, but these troops must be trained before they can go to war, which may take more than 2 months. But their actions still scared Li Meya. The previous 3 million troops had beaten them badly. If they mobilized another 5 million, plus the previous ones, they would have 7 million people. Although the number of high-level cultivators was no longer increasing, it was still enough to sweep the Haoang sect. Ymenia was anxious about this. She didn't even have time to recover from her injuries. She once again entered the preparation for war. Ymenia continued to mobilize more troops and speed up the transformation of the captives. Ymenia had decided to transform those who could be transformed and cast slavery spells on all those who could not be transformed, even if it was unacceptable to the mainstream cultivation world. At the same time, the Yi clan's secret guards worked closely with the Wu'ai sect to infiltrate the 5 major academies. If necessary, they could incite some people to rebel or assassinate key figures. However, half a month later, the news from the 5 Continents Alliance made them feel relieved. The secret agents of the 5 Continents Alliance ambushed in the Immortal Alliance found out that the 5 million people assembled by Deng Xiao were to support Deng Xiao. With Deng Xiao's financial resources, it was impossible to afford such a large-scale army. You must know that this is not a war between the 2 clans. The meaning is different, and Deng Xiao has now lost the intention to immediately wipe out the Haoang sect. The Deng Xiao high-level officials have already known that, as long as Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsan 3 sects do not fall, they will never have the opportunity to destroy the Haoang sect. No matter how big their advantages, Penglai will support the Haoang sect, so the Deng Xiao high-level officials have decided to wait until the war is clear before making a decision. Now they only need to maintain the current situation. The second good news for Ymir was that Wanghai city in the north of Deng Xiao was breached by Penglai, and then Penglai's troops entered Wanghai city and gave up a large area of land. The 5 major academies dared not force the enemies of Wanghai city anymore. The teleportation array in Wanghai city was reactivated by Penglai, which made Penglai angry. They could easily send a group of high-level monks to carry out a surprise attack. The situation in Deng Xiao just needed to be temporarily stabilized. The news that Deng Xiao was about to go on an expedition to Zhongzhou quickly spread throughout Zhongzhou. Lin Xiao, who was under Shenmu city, naturally knew about it. At this time, Lin Xiao had stationed troops under Shenmu city for nearly 20 days. There were small battles every day, and there was no major battle, except the day he just arrived. Not only Ma Langfei was anxious, but even Kunlun was anxious, and repeatedly notified Lin Xiao to attack, and forced Shenmu Sect to withdraw, because the situation over there was even worse. The city defense array had been breached 3 times, and the Wengsan gate was about to be breached. The situation was urgent. Lin Xiao also began to try to attack the city, and was stepping up the mobilization of resources. Beizichan did a good job in the rear, and Lingmu city had a lot of resources stored, which were being slowly refined and sent over. Kunlun has urged us many times. Since Deng Xiao is also going to join the war, Shenmu city can no longer be left. So I decided to start attacking Shenmu Sect tomorrow. Within half a month, I will go to Shenmu city to drink. Alliance Master Lin, no problem, I will drink with you then. Shenmu Sect is the 2nd largest sect that brews spiritual wine after Jiuxin Sect. We will rob them all then. Ma Langfei was overjoyed. Shenmu Sect has a lot of spiritual trees, many of which bear spiritual fruits, and the grade is extremely high. Even Jiuxin Sect has to purchase raw materials from them. Shenmu Sect's spiritual wine is also very famous. According to our intelligence, after more than 20 days of harassment by us, Shenmu City's reserves of black crystals are insufficient, and their monks are nervous and poorly integrated. With our strength, it is not difficult to break through Shenmu Sect, but how to reduce the losses is the most important, because Shenmu City has been fortified at this time. After breaking through the city wall, we will also have to engage in street fighting. Lin Xiao nodded and said that the spies of Night Owl in Shenmu Sect have not been completely eliminated, but their status is not high, and they cannot obtain very confidential information. They can only come up with some basic information. The people of Shenmu City have not been sitting around doing nothing for the past 20 days. They know that it is difficult for them to resist the Nansha army, but for the sake of the battle situation, they have transformed the Shenmu Sect and are ready to engage in street fighting after the city wall is broken. This means that the Nansha army's battle formation does not have an advantage, and they will fight to the death with heavy casualties. Alliance Master Lin, our advantage is that our army has been training for a long time, and the battle formation is pure. We are not afraid of a big battle. Why don't we attack without breaking through and force them to fight us on the city wall to consume their strength? Yes, this strategy is feasible. In addition, we can also make some preparations and let some monks practice in squad mode. 3 to 5 people, a dozen people, at most 30 to 50 people, to conduct coordinated exercises. Feasible. Tell me what other ideas you have. Mysterious crystal cannons, puppets, and talismans are extremely important. We can build a batch of second and third order mysterious crystal cannons. They should be small in size and light in weight, weighing several hundred kilograms. Even condensed meridian monks can carry them and run, and then use them in battle. At that time, our high-level monks will cooperate to destroy the formation buildings in the city, and the mysterious crystal cannons will bombard and sweep across a large area. The same is true for puppets. In large-scale battles, puppets are not very useful. We brought a lot of them ourselves, and we have gained a lot, which can definitely be used in street fighting. The other is the talisman. In personal battles, the role of talismans is stronger than that of magic weapons. At the meeting, a number of senior executives spoke one after another. Although no one had fought in street fights very often, everyone had rich experience in personal fights and there were many ways to solve the problem. Lin Xiao adopted all the useful suggestions. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.